The interior is really cool.
And I was like, yeah, damn, it's, some interesting stuff for the future for sure. But yeah, we'll see what Tesla has in store for us. Definitely day one catalyst in play robotaxi event. A lot of anticipation going into the event as well. And yeah, maybe some profit taking coming out of it as we kind of sell off back down in the 2020 area. I did like that. I was talking to Joe about this actually yesterday. If you go on a higher time frame here, it just seems like we're drawing out more of the chart. You can see that we kind of topped out here in July at 270s, and then we made a lower high at 260s, and we're coming just right back in off of a trend break here. So it's like, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Does the dog wag the tail, or does the tail wag the dog? But what I think, in my opinion, is that price action speaks volumes before anything else.
The egg comes first.
Yeah,
the egg comes first.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think that one's been settled. Fabian knows the egg came first. He knows what's up with that. No, I always firmly believe that. But you know what? We gotta call it. We gotta call it the cyber taxi.
Okay.
It's a cyber taxi. That's what it's called. But no, it's all good. I think obviously Tesla's going to be a lot of focus today. There's no question about it. But before we head up, throw back to the desk here, there was a moment in the afternoon where I looked over and realized that Bitcoin was under 60,000. And obviously you're trading other things, looking at a lot of the chip names after the AMD move. But there was a move in Bitcoin that's sort of worth watching. So in the afternoon, it lost 60,000, but there was a pretty nice bounce off. 58 was kind of a level, 54 a bigger one, but a pretty decent bounce to regain it. I think if we can hold and break out 61 quarter here, there's some very intriguing opportunities. I was looking at MSTR, could take a 189 at the same time. That looks like a nice little bounce play. So there was some decent action here on BTC worth watching. If it can break this back out, I know it's a Friday and sometimes it won't do much and then the weekend will be the move. But if we can break out 61.5, start heading higher, MSTR was already strong. So I want to have an eye at least on crypto today after that little liquidity grab under 60K. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one today. There's a lot to look at, and we haven't even gotten into the bank earnings just yet. Wells Fargo, not bad. JP too?
I'm super excited. I can't wait for Optimus to be available specifically. But yeah, I mean, everything last night was really, really cool. We were just watching Crowd. Again, huge monster move yesterday. Ends the day, goes out literally at the highs. Didn't do much in the aftermarket, but just coming back in a little bit here for CRWD, positive on the morning as well. We'll keep an eye on Tesla, downside, Affirm to the upside. I mean, there's so much to talk about today. Bank earnings, oh, by the way, we're back in earnings season officially. Just seeing some comments from JP Morgan coming through right now from the CFO, just talking about their results. But anyways, back to the upside here for JPM through 216, already at 216.5, up nicely. 1.7%. Wells Fargo, WFC, another one, not as rosy for them. Win, nice note this morning on Win. We were touching on this one the other day. It was from, who's that from? Or Morgan Stanley with the upgrade to overweight on WINN. So a ton of different directions we can go here. I mean, it's great to be back in earnings season. Banks, never terribly exciting, but decent numbers for JPM.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about JPM for a second because they beat on the top and bottom line with respect to what the street consensus was looking for. But their earnings fell slightly year over year, and there's a reason for that. It's because the net interest income contracted a little bit because of the cut in the rates. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But revenue grew, very healthy here, 6% year over year, Brendo. They're printing $43.32 billion in revenue per quarter. Investment banking, not bad, right?
Not bad.
Investment banking's doing well. Equity trading's doing well, but the margin squeeze because of the interest rate cut is kind of what caught my attention. We'll see how the market reacts to that.
It's been the leader, continues to be the leader, JPM in the banking group. I was just noting Affirm just popped up on a scanner in front of me here. It touched all-time highs up there, or not all-time highs, but session highs. Came right back down, but nice positive note from, who was it from? Wells Fargo with the upgrade on Affirm today as well. Initial thoughts on banks, guys?
Well, for a second there, you had me like Affirm all-time highs. Did somebody, did it squeeze and go 4x? No, we're just joking around there. Affirm's all-time high is 160-something, 165 something in that range. So it's got to triple up at least before it gets there. Yeah, the banks look pretty solid in here today. I mean, obviously, JP Morgan's going to lead. Obi and I were just discussing TD, which had some obviously bad news. The Canadian bank that operates in the United States, but it's pretty good for JP and Wells Fargo, although just now, was that just a dark pool dump on JP? Might have been. It looks like it actually, yeah, someone actually sold this. That was real. Yeah, this got sold 216.5 down to 215 in one shot. There's not a lot of liquidity, only 300,000 shares. Obviously, with bank earnings, you got to worry about the call. You want to calm them down for the first half an hour. Usually trade them after 10 o'clock or when they wrap up their calls is the best place to go about it, at least for me. I've said before, I was once caught in Morgan Stanley during the earnings call, and it was nonsensical. Like, liquidity essentially dried up the second they started talking, and it was not. You didn't want to be in it. So I like the trend here on JPM. I just feel as if you need to let this one settle. Maybe give you some prior highs here, 13.5. It was Wells that I was probably a little bit more intrigued with on the breakout. A little bit stronger. Already cleared out the local level. Now you're breaking out past this prior high 59, which was a big level going all the way back to last year, middle of last year. You had 59 support. Now you're looking at potential 59 support again. So between the two, JPM and Wells, it's just Wells is a little stronger right now. I think it sets you up for longs as long as it holds 59, which happens to be VWAP up here. It's maybe 20 cents higher than that. So yeah, I kind of prefer Wells on the setup. It's got a nice level going with it. You're up that 4 points. But like with all bank earnings, I generally don't want to be trading them right at 9:30. It's when the call's concluded that I prefer to be in them, and then you don't have to worry about too much of anything. Yeah, looking very, very strong here. I might trade TD Bank a little bit later in the day, but I feel like there's really good news with the earnings here. TD getting that $3 billion fine and then having their growth limited in the United States, when that's one of the differentiators they had amongst other Canadian banks, might be a trickier one. It's actually trading flat. Remember, this is a Toronto. It's a Toronto stock, right? So ultimately, it's going to lean differently from some of the other U.S. names you'd watch here, just on a volume basis. And the opening, you always have to let the opening go on these dual-listed names. Just give it a few minutes to shake itself out. But TD, it's right at the 200-period moving average. So after that big fine, $3 billion fine, limiting their growth and assets that they're able to have in the United States. Not good, but that 59 does look like a pretty solid level for TD Bank. I just doubt I trade that until later in the day.
Did you say banks? Ha, 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 ha. I don't know if you got that one, but yeah, no, JPM definitely on watch today. Some decent RVOL in the pre-market, some decent earnings as well, gapping up above some weekly highs right here. Trading above, yeah, 215. 215 is a little bit of that consolidation low as of right now in the pre-market right here. But take a look at this. Prior, a bit of an event here with the strong sell-off, strong relative volume as well. We've got a high there at 221s, just shy of 221s right there. Let's see what it is specifically. You got 220.76s right there, where that strong selling came in. So I'm going to be watching some of these prices from when that volume did come in to see if any of that will catch, or do we break out and push a little bit higher on these earnings. And similar thing with Wells Fargo here. Wells Fargo's strong push up off of earnings, trading at $60 as of right now. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Taking a look at a higher time frame, you can see that we're coming into these prior levels right here of resistance. 62 is the high right there, but take a look at this consolidation. Again, with that selling that came in aggressively in and around the beginning of August, end of July right here. Some of these consolidation highs right above that 60.36 right there. 60.50 and then 61. So a little bit of a crowded area. Let's see what it does right here. Randy was right here, but he is within the vicinity.
What the hell happened to the bull?
The bull kind of fell right there. But yeah, no, we'll be watching Wells Fargo.
Break yourself, fool.
How's it going?
What did you think of the event?
Mike.
It was, what did Sharif say? Interesting. You know what? There's a lot of disruption here, a lot of interesting things to say. It was interesting. I'll put it that way for now.
You sound underwhelmed, Randy. Okay, Randy's underwhelmed by the event. It doesn't float you. The van didn't excite you?
The van was cool.
I thought the van was awesome.
Like Iron Man, you took his helmet, you kind of stretched it out, flattened the bottom, and then you put wheels on it. That's what it looked like.
Not bad. I like
A little
that.
bit, right?
You need those. You need like the repulsors, though.
And at the end of the day, don't forget, it's just hardware. You can put the software in any kind of car you want. So it's a van or a truck, or why can't we have FSD 2.0 and all the things that are existing now? You know, the two-door robotaxi, is that a future model too?
That's what I'm hoping.
Maybe.
The whole point to me should have been that we want that future model too.
Right. So
maybe
I think we ignore the hardware for now. This is a software play. This is a potential revenue stream, but it's disruptive on a few levels, morally, and do we trust it? And there's regulatory hurdles and all kinds of other stuff that has to be overcome. But interesting event.
Fair enough. The straight goods, Randy always gives it. See, you can't just always be a fanboy, and obviously, we all appreciate it. But you're definitely right about it. It's more of a software thing at this point, and the regulatory concerns are very, very real. Waymo's the only one really operating and doing this in the United States. They've gotten past that first hurdle in a real sense, and they still need to catch up there. So, true say. Yeah, 100%. I'll take one.
I'm okay for now. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, brother.
All right, a few other things moving around. I was just looking at a number of small caps to deal with this morning. ZENA, a few people were mentioning, already up significantly, back above $1. DJT, we talked about just off the top there very briefly, but worth mentioning, trying to get back above 26.50 right now. I was just watching level 2 there. It was struggling with 26.50. 10% though on top of what happened yesterday. This one might be the most exciting potentially today.
Brendo, he's been making a lot of announcements lately, specifically with respect to tax. Now he announced yesterday, I'm talking about Donald Trump, he's looking at actually making the interest on your monthly payments for your car interest-free. He's been talking a lot about these kind of sort of tax havens or tax deductions that you can get on a number of things. We heard him, obviously talk about overtime, about tips. Those were older ones, but he keeps making these tax pronouncements, Brendo, as we get a lot closer to the election. I don't know. I think this is maybe what's fueling it. There's really no other news.
It's still, it could be one of many things, obviously, but 2 days in a row, like we're up significantly, guys, on DJT. So thoughts here, very, very active as well in the pre-market.
Like there is a big candle that's a dark pool, but still, it's a lot of relative volume in the pre-market, much more than yesterday. That's plain to see. Like I'll do this for everybody. Much more volume in the pre-market here. I have some concern that there's going to be a decided dip coming up soon on this stock, and that's mostly just because of what it's done. When a squeeze name does this, which it is a squeeze name. You usually have some pretty hefty pullbacks along the way, and there hasn't really been one on this latest rally. So ever since the expiration lockup, like that 20th, you just haven't really had much of anything in terms of pullbacks through the 50, the next level. Now that you've taken out the 25, it's like you got $27, you got 29 to 30. You have a couple of zones that I think we're getting into. If we fail, that 27 is the next one, and we're right at the 27. I think that's the one that I'd be the most concerned with. If you fail this breakout at 27, it could be an early short. I'm not really thinking the long here. It's at these levels. I think earlier I liked it, but at these levels, I'm going to be patiently looking for a short opportunity, but I'm not trying to get run over. DJT's on to the moon. 27 and 29 are the two spots I'm going to look for reversion. Pop and fade at the open. If it fails that break, I'd be looking short.
Yeah, this is a bit of a multi-day reversion going on here on DJT. You can see strong downtrend off of this July pop that we had right there, and then just if you draw a simple line right there, you can see that the trend has clearly been broken. A little bit of sideways consolidation on that, and now we're starting to run up. And not only are we starting to run up, Neil, we're doing that on expanding volume. Look at that. Look at that. It's a bit of a rounded bottom here, right? You can see that a little bit of a left cheek, right cheek bounce. You can see that right there off the 20. on that DJT. Nice little head and shoulders pattern, whatever you want to call it. There's a base around 15 is what I'm trying to say there, and we're trading at 2770s is the high of pre-market. And yeah, some of these prior levels might be interesting if we can get into them on DJT. So interesting stuff. Expanding volume is what I like right there on this one. But yeah, backside on this could be real nice if it does come in.
Let's go.
Here at the upgrades and the downgrades, and this first name has actually been already upgraded twice this week by Morgan Stanley and BTIG Research. Today, a firm is getting the nod from Wells Fargo with a $52 price target. Ferrari getting an upgrade here from JP Morgan Chase. They're up about 1.5% so far pre-market. Amazon with this coverage here initiated by Pivotal Research Group with a $260 price target, saying there's some pretty strong growth potential here. Then Kinder Morgan KMI with this upgrade from B of A Securities. On the downgrade side, GM has certainly been on watch with regards to their updates on their EV production and targets there, getting a downgrade today by DZ Bank. Mobileye, this is quite the price target cut from $30 to $13 from Mizuho. TD Bank, we know that one has been embroiled in some money laundering issues, settled that case yesterday, and now getting downgraded by RBC Capital Markets. And ending the list with Humana, which has been on actually both sides of this board throughout the week. Today, getting a downgrade by KeyBank Capital Management, down about 3%. Tons to talk about here, guys.
Yeah, Ferrari's been on one. I mean, it was Sharif that was mentioning to me. That's an interesting one to look at. But it's a firm out of that group that we're looking for some continuation. So remember, like a firm earlier this week was a great breakout past that 40 level, like pretty clean. Like look what this did for you on Tuesday. Like he gave you the nice like gap up, tested the 40 level, trended in the afternoon, kind of gave you what you needed. Follow through the following day. Yesterday, disappointing day because everything seemed like it lost some steam at the end there. Thank you very much, AMD. But now you're setting up. You're another gap higher. It's a clean 44 level here on a firm. I feel as if you don't break this 44. We are heading a little bit lower, down 0.3. Let's just show the NASDAQ in a second to get into why I think you might be looking at some dip buys, right? So you're getting into overnight lows, and then you have that morning support where we bounce, kind of like an area 20, 30, 23, 4, maybe even like 10, 15 points lower. I think if you can get some kind of a bounce there, these gap up stocks will give you an opportunity. Prior high in here is at 42.8. I actually like the 42 much better. Those round numbers on an options Friday, I think they can be a little bit better to anchor yourself to. So if there's no breakout at 44 and we go dip hunting, which seems pretty likely at this point, I think that 42 stands out here for a firm particularly.
Yeah, I like that the downgrade on TD. Again, we were talking about this a little bit earlier with their fines coming in, a little bit of a gap down yesterday on that news here. Now we're looking at TD here on the NYSE, and you can see that it comes in with a little bit of a trend break. We've been running up again since that August 5th bottom. We've had a nice little run up, a little bit of a sideways consolidation here, top of 62s. Now we're getting a bit of a breakdown here, and then look, it attempts to bid up. Nice little reversion right off of the open, but closes a pretty weak there. Pretty weak close for sure. And I remember it comes out.
Whoa! What the heck is
that real action on JP?
Yeah, JP Morgan just lost a bid here for like $5. There's nothing on the level. Hold on a second. This is insane. JP Morgan is just lost a bid. Let's see if I can quickly slide over. Okay, they just popped back in. Like the bid just showed back up, getting it back to 11s and 12s. But wow, that was a big liquidity grab on JP Morgan. Dropped $5 in a single shot and try and come back here. This is the kind of move, if they just rinse people out, if it can hold on to this prior close and maybe hold above, that would be a little bit spicy. I didn't hear a thing. What do we have going on? Here we go. JP Morgan CFO says expects net interest income ex markets to be $87 billion for 2025. So I guess they don't like that net interest income number there, but yeah, just lost a bid rather quickly on JP Morgan. They didn't mean to interrupt. It was just, you don't usually see that. Like I had the stock up on another level 2. All of a sudden, I just saw like my level 2 that I had up there was just no bid. Like the bid basically disappeared. And next thing you know was at that 10 level. This could be a nice little rinse zone. You need to hold the open. This is why you don't want to trade these things when you have a call going on post earnings in the morning. Very, very difficult to do because quite frankly, there was no liquidity. Like if you wanted to go long off that move, the bottom is 10 and you're probably long at 11.50, 12. And that's even if you could get any shares. So crazy price action here. JP losing the bid.
Oh, that was pretty crazy there. But yeah, no, definitely gotta stay wary in the pre-market there. Less liquidity as well. Anybody who's coming in with a bit of an order can definitely wipe the book like that, and we see a prime example like that live there on JPM. But yeah, we were talking about TD here. I was pointing out to Neil, we are selling off on this, but again, taking a look at a bit of a higher frame here, we can see it's been basing. Let's go a little bit higher as well. We can maybe it'll show up on the daily as well right here. That 52 kind of base there, depending on which market you're looking at, either in the TSX or the NYSE, this kind of price action is relatively the same. We're just pretty much been ranging since 2022 in between this 64, 65, just shy of 65 area, and a strong base off of this 52.5 right here. Every time you can see over the past couple of years, every time it's gotten into 52 halves, we've just bid right back up for about a 7 to 10 point move back into 62s right there on TD. And seems like using this bit of news, PR, and some volume, selling volume right there, we're kind of coming right back into the range on TD. So I kind of like that, maybe looking for a continuation trade with that downgrade today as well on this bank.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here this morning. A lot going on. We'll start with a look at the overall market.
58.25, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract, which is good because that was a previous resistance level that we've been talking about. We're trying to use that as support. So let's see, number one, do we hold on to 58.25? If we don't, we're looking at 5,800 as support. If we hold on to 58.25, we're still looking at that all-time high, that elusive all-time high, 58.50.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the absolutely free watch list. All you have to do is go down to the description of this video link right now. There's a link to the watch list down there. All you need is your email, and then it comes right to your inbox every single day for free. Has everything you need to know on it. Before we come on at 8:30, we'll touch on Tesla here. I was just saw it pop up again on volume scanner here to the downside. So we're back to basically session lows here. This is one of many. Needham, one of many analysts with opinions coming off what happened last night. If you missed it, it was very late on the East Coast, but the cyber taxi event, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I mean, not living up to expectations of many, although, I mean, I didn't see anything wrong with it. I guess it comes down to the timeline and solid information on when, the where, the why, the how, and timeline.
Speaking of that, Brendo, great segue there. They actually want to have unsupervised these FSDs or FSD taxis in Texas and California by next year. So we already know Waymo's doing it, using other people's cars, mostly Jaguar I-Paces. So we'll keep an eye out for that. So here are the details. The actual cyber cab itself, that two-door that you guys saw, they want to produce it before 2027. They want to have a price target of around 30,000. We'll have to see about that. The autonomous robo van is going to be able to carry up to 20 people or goods. It's made for both, so we'll keep an eye out on that. They're divesting a lot of resources, obviously, from other areas into this to try and catch up. And here are some of the analyst actions, because you mentioned this, Brendo. Barclays noted the event lacked near-term opportunities and did not provide updates on FSD progress. Piper Sandler expressed disappointment, predicted a potential sell-off. Morgan Stanley chimed in as well, said there was a lack of details on FSD improvements and potential tie-up with XAI, excuse me. We'll have to see how the market reacts to that.
But hey, you can take Optimus to the bar with you.
Fantastic.
I guess.
Look, I want to thank the trader I was congratulating earlier was kind enough to say, hey, it's cool. You can show the chart when he was trading on Blue Ocean. So this was an actual trader here at Real Trading, trading the overnight in the Blue Ocean market, and was able to essentially take some breakouts here on Tesla. So obviously it's down now, but during the event, it was like breakout to breakout. This one's here at about 45, and then early at 43, and then you got this move into 50. So like it's real. Like there is, and obviously if you don't have access to Blue Market, to Blue Ocean, you're not going to be able to take this kind of a trade. It was a late event. Not every trader is going to want to stay up for that, but there was some good opportunity. Look at it bounce off of VWAP, like just standard things you do, like bounce off VWAP, take the break of the even dollar, get out as it's trying to hold the 48 level. So I think the instructive here would be, if we're not going to get back to 242, that would have been a good level for us to use, obviously. Now you're dealing with a totally different reality here on Tesla, which is underneath the 50 period on the daily, which stands at 225. So if we can't climb back above 225, specifically for me, 225 and a half, if we're not above 225 and a half, I'm looking to fade. If we get through this, I'm looking for a gap fill. And on a Friday, every even dollar counts. Every $5 counts, I should say, not even dollar. So if we do get through 225 and a half, then we're back into 230. I think that's like one move, play for a reversion at that point. But first things first, we're under the 50 period on the daily right now, underneath that support. So if we don't regain it, I'm looking short on Tesla. It's that simple. There's another one, and I saw this in the chat only because I always do this. Rivian is a very decent threat to break $10 today. If we have a down day, it's one of those stocks that when the chart looks like this and it's nearing what looks like to me a flat bottom break at the $10 level, it's a short that I'll always try. If you get 98, 90, the reason I like this, or sometimes Neo, you get 98 or 99 short, you can throw a stop at if you want 1 or 2, you can throw a stop at 5. If it flushes, great. I feel like those are the kinds of trades where your risk reward's pretty clean. And if it has a disaster day, it can go to $9.50, it can go to $9. You get out every 10 cents or whatever you like. I just like the risk to reward on breaks like that. It's no different from saying break out on NVIDIA 135. It's just NVIDIA's trending up, so you play a breakout. Rivian's trending down, so you play a break down on this stock. So, Clay trades. Rivian chart is death, bro. It's bad. I don't know if it's death. I think we could come up with some charts that better exemplify the word death than Rivian's. Because you need to be underneath. You know what I'm saying? Here's my thing. If you're not through an all-time low, it could be worse, right? So I don't think it's death yet. It's really, really bad, but there's worse ones out there, I would argue. I'm sure something would come to mind, but Rivian, $10, looks like it's a chance to break here this morning.
Yeah, no, I think definitely going to be a lot of eyes on Tesla today. Day one catalyst, robotaxi event. Again, I don't think much more needs to be said. And again, shout out to that beautiful blue ocean trade there on the breakout into that 250, and then nice little selling coming right back in through. And then look at that overnight session. It continues to sell off. 4 a.m. candle, nice little strong candle to the downside, doing lots of volume there, and then volume fading off as it bases off on this 222.05 is the pre-market low as of right now. What's going on, Pat? 222.05 pre-market low right now. And going to be looking for that continuation, Neil. That's exactly right. I'm looking for, you can see that nice little trend happening there in the pre-market. Bit of a flat bottom break. Shout out to Sharif there. You can see that double bottom as of right now, this most latest bottom right now in that same area, and we're making lower highs off of that. So let's see if we get a trend break back to the upside, maybe a little bit of reversion here. We are down to the lows, about almost 7% there. I have 6.7 with a rough measurement there. Wow, those are a lot of lines, unnecessary as of right now. But we can take a look at some prior support levels as well, just to figure out where we might find some interesting tape, some interesting participants potentially from prior bars here. So I'm just going to go up to the 3 hour right here, and you can see all the way down. I mean, there isn't anything too significant that really pops out right away to the downside. It's only that resistance just underneath that 240, 237-ish area where we consolidated and we started to break down as well. So let's see if we can get a bit of continuation. Something else I might want to watch as well is this little trend here. If this is the high of the trend, if we can pull up, if we do catch a bid, do we get to this 235? I do have this marked off as well. And another name to kind of watch, Neil, while we're watching Tesla, and it's already starting to move a little bit as of right now in the pre-market, is Uber. Yes, they're right. So you can see that nice little pop. 78s trading at 82s right now on Uber. So let's see if this one will give us a bit of a ride today to the upside. Continuation right here. Let's go up to the higher time frame to see any other resistance levels. And you can see right here, these are all-time highs, right? These are all-time highs on Uber. Looking for a breakout. Look at this triple top that we had at that 82.14 is the high, 82 area. We're pushing that area as of right now on Uber. Let's go to the weekly right here so you can see it a little bit clearer right there. Nice little wick down, gets bought right back up. Look at that aggressive bidding that comes up, and now we're pushing for all-time highs here on Uber. So that might actually be a little bit better in terms of a technical trade on Uber technology today.
Yeah, 82.14 all-time high. It doesn't count that it's printing it now because it has to be in the open market. So at 9:30, it will be an all-time high once it gets there. The volume is actually, I would argue, outside of maybe DJT, like Uber has done the best relative volume in here. So it needs to be on the radars. It's a blue sky setup on Uber. Any fears that there was going to be specifics, I think, that would scare you, there wasn't anything with regards to like show us a practical app or any real time, a specific timeline. I think that's why Uber is essentially mirroring the move in the other way.
All right, let's talk about banks here to the upside right across the board this morning. That's BAC just popping back up around 40.50 right now, still 1.3% for BAC. WFC looking really good at $60, got rejected there this morning. JP Morgan. The call is on right now, so there are some comments coming through. Just be aware it's probably one of the results from that move to the downside or the result of the move to the downside. But I mean, decent numbers here right across the board for all of these.
Yeah, it was a beat on the top and bottom line, Brendo, but the only thing that really stood out to me was earnings per share contracted a little bit. That's specifically due to the contraction in net interest income falling as a result of the Fed reducing their rates, so we'll keep an eye on that. But everything else looked good. Revenue increased 6% year over year. Net interest income, as I mentioned, was a bit of a contraction there. Investment banking division saw a 31% year over year increase in revenue. Equities revenue jumped 27% year over year, equities trading, that is. So I'll have to keep an eye, up 25% so far this year.
Just reading one of the latest comments here in regards to expenses going into an FDIC special assessment in Q1 of 2024 as well. So possibly one of the reasons, again, that was out at 9:03, so possibly one of the reasons for that down move. But just be aware, call is still ongoing, guys, for JPM.
Yeah, definitely be a bit cautious if you happen to be trading this pre-market. Not a lot of liquidity. Your stops can get run, and if you're not using a market order, it could be tricky getting liquidity or getting fills. When this happened on JP Morgan, I went immediately over after showing you guys and just checked out what Wells did. Obviously, on sympathy, the bid's going to drop a bit when those comments were going on, but it hung right onto that 59 level on Wells Fargo. And so this one, yeah, this just reaffirms that I think this is the one I like better. No question about it. So that prior high 59 in here, looking for that as support. I want to go long off Wells Fargo at the 59 level. The fact that liquidity came in at that price when JP tanked during the call makes a lot of sense to me that you can get some follow through here. Specifically, Wells Fargo 59. I don't think I'm going to trade JP Morgan. I mean, something could always set up after the open, or maybe there's a trend that forms in there. But there's already so much to look at, right? Like there's Tesla, there's Uber. We haven't even talked about, and we'll talk about this next with regards to AMD, NVIDIA 135. Can't even forget about the 2.5 million shares are on the offer at that price level. I mean, Apple was so strong. I like that one. There's a lot to look at today. I don't think JP Morgan's going to be in there, but Wells Fargo, yes, 59.
Yeah, no, we talked about some of these earlier. A bit of a push up on Wells Fargo. JPM was looking the same there, but then we got that nice little strong flush there with that volume coming in, bringing it right back to the reference price of when that earnings report potentially came out right there. So going to keep an eye on that one. Anybody and everybody who was long off of this right there, I'm going to probably say mainly probably just algos who came in real hot right off of that drop. everybody kind of maybe out of the money there. A lot of this consolidation that happened for over, over about an hour and a half right there, and we're trading significantly lower there back into that initial reference price, back into prior days levels as well. So we're going to continue watching this one. Let's see what it does. We've made a low on that flush at 210.13s on JPM, so that should be interesting going forward during the day. Again, doing some decent relative volume here. I have it on the 15-minute as doing a little above 20 times relative volume, so it should be interesting. Wells Fargo as well. We're looking at this one as well earlier, and just coming up into some of these prior consolidation areas right here, right? 60, 61, going to be interesting. If we can get above this 61, I think we're poised for a little bit of an interesting action there. 62.08 is the high, all-time high, Neil? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Before we go back to the desk, I want to thank Vishal Modi for the super chat here. Appreciate you. We appreciate all the super chats. We just ask that you like the show. If you enjoy yourself, hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you want to ask us questions in the chat, then make sure you hit that subscribe because it is a subscribers only chat. So we love all of you. Max and Solar, 167K float. I understand small float names have an opportunity to go at any time because it can get soaked up and then you can get like an effective type of squeeze. That said, we were just sort of talking about charts that are death. This is the better example of a chart that is death compared to Rivian. Rivian at least has a bottom to go through. Maxion does not have a bottom to go through outside of every single day. So for names like this, if it's not giving you a rounded bottom or making some kind of a bottoming pattern or has a catalyst that can get it to go squeezing, hands off as far as I'm concerned. So, and then this example here would be something that, look, CLH would be an example of something which has made a bottom, broke a trend. So I can do this and say, okay, well, like the most recent trend when it broke this low, let's just throw this on really quickly. So if you look at this low, a key low break in here at about $50 or so, formed a trend line, broke the trend line, closed above it, and now you're gapping. That's something which has been, it's a death chart, but made a big bottom yesterday, and that's something to hold on to, like maybe this 35 high. Right? Like it's at least giving you some kind of a trend action to show that it's making a bounce, whereas MaxN hasn't done that yet. And if you try to guess where the bottom is going to be on a death chart, you end up usually just bag holding it. So to me, MaxN, nothing. CLH could have something, although it's pulling back already.
All right, we'll touch on AMD. Back to the downside right now. I zoomed out a little bit here so you can get an idea. Sell the News event yesterday, big time, right out of the gate. The advancing AI event for AMD, yeah, it wasn't terribly impressive according to the market. We go out basically on the lows. There's a little bit of covering into the close at the end of the day, but 164, 165 coming into play here this morning.
So there were a lot of product announcements yesterday, a lot of collaborations announced as well. We saw multiple CEOs sitting down with Lisa Su and talking about new products coming up. What really caught my eye, though, was the MI325X, and that is supposed to start production. That's their response, really, for Blackwell. NVIDIA's Blackwell is supposed to start production by the end of this year. It's positioned to take on some of the individuals who will be looking at buying the Blackwell chip. The only issue is can't make them enough because Taiwan Semi's taking the majority of the production, NVIDIA's taking the majority of Taiwan Semi's production, so it's hard for AMD to challenge them there. There's also the issue, Brendo, of CUDA, their ecosystem. Yeah. So AMD is trying to respond with their own called ROCm. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah, and we all know the NVIDIA story. That's part of the catch with NVIDIA. You have to be in their environment. So yeah, we'll see how the stock responds today. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at Worksport. New discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Shout out to our friends over at Worksport. We're going to have the CEO. Yeah, you can get a tonneau cover for Rivian R1T now from Worksport. Hey. We're going to have the CEO on coming up in a couple of weeks, 17th, I believe, for Worksport. So we'll chat with them.
Yeah, it should be a fun one there. Thank you, Brennan. So AMD is, it didn't, the event, it doesn't really matter. They sold the news on the event. I think that's the big takeaway. The good news is that the 50 period gone, 200 period moving average was the exact bounce zone. So to show you where to look for support today on AMD would be like this prior high, the 200 period, keep saying the wrong thing, is 162. That is essentially to the penny where it bounced, is that 200 period moving average on the daily. And you've got this nice clean over under at 166. On the 15-minute, the sole green candle after that event until the end, until it really was making those bottoms in there, was at 166. And you got a pre-market high up there. This feels like the Tesla 225. It's an over-under. If we don't break this, AMD's a short again. If we break it, I think it's going ham. The problem with the break at 166 on AMD is if that happens, NVIDIA's probably breaking 135. And I get it. It's Friday. There were 2.5 million shares on the offer on NVIDIA at 135. It did not break it. The short was the better trade yesterday several times. This morning it was the better trade. That said, breaking this one out, I'm going to take it. If it's a quick fail, then I'm going to have a tight stop. Like, this is not one of those where I hold it down like $1, even like the $0.50. Forget that. If it's going to hold above 135 on a Friday, there'll be multiple chances to get it. You got 37s as a local high. I think a move that gets into that, you want to try to be adding to it because the 35 is such an obvious breakout level here in NVIDIA. There was also like Broadcom 186.5, if you prefer that stock. It was basically the same thing in looking at the strong chip names. But the problem with Broadcom is, why are we not looking at a Broadcom break? No, because Broadcom is dumped 2% here. And the more that I look at this, if it doesn't recover, this is not the best sign. And again, part of the reason why I have a really tight stop on that NVIDIA break is if it fails, you already have some weakness here. The market's coming in, Broadcom's already dumped a little bit here. You don't want to be taking one breakout trade that ruins your morning. The upsides, if it goes and it works right away, you're going to get $1, you're going to get $2. Maybe you can even hold it for more in the last portion. But if it fails, you could easily get a rinse job. And Broadcom should be at least giving us some warning here. So I'm going to take the break regardless. There's no question about it at that 35. But I'm going to have a tight stop on it on NVIDIA.
Yeah, no, definitely a lot of tech names on watch today. Chip names, yeah, AMD. We saw what happened on the event. We talked about this earlier in the pre-market. The definition of sell the news. Pretty much, event starts at 11:55. This candle starts at 12 o'clock, makes the intraday high, can't even get to pre-market highs, and look at that volume, expanding volume coming in for the flush of some of these prior levels there. All this anticipation, all this bidding that kind of went up into the event. Nice little shelf breakdown here through that 170, 169 area right here on AMD. So I'm going to be, I have a level marked right here, as you guys can see, just underneath 166. Why is that? Why do I like that 166? Well, take a look at this. So off of that strong flush, that initial consolidation that lasted longer. Well, sure, we have a little bit of a pit stop here, 167s, but take a look at this. We stop and consolidate underneath 166. We flush a little bit lower, and then the strongest bid that kind of came in throughout this selling action is right here from about 1 o'clock to about 1:30. For about 30 minutes, it bids up, and it still cannot get through that 166 and continues to flush lower with a nice little strong bid coming in at the end of the day, going into imbalances, going into the close. So that's definitely interesting. And look at that. Might have had a bit of I guess eye on that level intraday, but that level coming in again in the pre-market as we cannot get above 166 and we continue to fade off. So that 166 definitely going to be on watch today. Prior day low as well, sitting right at 162 on the dot on AMD. So going to be interesting there. Pre-market lows on watch as well. Pre-market low being 164.17. We're trading at 164.85 right now on AMD. And yeah, that NVIDIA 135 is absolutely showing itself as well. Once again, very, very clear level right there. You can see a double top yesterday, and then 4 a.m. candle high right there. When that 7 a.m. volume comes in, nice little flat consolidation, a nice little push up into that 830. And look at that. The 134.99 stays the high. So that level, that held offer is still sitting at that 135 on NVIDIA, and we've been making higher lows into that level. So let's see if we're poised for a little bit of a breakout. Don't forget, all-time highs on NVIDIA is sitting right there at 140.99. So 5.6-point move on NVIDIA on some strong volume on a breakout, I think is more than possible. And before we even get to that 41 level, take a look at this. Another prior high at that 137. Gonna have to get through that one to get through all-time highs as well. So gonna be interesting. AMD, NVIDIA definitely on watch today when it comes to chip.
Affirm back downside right now, but decent morning here so far this morning. Couple of analyst notes on AFRM, including an upgrade this morning. It struggled at that high from yesterday. That was in the pre-market or right out of the gate this morning as well. We'll see if we can get above 44, but decent here, almost 3% right now.
Yeah, and Bernstein chiming in here on Affirm, Brendo, really liking it. So overweight from equal weight is the upgrade there. A nice price target upgrade as well from 40 to 52. Here are the reasons. They believe Affirm has clearly demonstrated, according to them, the right to win the incremental e-commerce checkout market game. They're also on track to achieve GAAP profitability. And the market stock valuation is palatable, according to Bernstein. So good look. And I was telling you off camera, I just bought an iPad last week, and no matter where I went, whether it was Amazon, whether it was Apple's website, Affirm was there at the checkout for the buy now, pay later. They seem to be making all the right deals. Quietly,
taking over more and more market. If you go to a higher time frame on daily chart, this is just a daily chart of Affirm, 44 and then 48. This chart looks pretty good. If you zoom out, way out, go back to pandemic levels, we're nowhere near highs. 52, 54, maybe the line in the sand way up here, but chart looks pretty good here for Affirm, guys.
It really does. And I have to admit, now that we're considering Uber, after looking at the Uber chart, it's hard to prefer this one. Like, I liked it for the gap up. It's like if the chip breakouts don't work out off the open, Affirm's got this nice consolidation after bouncing 38. Like, there was a breakout, hold 40, make one step, break 44, look 45, 46. That all looks pretty good. We're now at $43 all of a sudden. Like, you're pulling back. I still think if you lose 43, that 42 area, I don't know why I have 42.40. Oh, yeah, probably because of this day. I think that 42 area prior close can be something if it fills in the gap. But that 44 break's looking less likely. The market's looking kind of weak. You look at what's going on with Uber. Like the Tesla, of course, now Uber, as I say that, Uber just lost the pre-market support level. So might have to wait on this one as well. Like the Uber needs to be holding out and about above 82.14, which is the all-time high. So I think both those, whether it's Affirm 44, that's going to have to wait for it to make some kind of a bottom. Uber, same story. Even that break on NVIDIA, like look at NVIDIA now. We just had to move to the downside. Like everything just kind of take down. So you're a ways away from anything looking like breakouts as weak as this market is. And I feel like if it's a short today, it might end up in only Tesla. I just want to quickly put up the imbalance locator here for everybody, because I did not have that one up and 930 hit. Yeah, it's just Uber for 300,000 to buy, NVIDIA 200,000 to sell. Nothing really stands out. That's very small for NIO. But keep an eye here, just a small imbalance to the sell side on NVIDIA and just a small buy imbalance on Uber that stand out. But Uber needs to be above 82.14 for that all-time high breakout. That's in play, but now $1 away from it. And Affirm, $1 away from that 44 break as well.
Yeah, I really like that Uber push for potential. I guess we'll see. We'll see. Again, similar question that I always like to ask: if the bid is real and we pull back into it, where and when will it catch? If it even does, that's going to be my. I guess that's the look on Uber for me today. But Affirm, yeah, that 47.98 is that prior high from the middle to end of September, right there, coming in. And a bit of a break of that trend as of right now as well. So that's something I am watching. So Affirm been bidding up for the past few days. If you just measure off of this high, if I can catch that candle right there, there it is. Boom. So a little bit of a trend there, and then we got some trend acceleration as well to the downside as well. We've broken both of those general areas. Now I'm just drawing rough trend lines right there, nothing precise. But you can see that whenever it's done that before, a bit of a trend break, it has been making higher highs and higher lows. Again, since this August 5th low right there with that earnings coming in with a strong push. and then we continue, even off of a sell-off, we continue to hold prior levels and make some higher and visit some higher prices here on Affirm. So let's see if that will have anything in store for us today. If it can get through this 44 prior day high, just shy of that 44 pre-market highs as well, in and around just shy of that 44 mark on Affirm. So let's look for that continuation if it's going to be there. If not, maybe a little bit of sell-off. Who knows? I have no idea what it will do. I'll be watching some of those prices to look for some action there.
DJT has been pretty impressive the past week and a half to even going back to 3 weeks ago. Back downside right now, just coming into 26 once again, but definitely active here in the pre-market. Was up better part of 10% initially.
In the pre-market, a sell imbalance of 450,000 flashed on Tesla, immediately paired off half of it, and it just went through that 220. Sorry, I was geared up for, we were just about to talk about DJT, but that just happened on Tesla. So it just broke 220, now starting to come back in. Might have to look, sometimes you got to move the targets here. I still want to give it a chance. We like the 225 a little bit better. VWAP's going to sit here at 223.35 as it's now broken to the downside. DJT is very quickly for everybody. 27, big level on the daily chart. 29, big level on the daily chart. If it doesn't break out 27, I'm thinking fade off of this level. I paid for locates. It needs to be like a pop failed break setup is what I'm looking for on DJT. Even that's getting heavy with 1 minute to go. Uber is still a buy of 600,000, but pretty much everything else is sell side. Wells Fargo is a buy of 240,000. Tesla is pairing off, but that 200 break was rather rapid. Let's be patient about this one here. No, I'm not hitting any lows. Short sell, it'll be 10% down at what, like 215-ish? Something along those lines if I'm doing some napkin math there. But a wild one. Doesn't matter what we think of the event or if you had fun watching it or you thought it was exciting. It was a breakout actually in the aftermarket on Tesla, got up to 250. Right now it's down 7.5% and more as we're about to get this opening bell. So a lot is pulling in here. I just looked up AMD's at 164. Stick a fork in the 166 for the time being. We're going to need some pops if you want to fade some of these weaker names. We're just going to have to wait for it in here as we got the last opening bell of the week brought to you by WorkSport on the NASDAQ. WKSP added to your watch list today. Adara in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. That was overly, oh yeah, that's right. That was overly gentle on our ears. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Okay. Hey, it was loud yesterday, but that's okay. I didn't think it was that bad.
I'm watching this Uber here, pre-market high 82.87. Let's see if that can come in. I'm catching a bit of a bid. We got that flush off of the imbalances there that dropped us down to 81, and we're getting a nice little bid back up above that prior all-time highs, 82 teens it was. But again, pre-market highs is a little bit higher, 82.87, so just shy of that 83. So let's see where we go on this Uber. I'm ready for a little bit of a ride. If you guys are trying to share on this ticker here on Uber, but yeah, 82 is holding right now. I'm going to be patient. I'm watching AMD as well. I'm watching Nvidia. I am watching JPM, Wells Fargo, Tesla, Robinhood as well. Palantir's strong. I like that. The market is flushing to the downside on the NASDAQ, but the ES is holding relatively well. Bit of a trend on that ES, and NQ has definitely broken that shelf at 20,360 as well. So there is Uber to the upside.
Uber's
there.
flying.
82.70s right here. Let's see if we can get that break of pre-market high right now. Neil, what's going on?
So Uber actually broke out the all-time high right off the open. I didn't get the breakout trade, but whoa, just shot to 83. But I did get it at 82.10 there. Just shot right to 83. Do not fail the 83 level. I was trying to add back through 82. Didn't get any more shares. If it does come back into the downside, we'll definitely play a dip buy in here. But it's now broken out the 83. Quick buck in the money. My God, Tesla's dying. We'll get to that in a second. Tesla's absolutely dying here, down at 217 bucks. We're not going to get that trade. This is absolute insanity. So if we can hold on to the prior high here, 82.50, I want to look for a place to add into this trade. Looking awfully good here in Uber. But what's not looking good is Tesla, as everyone can see. Tesla, I'm just going to cancel my offer. There is nothing doing on Tesla here. There is no bid. There is no liquidity. it is just falling. I got to think about like the first available bounce in consolidation. We're going to want to be short this sucker if we can. NVIDIA is about to go as well. So NVIDIA about to get to this 135 level for the breakout. I'm going to take the break. I'm going to have a relatively tight stop on it. I haven't seen the offer to see what the liquidity looks like on NVIDIA. There was 2.5 million shares there yesterday. Will it be there today? I have no idea, but I think we're going to find out rather quickly here on NVDA. Market's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Just the one position, just Uber on that break. Now with fresh all-time highs, $1 in the money. I don't want it losing that 83, but I want to be buying that dip, that's for sure.
Yeah, nice catch on that 82 there, Neil. I like that, but it's kind of struggling to push past that these pre-market highs as of right now. So I'm kind of continuing to watch that. 134 back in on NVIDIA, 82 halves right here on Uber. So nice little selling back into that pre-market range right here. So we did catch a nice little bid right off of the open there for a push up into a high of 83.43. We're trading right back down into 82.30s as of right now. So let's see if it does pull back. Can it catch a little bit of a bid in some of these pre-market, in this pre-market range here on Uber? Let's see where that VWAP is sitting at as well. So I have VWAP right now at 82.19. We're trading at 82.20s right there. So VWAP holding as of right now on Uber. Nice little push right off of the open there, but aggressive selling coming right in. Got to remember that the ES and the NASDAQ are looking distinctly different as of right now. Look at the ES blasting to the upside, and the NASDAQ, a bit of a sell-off there on the NASDAQ. So Tesla definitely being one of the top constituents, one of the Mag 7s there on the NASDAQ, and bringing in that aggressive selling once again. What's going on?
Here's one stronger name here for sure. Near high of days right now, JP Morgan. Quite the chart. We had this push down here into 210s. Now we're into almost 220s. They had earnings this morning, beating for earnings per share and net revenue estimates, though there was a bit of a cautious note with regards to the M&A regulatory environment, which we know has been a concern, as well as geopolitical issues. Jamie Dimon, the CEO, saying, though, apparently their balance sheet is, quote, extraordinarily strong. So JPM here up about 3.5% right now, guys.
I'm angry with myself over Wells Fargo because Wells Fargo is at $61. I just went for a 215 break on Tesla. There was no real great pop to play off of. I thought maybe you'd see something closer to 220 to play off of that, but it just broke 215 down and then right back to the upside. So kind of like the NVIDIA trade, I don't want to hang on to it too long there. But Tesla is trying to catch a bit at the 215, starting to come to the upside. SSR, I feel like it might have ticked it there. So we're now short sell restricted on Tesla through 215. I just heard the yup from Brankles over there, so that's 100% confirmed because he's all over it. Yeah, that might have been a reversal long trade. The only thing we just got is the reload. We wanted to get our shares there at the 82 on Uber. We did pick them back up. Local bottom here is now 81.90. That's where the new stop is going to go, just underneath that on Uber, as Obi likes to say. But Tesla SSR bounce might be in play. Whoa. That did not break the stop. All right, we're getting right back in. That did not break 81.90. And when it does, I'm just going to jump out of it. But Tesla's now short sell restricted. I probably should have been long there back through 215, but I did not realize that was SSR. That's 100% on me. You got to be able to look for that. No way I'm trying to even though it's a small hit, there's no way I'm looking for a short when it's going SSR. That's insanely stupid. But now going back to the upside, if Tesla does a nice little higher low, this is an SSR bounce. I usually like those to VWAP and then get the you-know-what out of Dodge. No break of NVIDIA, that 135. Again,
yeah,
the shorts just wins there, right?
The 34s have been holding quite well as well on that one. We saw what action that 34 brought in yesterday. We have been making higher lows off of that. That is something to consider there on NVIDIA. So yeah, gonna stay a little patient. Gonna continue watching Tesla with a little bit of a bid as well coming in. AMD continuing to sell off. We did not get to that 166. We got to a low of 163 instead on NVIDIA. But yeah, I'm not really seeing too much else there. I'm gonna again, as Sharif likes to say, pack my patience a little bit. Palantir though continuing to push prior day highs right there. So a little bit of a breakout of prior day's highs on Palantir, trading at 44.12's high of day as of right now on Palantir. Oh boy, here comes Uber as well, holding that VWAP as of right now, Neil. So maybe we are poised for a little bit of a bid here on Uber on the day here. I'm watching SMCI as well. I'm looking at a few different charts here just to see what could potentially come in. Right off of the open, some strong drives as we see. Again, Tesla, strong opening drive to the downside there, coming into that prior 215, 216 level on Tesla. So let's see if that can hold the bid there. AMD, nice little bid as well, coming right back up into 164s. Oh boy, are we going to get that 166?
Did you say Uber or Bull?
Nice.
Let's go to Adara.
Sorry. Hello. The numbers are going to be Top Wealth Group here, up over 100%. This one announcing here this $10.8 million public offering of 27 million shares, priced here at 40 cents per share. Currently trading here around almost $5. We also do have here a float of 2 million shares. 7.4% of that float is going to be sold short. If you're liking this content, make sure you're liking and subscribing to the show to make sure you can check this out every single day, guys.
I'm just telling Sharif, that SSR bounce on Tesla was the gold standard of SSR bounces. No matter how the day ends, that's on me. You know, it doesn't even make a difference whether I got out of dodge on that one. I had the order to break because it's an even dollar. It's going down. It's an even dollar. I was looking short. But no, it was 10% down in that moment. It's right at VWAP in there. I don't have an entry that chases it to $217 to get that last $3 in there. But if you noted that SSR level, congratulations to you. It happens, man. You're out in the wild. I got to get over to, if the crypto names are making some power moves, this is, money move, says Fabian. This is MSTR. MSTR broke that 189. It is gone, gone, gone. The market's at the lows. NASDAQ's at the lows. Sorry, ES is trying to break higher as we speak. At the ES to the top, you got the NASDAQs at the bottom, you got Bitcoin going ham, you got Uber at all-time highs, and unfortunately, like one of the things that we're all excited for was a 135 break on NVIDIA. NVIDIA doesn't care, man. NVIDIA is not doing absolutely anything here. You got to look at some of these banks. I think it was a missed opportunity for myself. The 59 never really came in outside of the pre-market on Wells. It's trying to put in a higher low. If it can hold on to VWAP, I think I got to try to at least join the trend here. But Uber's running into resistance again here. Again, we did the scalp into VWAP in the prior high. I'm looking for it to hold above 83s. Like the idea is to be, as long as you like higher low, break 83, play another higher low, and then just see if we can't work this all the way to the 83 half, hopefully like even an 85. That's the plan of action there on Uber. It just needs to make that press for us. It's the only thing I'm in, and it should have been, look, I should have been in Tesla, but it is what it is. You got to move on to the next. NVIDIA doing absolutely nothing here, guys.
Yeah, it's turning a lot of volume on this 134, so I'm continuing to watch this. Again, a lot of volume was done at that 134 yesterday as well, and it continues to do that 134 volume. Nice little churn here. Look at that opening range right here. A bit of a messy chart as of right now, but you can see the first few opening candles we're trading within the range of those right there. Again, it's 9:40, only about 10 minutes off of the open there, and we've done about 18 million shares, 19 million on NVIDIA, still holding that 134. So I'm going to continue watching this. Maybe that 135 will come in potentially, but I got to pack my patience for that one, Neil. So I am kind of, yes, Sharif. I'm kind of just waiting patiently, just looking for a potential trade there. I don't see any reversions. I don't see too much price action just yet. But again, something that is continuing that I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye is a Palantir, Neil. So that thing is hella strong on the day today.
Now, Palantir is now 1.5%, breaking 44 even. It's not Uber's not the only thing making fresh highs. I think the all-time high on Palantir is 45. I'll have to double check. We'll go to Adara. I'm going to double check that all-time high on Palantir. It's got to be coming in.
Nice bounce here for Micron off this previous support level here of 105. This one was really strong yesterday as well, actually getting its own 2x levered long and short ETFs there, MUU and MUD from Direction Daily. There's also worth noting here we actually had a positive note on Micron from Jim Cramer on CB And CNBC stories, mad money, I guess. We do have apparently Micron saying had an amazing quarter according to Jim Cramer. So MU getting some love from CNBC, up almost 1% right now today, guys. Let's see if we can continue that move from yesterday.
Thank you very much there, Adara. I think I have like 45 is the all-time high. It doesn't really matter. Palantir's pretty much there right now. Some Uber again. The only concern would be this 83. You're running into the same resistance as before. Load. There we go. So there's your break, all-time highs, all that good stuff. But Uber starting to slow down. You have another, like it was a bad wick at the open. If you lose underneath again here at 90 level, I want to be jumping out and then playing for that lower high off of, or that higher low off of VWAP in here. We're going to take it out if we lose this bid and try and just resume the trend to the upside. It's holding, and as long as it can manage to hold this level, we'll gap to the upside. Tesla, if you got the SSR bounce, congratulations. The next trade is just trying to come back into this like 2020 level. And remember, this is a tricky one here. It's SSR. So I needed to fail a breakout was the ideal setup. Like not stand out in front of it when it's a short sell restricted name, because if it breaks 2020 and holds above, you could go flying now that it's short sell restricted. It would need to trap people in a 2020 long to even think about it. I'm going to make the assumption that Rivian is not a $10 break anymore. Yeah, it's not. So throw out the Rivian $10 break after that bounce in Tesla as well.
Yeah, no, continuing to watch the same kind of names here. That Tesla bounce, that SSR, that's absolutely beautiful. I looked at it right there, and aggressive bid off of that 214.40, and now we're consolidating just underneath that 220 there, Neil. So let's see if we can get back up to some of those pre-market highs. That double bottom low, again, we talked about in the pre-market. 222 is the level I want to watch on Tesla coming into that 220. AMD as well catching a bit of a bid here. You can see here. Let me just pull up the chart right here. So coming right back into some of these pre-market ranges. We didn't quite get to yesterday's low of day 162 clean on yesterday's low of day on AMD. 166 as well. So again, I have AMD up here. I'm gonna pull it up on my tape if and when it can get closer to 166. Right here, if we're chopping around in this pre-market range, I don't necessarily want to get involved just yet. But nice little action off of the open. Let me know in the chat what you guys have been trading off of the open. Have you guys taken any trades yet? As we come into the close of the first 15-minute candle, it is 9:44.55 right now, Neil. So yeah, closing first 15-minute candle as of right now on a lot of these names. So let us know in the chat what you guys have been trading. UPS, says someone. Amazon long. We will take a look at some of those in just a second.
DJT, Obi.
Yes, DJT is going.
DJT's at that $27 level as well. So that's a big one. Tesla's at 220. No break of 220 on Tesla. Just got to VWAP and backed off again. But DJT, for myself, the 27 had to be a failed break. Like, it's got to be a failed breakout through 27. So now that it's broken 27, it needs to come back under, lose the bid, short to the local high. Although if it breaks the pre-market high, then I'm hands off. Like, it has to lose this 27 level before it gets to the prior pre-market high in there, which is about $27.50. If it can do that and hold underneath for at least a hair. All right, now it's back underneath. Some sellers are starting to emerge. Give me 80s in there, 27 quarter. Get filled, get filled, get filled, get filled. There we go. It just got picked up in the 80s. I got 84. Local highs at the quarter mark. Stops already in on DJT. VWAP sits at 26.25. I want to get out in front of that quarter mark on DJT. Trails in on Uber, but Uber's now really challenging that opening range bottom. Love to see it hold above that opening range bottom. We're trying to hold it through 83 even on the Uber long. All right, buyers are already here at the 50s on DJT. Need to get something out there, and then we'll play it back into VWAP. So DJT came in. Tesla, no break of 220. That's still a good short level if you're just standing out in front of it. I'm not, because it's SSR. But we're in DJT for the first time. Yeah, the buyers really like this $26.50 level. You just can't get filled out in front of it.
Yeah, nice little pop there on NVIDIA as well. We kind of knocked on the door of that. Well, not all the way, but we're trading in the 50s. We went all the way to 60s, 70s, almost 80s there on NVIDIA 134s. And let's see if that 135 can potentially still come in. But again, we've been doing a lot of volume here. 23 million traded so far on the day, and all of it has been pretty much on top of this 134 on NVIDIA. So a nice little potential accumulation for a continuation through that 135. But again, the ES is going. The NASDAQ is definitely trailing a little bit behind. We are getting a little bit of a bid off of that sell-off that we had earlier. Let's see if we can kind of push back through this 20,400. We did wick it right off of what candle is this? So about an 8:30 candle right there. We did wick a little bit of that as of right now. So let's see. The NASDAQ, we can definitely use a little bit of tailwind from the NASDAQ for a push through that 135 as of right now. I'm looking at Tech Basket as well. AMD 165 and change trading right now, so almost at that 166 level that I want to be watching at. SMCI just trading within its opening range. What's happening?
I think be careful with AMD. I'm looking over at Broadcom here because remember how Broadcom was dumping in the pre-market as a bit of a negative sign for the chip space? Well, it just made a huge bounce. If it holds on to VWAP, this could be the thing that gets it going. Like the NASDAQ, I said, NASDAQ was at lows and the ES was at highs. Banks were strong. If Broadcom starts to join this party to the upside, I think that changes things for these chip names. So I'm going to have this one up somewhere because I like that AMD 166 as well for resistance. But look at the strength. It's like a liquidity grab underneath the pre-market low when taking a step back. It's a liquidity grab underneath that pre-market low, the prior close. Stair step up into a flat top break. And if that's happening at the same time, NASDAQ's catching a bid, Broadcom's catching a bid, I don't know how much I like that short into that kind of strength. So unless Broadcom reaffirms that you're going downside here, I don't know how much I'm going to like that short. I'm just kind of changing things on the fly. Uber now at that high of the day, so it's put up or shut up time, all-time highs on Uber. This is the spot that we like, so we're going to change our stop. We're not going to trail this one back into that 83 zone. Now looking for the new trend that just got observed here. So it's a wild one this morning. You got Tesla with the cyber taxi. You got AMD going all over the bloody place. You got Palantir, all-time highs, Uber all-time highs. If you like the show, hit that like and subscribe, everybody. And if you want to throw out some numbers in the chat or some names in the chat that we haven't got to, you got to be a subscriber to do that. So hit that subscribe. Make sure you hit that bell so you're notified. And Uber 84, oh boy, Obi.
Boy, coming in.
It's starting to stall at that 84. I'm going to have to set a new trend. If it loses this trend line, I'm going to be getting out. I got to find another entry point in here. Let's see what can happen. Tesla's through 220. Oh, SSR bounce for the win, everybody.
That thing is going.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that should have been a long. Hi, my name is Neil. At least I'm not shorted.
Yeah, no, that Tesla is looking hella strong right there. Coming into that pre-market level, that 222 we were talking about, right? So that 222 coming in. Uber super strong as well through its all-time highs right there, printing into 84, almost 84s here as of right now. Again, ES super strong. NQ doing a bit of a bounce as well. So let's see where these tickers will take us. 220 acting as a little bit of a resistance, but that 222 is definitely more of a level there on Tesla. 134.70s, Neil. We're only about a quarter away, again, from that 135 here on NVIDIA. So got to keep an eye on that one real close as that 135 comes in. Is that size going to be showing up again once more today? It was there in the pre-market. It was there yesterday. Let's see if it shows up again. 134.70s trading on NVIDIA as of right now.
It's coming.
Oh boy.
I feel like that's going to be next. It seems like that's going to be next. I was asked if I have any trades on Mara. Barry, I usually go short in Mara. And after that bounce in BTC and what's happening on MSTR, I think you have to be patient. The general idea on Mara for myself has been, okay, NVIDIA's at 135. It's been shorted off the 50 period on the daily. So when it gets to that, that's where I look for the reversion on MARA. It's not there yet, so I have no trade. But NVIDIA is at 135. I have it up on another level too. I have the break set. That's not, when it breaks, I'm just crossing to 21s. So we should get the fill. There's about, what does that look like? 1.6, 1.7 on the offer. So less than there was yesterday. But I mean, what are we talking about here? It was 2.4 million on the offer of NVIDIA at 135 yesterday. Today it's 1.6. It's a very, very tight stop for me when this breaks, based on the selling that's going on at this level. That's a very, very tight stop. If it fail breaks this level, you're going to be back at VWAP very quickly, I think. So 135 NVIDIA, here we come. We just tagged 84 again. My trail on Uber just went to 83.50. But it looks like this NVIDIA is going to happen any second now.
Yeah, you got to keep a close eye on that one. NVIDIA pushing for that 135 once again. So let's see if that can come in. Knocking on the door.
Scalpers
in the 90s. Yeah, they're definitely. We saw how well the scalp worked yesterday for NVIDIA. Here it comes once again, knocking on the door of that 135. So let's again, got to pack our patience, which we have been. As that 135 knocks once again for, what is this, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth time? I don't even remember, Neil, as it kind of attempts to push even higher right now. See, that 135 break could definitely give us a strong move. If not, maybe a false break as well. Who knows? Going to continue watching that as we trade in the 90s. Oh boy, look at that. Selling coming right back in. Can't even print that. High a day right now is 135 on the dot. But let's see, can we hold the last quarter there? Can we hold above 75s and continue to the upside here on NVIDIA, Neil? I have no idea.
All right, Uber just broke 84. The trail's going in now. Moving the trail from 83.5 into 80, just underneath the 84 level. Feels like we just made a bit of a curl on the NASDAQ with no break of NVIDIA coming in here. Let's go to Adara.
Beware of Conduit Pharmaceuticals here, CDT. This one making a little bit of a base here. This keep in mind penny stocks. So we bounced a bit off 12 cents here. Now we're having a little bit of rejection at the 15-cent level, but trying to push higher here with pretty strong, actually increasing volume off the open. AstraZeneca, AZN, reporting an almost 10% stake in the company, which has a $12 million market cap, guys.
$12 million market cap. That's absolutely gigantic. There you go. You can be a mid-tier NBA player and buy that company. Shout out to Jacob Portal, who could be the proud owner of whatever company that was. So two things just happened. One, we just got out of Uber. We're going to ring the register on that one. And DJT just broke 26. So the fail breakout at 27, play to the 26 half. Now we're working off the pre-market lows. I have a trail to 26 even here. This does represent a higher low on DJT. Want to make sure we lock it in if we can. Uber, oh no, Uber might have just, you know, it is what it is. It got to the 84. I said if it failed the 84, we're going to get out. It set up a new steep trend once it broke this high outside of this one. So you can have the old trend line and not care about it. But the steep trend in here was just broken, which got me out of it. But we're out of Uber for now. Still a trend up. We'll take $1.80 on it and hang on to the DJT short. Okay, NVIDIA's coming again. All right, NVIDIA. The scalpers are winning on this. You could have, if you were scalping the short trend, I'm talking 97, 98. Like legitimately, you're just sitting on the offer 97, 98, 99. You could have made your day shorting this. The downside to that trade is, who knows what price you get on the way back out. So if you're scalping it for 5, 10 cents, you know, get it a couple times, well, you might lose 20 on a 135 break. So I'm playing it in one direction. Just going to take the breakout long here and throw a tight stop in there, and that's going to be the play here. So when we're at the 135, that's where the focus has to be.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're kind of building up into it. We saw all the volume kind of churn on top of that 134 as well, and we're just kind of continuing to knock on the door. Again, significantly less size than there was on that level today versus yesterday. And yeah, going to continue to watch that 135 as we continue to trade in 134.90s, Neil. So we are definitely knocking on the door of that 135. As soon as that breaks, let's see if we can catch a little bit of a push. Here it comes once again, 98s, 99s. Oh boy.
Break it.
Let's see if it can potentially come in here on the day. I have no idea, but that, again, a lot of pressure. It does look aggressive. It is the morning session, and we're in the first half hour of the day. So going to continue to watch this one as, again, some of the breakouts in the first part, and the end of the day definitely going to be a little bit better, I think. And we're getting that volume as well, that morning volume that can potentially take us through, what is that, 9,000, almost 9,000 lots there on that, or just over 9,000 lots there at that 135 as of right now.
Yeah, it's still, every time you stare down a breakout, it doesn't happen. So I feel like I'm just going to stop staring at it. DJT just came back through 26. So we end up with we got an 84 price and then an 04 out. So we about 80 pennies on that one, 30 on the first. Good risk to reward. There's a pretty specific setup for a fail breakout at that 27 level, so we're out of that. Uber looks like it was the right decision to get out there, at least temporarily, at that 94 level, scalp to here. Once it broke the high, there was really no obvious place to get back into it. Didn't retrace VWAP. Maybe we'll still get that. I want to thank you, Robbie V, for the super chat. Thoughts on Lunar. Now that NVIDIA, I'm out of both the two, the short on DJT and we're out of the long on Uber. Now that we're also not breaking 135, we can look at Lunar. No worries there. We appreciate the super chat. Again, just always hit the like and the subscribe. This one, I don't know the story here as to why it might be rallying or if it even needs one, because look at the liquidity grab underneath $7 on the daily chart. That's usually a pretty solid reversal setup. So you pop that over, go to the 15. There's your liquidity grab. There's your consolidation. There's your breakout. Although it just rejected this 740 break. That's what has to hold. You got to hold this break here to make the next move up. So it's challenging that 740, I would say. But I like the general setup. You probably be long at a 735 and be in the money here, giving it back to the pre-market lows. Good look for Lunar. You like those liquidity grabs for continuation plays. Yeah, once again, NVIDIA just can't seem to break. I'm going to go back over to Tesla. It'll happen at some point. I feel like there's no chance. Are we testing this level 2 days in a row on NVIDIA for us not to get there? Come on. I don't think so. Tesla did not get that fill. Yeah, kind of missed the fill back underneath. So there was your rejection of the 220 break on Tesla. Came back underneath it. I did try to pick it up. If it bounces here, I don't want to just be sitting on the offer. I tried to pick it up on the way back through on this VWAP fail, like the confirmation candle. Didn't get it, but I still think the 220 is a level to watch here for Tesla, SSR. So be careful. Yeah,
that 220. And oh boy, kind of missed that one on AMD there, Neil. You can see that it didn't quite get to, 166, but we got to a high of 165.60, and we're getting a little bit of a pullback there. So making a lower high relative to this pre-market area here on AMD. So going to continue watching that one there to see if that can continue to make lower highs. Maybe we still have a chance of coming into that 166, or we're getting a nice little strong flush. But look at the distinct difference here on the ES versus the NASDAQ. The ES continuing to push fresh highs as the NASDAQ kind of just teeters along and trading within its opening range as of right now. Oh boy, there's that selling coming in a little bit off of that 135. That 135 short has been quite amazing. Like you said, continuing to churn that on the sell over and over again has definitely been paying on NVIDIA. No idea when it'll break, but that's been the trade since yesterday, since it started knocking on the door of that 135.
We got numbers here. Let's go to Adara. You have your earpiece on?
No, I don't.
Oh.
We did get numbers here. Michigan consumer sentiment. This is the preliminary print for October, coming in below estimates here, 68.9 compared to the previous print of 70.1, and the consensus here of 70.8, forecast of 70.4. So below expectations here for the consumer sentiment number. Inflation here, preliminary here, the 5-year inflation expectation below estimates, 3% versus 3.1% expected. Consumer expectations below estimates, as were current conditions. The current inflation expectations here actually above estimates, though. So 2.9% compared to the previous print of 2.7%, forecast of 2.6%. So to recap, higher than expected inflation expectations for right now, lower than expected 5-year inflation expectations, and lower than expected consumer sentiment. SPY taking a move to the downside on this, though still positive on the day, as Opie just mentioned there. NASDAQ a bit weaker than the S&P 500, and that's because we have a couple names in tech, including one in particular, setting us a little bit to the downside. One of these is, of course, going to be TSLA. Still struggling a bit with that 220 area, down almost 9% as of right now. Had their event yesterday that was not super well received with regards to the cyber cab and their cyber van. Cyber cab apparently set to be priced under $30,000. There's also here names like AFRM, still up about 4% here, getting its third upgrade of the week. This one from Wells Fargo with a $52 price target and overweight rating. So much to look at, guys, including some Fed speakers throughout the morning.
Thank you, Adara.
Fed speak. We always love some Fed speak for sure. Thank you very much there, Adara. I'm actually just double checking. Yeah, Wells Fargo, we didn't get picked up at 60 either. Wells Fargo's on one, 5%. Did that bounce off 59? The thing about the bounce off 59, you had to have it in the pre-market when JP Morgan tanked. Going to have to see if we can get VWAP in here at some point. It'll be at 650, so that's the next leg. I just looked over at Broadcom, and it's still failing underneath VWAP. But if Broadcom reverses trend, you now got a rounded bottom here on AVGO. I think if it can break out that high, then you're going to get the push that we're looking for on the chip names. So NVIDIA is holding on to VWAP. Look at these lit grabs. At least it's setting up. It's starting to set up at least a bit of a trend line here on NVIDIA going into that 135. Instead of just waiting only for that, now have a dip buy action to play into on NVIDIA. But that break, still looking for the break regardless. One way or another, I want that one to the long side. I completely forgot about Apple, and I just looked over at my Apple chart and realized it did bounce off that 227.5. It's a weak name here, though. So trending down at the lows when the market's already trying to bounce, but it did do a nice bounce off that 227.5. I'll look for a higher low bid there. As long as it can hold on to that higher low, things look pretty good there with Apple. NVIDIA just lost VWAP again. Not seeing a great reload on Uber and Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's still chilling underneath that 220 level. I'm going to double check DJT. I want to see if that sets something else up. So we already had one fail break at 27. Maybe a fail of VWAP can set up a bit of a trend short down to 25 here on DJT. So packing some patience here. As let us know what symbols you guys are looking at here, because I'm waiting on the same ones. I'm looking for some re-entries into Uber long, DJT short, obviously that 135 break on NVIDIA, which doesn't want us, and then VWAP on Wells Fargo.
Yeah, that Uber, Neil, is holding some of these I guess opening range highs that right there, 183.40s, 183.30s there. That's kind of where the moving average was as well, and we're definitely holding on to those levels as we try to pull back into those day highs there on Uber. Let's see if we continue to make some higher highs and higher lows there on this trend up. Again, we can see that ES is taking a little bit of a pullback as of right now as well, and NASDAQ as well. So futures are definitely to the downside, but Uber pushing all-time highs is definitely very, very strong today. High right now, 84.17 coming into 83.90s. And that NVIDIA still has not broken back below that 134, Neil. So that 134 definitely interesting, continuing to stay catching a little bit of a bid there on that 134 on NVIDIA. So gonna be, like you said, packing my patience, waiting for that to potentially come in here and see what that'll have in store for us going forward on the day. So yeah, the 134 hold. Again, we did a lot of volume in that area earlier, and then now we're still holding, we're still pushing. We attempted to push 135 once again, and then pull back into that 134, but that 134 continues to hold. So it should be interesting. That's the only thing I'm really watching right now. Uber with a little bit of a short here, but let's see. It doesn't really look too good as of right now. Holding the moving averages and holding some of those prior opening range highs there, poised for a little bit of a push for high a day. But that 135 on NVIDIA is probably the top thing that I'm looking at right now. Neil, what are you looking at?
I mean, I just noticed that Intel was over the 2350 level, and shout out to the people in the chat that were all yelling about it. Not in all caps, but I think they were trying to get my attention because 23.5, that was, look at the wick short that it was in yesterday's trade. Distinctly different today going into that resistance, isn't it? So I'm not thinking this is a short at 2350. I'm thinking this is now a long on Intel. What chip name is breaking out the high right now? NVIDIA can't break out the high. AMD certainly can't break out the high. AVGO is weak. The NASDAQ's doing nothing. Micron, I actually don't know what Micron is doing. It's probably, okay, it just failed the high. Interesting. Micron just failed the high of the day. Bounce Micron. But Intel looks like it's the strongest one at this point. So if it's going to hold on to this 23.5 zone, kind of give it to the bottom wick here at 44s or underneath 44s, that looks like a good continuation long. Maybe I shouldn't be picky with Uber. It's not, on the 15-minute, it's giving you no entries. I thought VWAP, and it thought otherwise. Uber continues to run to the upside. That one's a home run today. So the event, considered a dud for Tesla, considered no threat for Uber is the story. Speaking of Tesla, it's right back into that 220 level. I might see this one try to set up again, a fail break of 220 here on TSLA. All right, NVIDIA, this has to be the time.
Yeah,
NVIDIA's back at 90.
34.
hate to keep coming to this one, but what are you going to do? We got the stop order set for the 135 break here on NVIDIA. I keep feeling like this is going to be the one. It gets right to 99, no break of the 135. How many times are we going to test this? Need this break here on NVIDIA. Lots of strong names as the NASDAQ's bouncing back in here. I feel like the next thing that's going to happen is this NVIDIA breakout, though. Yeah,
so it continues to build up into that level there. So, but it's kind of sandwiched. We saw what it's been doing. It's been sandwiching from yesterday there on this name. So gonna be a little bit more patient to see if that'll potentially come in, and that could definitely come in at any time as we kind of start building up into it more and more. I guess aggressively there, 135. And the futures, you can see that we're getting a lot of tailwind here with the futures as well as that level potentially comes in. So maybe, like I said before, maybe that's what we needed for that NVIDIA 135 break. Again, only about, I guess, around 10,000 to 15 lots there on that 135, significantly less. Yesterday, what was it? What did we see? You said 2.5 million shares we saw?
2.4 on just the two gateways, NASDAQ and EdgeX. And then whatever else was on the other gateways, it was probably minimum 2.5 million shares. And then you have to consider all of the shares that would have been in the dark. Like if you're displayed 2.5 million offer 135, it's Friday as well. There's going to be at least that in the dark, if not more. So it's a pretty hefty level. Like you can always do that mental math, right? Like if there's 5 million, let's just say that's going to transact on a break of 135, you're now talking 650. So 2/3 of $1 billion worth of shares could be on the offer on a break of 135, and we'll throw ours in if it does break out. Before we go to Adara, another high just happened on Intel, so it continues to break higher. It's going to cancel. I don't need 50s anymore. I still want to play back into the prior breakout levels on any dips. Intel's on one before NVIDIA is even going anywhere. Up 2% here on Intel. I'm trying to join it, but if it extends too far, close to 24, I can't chase up to 24. Even dollars, always a turnaround spot on Intel. So let's go to Adara.
Worth keeping an eye on DoorDash here, DASH. Yesterday, this one got a nice little pop here during the middays. You can kind of see over here with volume. There is some circulation of this video. It was actually ended up being fan-made that was potentially teasing the idea that Tesla would announce a partnership with DoorDash. That did not end up happening, but DASH, again, lower volume. I think we just crossed 1 million shares traded on the day. But keep an eye on this one. Could also be an Uber and Lyft sympathy play because Dash and Uber both do deliveries. But either way, DASH up more than 3%. Keep an eye on this, guys.
Yeah, certainly worth a look there. That rumor was pretty nasty. That's why you want things to be confirmed. For sure. It's not, forget about being first reporting stuff. We always want to make sure you get it right. And if it's a rumor, just say it's a rumor. Or say like one person reporting this. Because a lot of people got rinsed on that Dash yesterday if you just reacted to the first thing you saw on Twitter. So no break of NVIDIA, but I'll hold. Apple bounces off 227.5, makes the higher low, breaks it out, and holds VWAP. So the next stair step up, if you don't get it here, then I want it there. If it gets underneath 228, I'm out. But otherwise, we're now long into Apple as the NASDAQ is flying. NVIDIA break, does it even need to happen at this point? Yes, because everyone wants it to happen. But the NASDAQ is absolutely flying. I'm joining the Apple party because if we're going to continue to go higher, I can see that being part of it. Come on, just break this level. We're still here. The amount of people that are scalping short NVIDIA at this 138, 134, 98, 99 is a little bit intense. There you go. Now you can kind of see it. Like every time it gets up to 98, 99, you just see people throwing tens of thousands of shares to scalp trade this. Like they're getting in at 98, 99, just hoping to make 5, 10 pennies, and then assuming that on the way out, they'll get a good fill. So that's what's happening. That's the size. It just went. There's the breakout on NVIDIA. Immediately goes to 35. So right to 35, right to 40, get up, NVIDIA. It's about time. Everyone was waiting forever for that to happen. So let's just see. I just heard the guys in the back. Everyone is gesticulating wildly over that breakout. I got 16s on that fill. I don't know what you got.
20. You crossed 20 pennies.
I crossed 21s and got 16s on NVIDIA, which, I mean, ultimately isn't the best fill in the world. Yeah, sellers in the 35 range. I'm going to get another leg out there. I already have one north side of the 50 level. What did Apple do? Apple's holding out pretty nicely. Just wanted to make sure that was going to be the case. So Apple's doing fine. The NASDAQ is flying. Tesla's above 220. I think we should be good with all of this. I'm glad I'm not really trying to fade much of anything right now. I haven't checked AMD yet. What's AMD doing? Oh, yeah, AMD's still weak.
Holding. Yeah.
Okay, so all this excitement here in NVIDIA. One more fill. You know what? I thought I was right at 57, 58, but I was sitting on the other side. I want a false break of 50. So break of 50. If it pulls back now, I scalped out of 2/3 of it already, and I'm going to look for the break of the 136 level to hold. Now, the reason for aggressive scalping, nothing to do with NVIDIA or AMD. I just wanted to show how weak it was. 137 is that high. So to me, the play was here to the 137. And then once you get to 137, like this high in here, once you get to 137, look for the second play. So long NVIDIA, Apple's starting to go as well. Pretty much it's a party to the upside. I think this play for myself is 135 to 137. On any break or fail break of 136, I want to take the next leg out. So it hasn't really been all that bad this morning. Can't complain. Oh, Apple should be a checkout here. Thought I was on the offer at the $0.50. Just get on the offer at the $0.50 on Apple. Apple's trying to go red to green. It's above VWAP. I like that, but I don't like the fact that it's already checking up here at the $0.50 when the market's flying. So I'm going to take some out there on Apple. I'll reload it only if it shows me a setup. It showed me the setup for the long off VWAP here. It's got to show me another setup. Give me the bounce. Let's get it on strength instead of on weakness. So NVIDIA going, Apple going. I'm just going to double check Uber for myself here. Bit of a topping tail candle. I was looking to find a place to get back into Uber. This is what the trend looks like since this consolidation at the open. You have a nice little trend that would line up with the $84 level. Whew, it's been a fun one in here. JTK, thank you for the super chat. Oh my God. TQQQ breaking out above 74. Oh my God. Oh yes, it is. Oh boy. The NASDAQ is going. The longs are printing unless you are in advanced micro devices, which can't even hold green. AMD's sick today, everybody. It's taking the day off.
Yeah, no, that 35 came in real hot, and we can't really hold 35 halves as of right now. Markets, I guess, markets pushing up to the upside. 135.68 is the high here on NVIDIA as of right now. So nice little push right off of the break of that level there. That was nice and aggressive. A lot of volume being done. So I'm gonna be a little patient to see what that level brings in. If we can come back into that 135. Again, looking for that continuation trade. If we've been holding that 135 as a resistance for the past couple of days. We've seen how significant that action was, and we get that strong push to the upside. But let's see, on a pullback, do those buyers continue to give us that continuation through that 135, or do we not hold that 135? That's the question here. ES and the NQ. There's the NQ, the NASDAQ kind of catching right back up with the NASDAQ there. With the ES there. You can see that the ES very, very strong there. There's a nice little pullback. Let's see what we do with that 135. What do you got going on with Tesla there?
Tesla's actually breaking 221 now to the upside. It's getting very strong. AMD's got to be a short somewhere. I'm just trying to find an entry. If I'm going to revert something, if I'm going to short something, it's got to be AMD. I don't see any other option. If you're looking for a pullback off of overnight highs on the NASDAQ, VWAP's going to be sitting here. I don't even know if we're going to get VWAP again on AMD. It's looking distinctly different from everything else in here. I don't want to chase it too much. Let me just give a quick look to Micron, because Micron could be a play. Nope, Micron's entirely too strong. It's got to be AMD for a fade trade in here. Try to go long, strong stocks, short, weak stocks. This one's red. It's one of the only things that did not participate in this move. So looking pretty nasty, but I don't want to chase it too far. I'd rather fade it off of VWAP. I know where my out's going to be just above VWAP if we get it. And if I don't have an out, then I don't have an in as far as I'm concerned. So let's be patient with AMD. Doesn't seem to want anything to that upside. There's always, I want to double check Rivian with this move on Tesla. Wow. Rivian is gone. Absolutely gone to the upside. 1.5%. All right, DJT is still putting in some lower highs. You always just try to go back to the well. It's after 10 o'clock. Like, what were you trading before? I've really only traded Apple, DJT, NVIDIA Tesla and Uber. Like those have been the ones, haven't really strayed away from that just yet. I feel like Intel and AMD are the only two that could join the party. But lower highs on DJT, this could be something. The problem is, in addition to lower highs, you've also got higher lows. So what you need to do is break the wedge and hold underneath it. Then it sets up another short that isn't 27 even on DJT. Patience, wait for the setup, take the trade, and then whatever happens, at least you followed a plan.
Yeah, take a look at Tesla as well. You know, we pushed past that 220 mark there on Tesla. Let me just pull this down. 220 mark. We're coming right into that 222 area, pre-market support. So let's see if that kind of turns into a support, turn into resistance. We can see that right off of the open. We got aggressive selling coming into it. We could also kind of visit this trend down from that pre-market right here. That's sitting in and around that 224s, just underneath that 224 area, in and around there on Tesla. So gonna continue to watch. Again, you said that this thing is SSR now. It just clipped that SSR point. And then we've been kind of catching a little bit of a bid, holding this level right here, 217-ish area right there, 218s, and continuing to the upside there. What's going on, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how they give a true trading edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like you. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you have to do is reach the profit goal. The best part of this limited edition program is that they have reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase, and the profit split has been upgraded. So you keep 70% of the profits. You should definitely want to check it out. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for information.
Thank you very much. And hey, man, it's a lot easier when you're trading firm capital, right? You got risk rules that you have to follow, which gives you that internal discipline via external discipline, like your risk limits that get put in, the rules you have to follow, the hoops you have to jump through. That gives you that external discipline, and then you build your own internal. So in terms of waiting for price action in here, it was just, there's your trend. It's a loose trend. I mean, it's not a perfect trend line, and the top trend line's kind of trash. It's a lot tighter. Like, I think if it gets above, I'm talking about DJT here, 26.25, that's an easy out. So you close underneath the trend, you're breaking down under VWAP, but if you break out 26.25, I'm out of that one. Apple looking okay. NVIDIA looks like it went for the next charge. I had a bid back at 135 to see if we could pull back into that big 135 level for a dip. It did not. I did not get it. Yeah, so the challenge of 136 is incoming. I'm taking it out at 136, then holding for 137. That's the plan of action with NVIDIA, is it just continues to churn higher and higher. And you know what? Even AMD wants it at this moment. So the market makes a fresh high. Even AMD. Like, we're looking for these kind of candles to get in if it's going to be a short. Not blasting higher. You don't want that. If it's going to do this, then you wait for 166. So there's no need to get in just sitting out there and getting run over by a super strong stock. So next level is going to be NVIDIA. If I don't get tagged in the 90s, then I'll look to get something on the way back out through 80s if there is a failure up here. But I'm looking for another profit take. As a matter of fact, if it's slowing here on this local break, just going to have an eyeball at the tape here and see where a good out's going to be. Yeah, it's looking like I should have taken 65 just there. We'll see. You know what? No. We're going to hold for 80s. I think it's still a bit of a hold. Now, we're just going to hold for 80s. I got a lot of other things breaking out right now. I mean, Intel's looking pretty strong. Obviously, this one's still going higher. Never got that dip by. So I think NVIDIA should be fine to that 136. Micron's breaking highs as well. We'll see about that DJT short. Might not be as good as the first one, but that's all right. Let's see what's going on in small cap land, Adara.
So much strength here in the IWM, which is actually at that 220 level for the first time since we hit that last Friday. So good look here for IWM, bouncing off that 218 level. We kind of chop and churned around all week up to this point. Great look as well here for TWG. This is Top Wealth Group. Just hit a new high of day before pulling back here. This is up about 175%. Now, since that they've priced its a public offering here of $10.8 million worth here, 27 million shares offered at 40 cents per share. So great look here for TWG with about a 2 million share float. 7% of that is going to be sold short. Next up, we have here on no news, but popping to the upside, STEM. This company is called STEM. They're up about 13% today. They have, it's worth noting here, a 22.6% short float. Also decent short float for our last name here, which is Pacific Biosciences of California, PACB. This one, of course, has run before. It's currently near high of days here, up about 14%, signing this national or collaboration agreement with the National Cancer Center of Singapore. The company is going to help use its sequencing technologies to help this organization. So great look here for PACB, 20% short float. Lots of names to keep an eye on here, guys.
Hack B, a Kathy Wood special. I remember Pacific Biosciences. I mean, I don't know what they're up to now, but it's good to see them in play. Shout out to Kathy Wood. I hope it's going well for them. We're back underneath VWAP on AMD. I feel like this lower high, if it can hold on to these prior high candles, I should have waited for confirmation on this. Yeah, I don't think I waited for confirmation on this move. So I'm going to go with a tight stop on AMD. I like the AMD short. I feel like we missed it the first time, and that's not a good enough reason to get in early. We're going to go tight stop underneath here at about 75 and not even give it to that high. I should only give it to 70. Everything else is flying to the upside, even DJT in there. So I think that was a lazy entry. So we're going to scalp it right out, not give it to the prior high. What you want to have happen is get the topping tail candle and then get an entry like this, or even something along the lines of, down here on the way to the downside, not on the way to the upside. We're churning. Everything is flying to the upside right now. I don't know what just happened there on Apple, but it didn't get to VWAP for the reload. 229 was a prior close. 229 is the next target there on Apple. NVIDIA is still churning and looking like it's going to be fantastic. The only thing we missed, at least I think I missed, was catching some kind of a reload somewhere on Uber.
Yeah, I'm watching that one real close, and it seems
It's
like
close to breaking this trend.
yeah, it's starting to break the trend there. I definitely got in a little too early. I'm still holding on to this one there, looking for a place to kind of really kind of get into the backside. But again, still holding that trend as of right now. So that could not even happen, right? So I got to pack my patience, like you said, with that one. That 135.5 still holding here on NVIDIA. So let's see if that can come in for a pullback there. I like it a little bit. I like it a little better for the continuation long through on top of 135. But that 135.5 holding quite well as of right now. No real trend break on NVIDIA. As again, we churned a lot of volume in that 134s, and then we finally kind of built maybe some of that buying pressure. Going into and through that 135 on that level that clearly has been showing up over and over again, right? If you take a look at the chart, it was very, very distinct that it shows up over the past couple of days right there. You can see this was yesterday, prints 135s, and then prints 134.98s, I think, on the lower high, and then look at that pre-market, nice little flat tops happening there, lick grab of the pre-market low, nice little trend to the upside there, right through that 135, giving us a high of day of 135.78 on NVIDIA. So beautiful, beautiful action there. Also eyes on Tesla as well. Tesla is holding that 220 mark as of right now, and as Neil pointed out earlier, this thing is an SSR right now. So that little clip down to the lows put us into SSR, and we're holding below this support. Potentially turned, resistance, but yeah, it's still kind of making higher highs and higher lows on the intraday action there on Tesla. So I'll be curious to know what we do in around that 222 and what we do if we can get to that 224 area on Tesla. And another name that we're also watching is AMD, that 166 potentially for that to come in, but we made a high, intraday high right here at 165.60 as of right now. So maybe, like I said before, we've got to be a little bit more patient for some of these key levels to potentially come in before we can make a decision. But Neil, these futures, man, oh boy, flying to the upside, super, super strong on the day. We saw that the NQ was relatively weak coming off of the open. The ES was running, and then the NQ was like, not without me. definitely catching up to some of that strength there off of a trend break, breaking through some of these pre-market session highs as well, after-hour highs as well on the NASDAQ. So very, very strong. Let us know what you guys are trading on a strong day like today. A lot of these names pushing for their highs. I don't really see anything that's really selling off aggressively. The whole tech basket is hella strong right now.
Everything is very strong. I don't think the overall trend is broken on NVIDIA, but since the breakout, it then put in a couple of lows here. So you got a couple of higher highs and you got a couple of higher lows. So I did take some out when it broke that trend. I'm going to hold the rest for 35. I mean, that's the level that we like for the break. You get slippage because everyone was punching orders through at 135. So you're not going to get evens or ones or twos. Like this isn't Intel. You're going to get slipped a little bit. So I'm going to hang on for the break of the high of the day. But if we lose that temporary trend, I think the test back into 135 could be coming here. Tesla you got to zoom way in there. There we go on Tesla. It gets to 221.5, so almost at that opening range top before rolling in. I know I was looking short originally. I had the break of 215 to that level. This is why you get out, everybody. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And that was actually SSR. It should have been a long, actually. That was the perfect SSR setup, to be honest with you guys. Now you're bouncing off 220. This looks pretty bullish. Short sale restricted, higher lows. It feels like it's breaking out. And Drama Lander, SSR simply means short sell restricted. So if a stock prints down 10% from the prior close on the NASDAQ New York or the NYSE market, formerly the AMEX, any print under 10%, then for that day and the following day, it is short sell restricted, which just means the uptick rule is in effect. And when the uptick rule is in effect, if you were trying to trade Tesla, and I'll just throw up Tesla because that's what I'm mentioning here, if I wanted to enter a short position by hitting the bid, removing liquidity from the bid, the last print on the tape has to be green. You can only hit the bid to go short if there was just an uptick. Makes it harder for a stock that's like getting driven down to be piled on by people slamming the bid to go short. So sometimes you can get some bounce plays on stocks when they are SSR, just a little easier for it to rise higher. Speaking of rising higher, Apple getting into this 229 level. So now we have a bit of a trend starting to form off of VWAP here in Apple. Still observing the first one from the hold of 227.5. So still observing this trend. If that breaks, we get back in at VWAP. But it looks like we're going to get that 229. It's red to green if it can hold above 229, which is, of course, key here. So just Apple and NVIDIA alongside. Those are working. Let me know what else you guys are looking at. Palantir, certainly ridiculously strong. Was ridiculously strong in Palantir. Last time I looked at Palantir, we're above 44. Yeah, if you're already pulling back, Palantir might be a short. They're finally actually taking profit in this name. A little surprising there. This was a strong stock. Could be a bit of a head and shoulders action on Palantir. Maybe this should be a short into the prior high from yesterday. Good call. Didn't see that one coming on Palantir. That was a strong name previously.
Yeah, strong flush coming in off of that 130, 135. We're trading at 135s again here, Neil. So this is an interesting area to kind of continue watching. Uber got out of that one there. That thing is hella strong to the upside, continuing to make some fresh highs there. What's going on, Adara?
Criticism of the SEC from people in the crypto space is not new, but what makes this very different is we actually have some criticism of the SEC's crypto policies from its own commissioner, Mark Uyeda, making some comments last night on Fox Business, calling its approach or the organization's approach to crypto regulation, quote, a disaster, saying that because it's so conflicted, it does lead easily open to litigations or court issues. We know earlier this week, Crypto.com, which is based in Singapore, actually announced that it is actually going to be suing the SEC because they challenged the fact they were receiving a wellness notice there. So timely remarks coming here from Mark Uyeda. We'll have to see how this resolves, but interesting point here for those following the SEC and its policies with regards to crypto. Bitcoin in a really fascinating area here on that daily chart, as it has been for some time. We're finding support at the 60,000 level, complete with bottoming tail candles, but we're seeing lower highs. So we'll have to see if we're able to hold this 60,000 area or break below it. Could be pretty pivotal here. Strength here in Bitcoin. Ethereum, though, even stronger, up almost like 2.5% here, almost 3%. and holding on to that 2,400 area, edging into that 2,450. Solana up about 5%, Dogecoin up about 4%, Cardano up more than 4%, Shiba Inu 6.5%. Great day across the board for a lot of these crypto-related names, guys. Make sure you like and subscribe if you like what you're seeing.
Thank you very much, Adara. There was a decent bounce in here from 135 to 135.30 on NVIDIA. So, that prior high, the breakout, you get the price that you get, but the bounce comes right in at that 135 level. I reloaded at 04s, but it immediately checks up at that quarter mark. If it loses 135 even, I think a VWAP test could be not very clean, is the best way I want to think about this. So now all of a sudden, I'm going to stop out underneath prior high, make sure that we lock in profits on this trade. It's obviously it's hard to have lost on the 135 level on NVIDIA. It would be very difficult to have. It's always possible, certainly. Obviously, if you don't take profit on the way back in, if you load up in this test of 135 and then you don't get out, you're in trouble. But I think if we break this low, a test of VWAP could easily rinse people into 134.30, 134.40, just given how heavy the action would be above 135. It's working right now, and I want to leave in this trend. If we reject the lower high on that prior trend line, I think that'll be a good spot to take some profit as well. So NVIDIA, we're back into it. Nice little bounce here for NVIDIA. Unfortunately, Tesla's not really setting up anything, and that Palantir, I thought maybe there'd be some consolidation or short off of VWAP, right back to where it started. Palantir's now red on the day. Dara?
Eli Lilly gaining volume here, LLY. We have this report here from the Nikkei saying that Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks said that the company's obesity drug is actually on track to be approved in Japan for next year, so 2025. Potential approval for its obesity drug there from Eli Lilly in Japan. LLY at almost 1 million shares traded on the day, up more than 1%. One to watch here, guys.
Eli Porter.
Lily.
Shout out to one of the greatest rappers in YouTube history.
I'm the best, man.
I did it. I did it. That guy was a legend. You guys don't know Eli Porter. Trust me.
Yeah. If you're into freestyles, definitely is a classic from back in the day, I guess.
You know what's classic? Amazon Long.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, Amazon. Oh boy, everything. No, seriously.
Yeah, we broke out of
flying,
yesterday's high. Yeah.
Market's green. NVIDIA finally did the break that we wanted. And Tesla's even catching a bit of a bid and making higher lows. I mean, look at the trend upside here on the Zon. Here's what's great about it. When you lose the prior trend line, don't throw it out the window, because if we end up just consolidating right back above it, it's back to being valid. Uptrend continued on Amazon. And Robbie V, I know, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The only gripe I have with Snowflake is that my intention was we're gonna, you break out that 50-period moving average. I thought I was gonna be able to get it in the PA somewhere underneath 120. Instead, yesterday I just got in half at 122.5 because I wanted to make sure I was in the trade after it closed above the 50. Looks like we're absolutely churning. Actually, during lunchtime, I'm gonna make sure I have an offer out. I want to make sure I take some out here in front of 35s, and then the rest I want to be holding for a test of 142. Snowflake is flying to the upside. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, this market is hella strong, and yeah, thank you for bringing my attention to Amazon. Wasn't really looking at that one, and yeah, Amazon is super strong. Again, we kind of broke out of a little bit of a key level. Not only is that prior day's high here on Amazon. This 188, what was it? 188 and some change, 188.13 here on Amazon, prior day's high. But something of significance is back when it was in and around here, I think. Let's go to a higher time frame right here. So it's an area of prior all-time highs as well. You can see we're trading in and around here. You can see that that initial little push, this was all-time highs. We wicked that all-time highs. Again, make some fresh highs there. And then right now, all-time highs is sitting at that 201. Again, we know that that Bezos lid is sitting at that 200 mark. We couldn't really get too far past that, and we got that aggressive selling. Sorry, I'm going to take some of those lines off the chart. But we got that aggressive selling into that August 5th, even post-earnings right there, off of that 201 level, all the way down to 151 halves there, Neil. And then we're coming right back in to some of these prior levels here. So, but yeah, that 188, a little bit of an interesting level from prior day and prior prices as well on Amazon. We are aggressively breaking out on this market. Something else to note is that the spider is at all-time highs as well. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data and instant trading. Know where the market's moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data. Up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Thank you, eSignal.
Thank you, eSignal. Thank you, Adara. Thank you, NASDAQ. Thank you Tesla, because, well, that SSR bounce, anybody that got that has got to be absolutely laughing at this moment. What's crazy about this, though, is as strong as everything is right now, like Palantir just took the low of the day here. Like, it's bleeding. There hasn't been a red candle. And you know what? There was an entry point. I was like, oh, I couldn't find my way in. No, 100%. Look right here. Right here. There's your entry. So there's your support. Look at the wick support. There's the test of VWAP, right? So wicks in, rejects VWAP. You can see that complete rejection of prices above 43.85. You can then be in on this breakdown anywhere in here or anywhere in here on an 80 break, and your stop could easily just be 90, or it could be at 43.90. So I'm wrong. There was an entry point into Palantir. Not going to chase it. I think it's going to probably find you got to find some kind of a bid at some point. Apple just got to the 229. Went green. The problem with this is it's a red to green story. Like you saw Amazon, like Amazon's stronger. Tesla's now breaking out in a big way. If it loses this prior high, you're going to drop the new trend that it put in, and I'll be out of Apple. So the VWAP retrace is out if we lose this 229 level. There's just stronger names out there that, Intel I never really got into. Amazon is absolutely flying, much, much stronger than Apple at this point. So I'm going to jump out of that one if we lose the 229 level. NVIDIA's starting to get a bit sleepy as well. That kind of concerns me. Reloaded it at the 135. Now all of a sudden you have like a lower high being put in. There's a key level for it here. Like this 135.35 isn't nothing. On the initial break, this is where the first sellers emerged. So on the breakout, that's where the first sellers were. It's also going to be where anybody joining the trend that missed the breakout would have been long in here. So you've got some people that would be going long in here, giving it maybe to VWAP or underneath 135 and trying to hold for that 137. So pretty big level. If it can win again, I think we see that high of the day over on NVIDIA. So still looking good there, still looking good in Apple. Don't really have anything yet for Palantir in terms of looking short, but clearly it's weak. Got to add that to the hit list. Let's go over to Adara. Time for Sector Watch, everybody.
When you look at this board, you can really see the ways in which we have the NASDAQ underperforming the S&P 500 in general a little bit here. Some basically flat action here for NVIDIA and Apple in electronic technology. Meanwhile, in technology services, Microsoft a bit weaker. That is, of course, not to mention Tesla, which is breaking down the otherwise strong consumer durable sector here today, down about 7% after its Cyber Cab event, where it also revealed a surprise cyber van that apparently can fit about 20 people. So a bit of NASDAQ weakness, but generally lots of strength in this market and on this board. Finance sector looking great here. Producer manufacturing very strong. Finance also worth noting here. We get JP Morgan and Wells Fargo with their earnings, market reacting positively to that. We have more bank earnings all through the first half of next week. There's also some strength here. Health technology, Eli Lilly reportedly looking to have its weight loss drug approved in Japan by early next year. So that's a good look as well. Transportation strong. This is also led by Uber in a bit of an antipathy play with what's going on with Tesla and this Cybertruck. Generally lots of strength in this market, especially if you're looking at finance or some of these producer names, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah Adara. I can't believe the overall strength that we've got going on right now with this. It's not just the NASDAQ. I mean, I looked over at Caterpillar. I love this stock. I love this stock. We're not at 410 yet, Sharif, but we're going to get to 410. Forget about 410 on Caterpillar. We're going to 420, baby. This is one of my favorites. Buy good companies that you like on the 200-period moving average on the daily is my motto. So it's one of the names that I've been buying on the 200-period moving average. It's pretty much the only industrial name that I actually own. What else do you need? Who cares? But it's going to get there. You just made a fresh high, but everything's making fresh highs. I just looked at Uber. It might be reverting now, but even then, I just kind of want to look for it to pick it up at VWAP. I think that's the next level for sure. David Forrest just mentioned even Celsius wants to go green. Red to green on Celsius would be rather nice. It had a great day yesterday, CLH, and look where it just held. Oh, baby. High, support, higher lows. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good on Celsius. 35 break, out at 34.70, or a dip into VWAP. That looks pretty good on Celsius. It's the red to green above that anyways. It also, this is a possible, when you think about Celsius, it's a pretty decently shorted name at 12%. So I think you got to look at it through that lens as well, like a decent short float for a potential 35 break in here. Good look there. I like that one.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely kind of watching this. We would talk about the market being super strong, right? Take a look at AMD. AMD could not break its highs. Everything else in the chip sector is pretty strong there. I have eyes on, I guess, NVIDIA. NVIDIA broke through its pre-market highs. Intel's super strong. SMCI is super strong. Even SMH kind of very, very strong on the day as well.
He's coming back.
You can see that AMD, though, could not break its highs, still trading within its opening range there. 166 potentially incoming. I have no idea, but we're making a lower high as of right now on just underneath this 165 here on AMD. As the market looks to catch a little bit of a sell, we got that aggressive buying, bit of a double top here on the NASDAQ as well, in and around that 20,480 as well, and we're getting some selling in that area as of right now, kind of coming back into these prior levels. ES taking a little bit of a breather as well, and if you look at SMH is kind of breaking its prior bar low back through that 257, 256 area. Right now trading at 256 is what I mean right here. Intel with a bit of a pullback as well. AMD is the one I have eyes on. If we can get to that 166, that could definitely be interesting here on AMD. Again, that little bounce, a little bit catching, a little aggressive selling off of that AI event yesterday. And today we're just consolidating sideways, bit of sideways action there. I'm going to be continuing to watch for that 166 to potentially come in. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. 9 to 5 Grind is asking, what about AVGO? So let's take a look at AVGO right now and see what that one is up to here on the day. Oh boy, AVGO is definitely weaker than the rest of them there. So thank you for pointing that out. I was not looking at one of them, but again, AVGO is a slightly different again in that action today. We saw that aggressive bid coming in on Wednesday, sideways consolidation, and we've kind of reverted that back through the low of yesterday right there. That happened to break down in the pre-market. We wicked that level right off of the open there as well for a continued push down for a low of 177.40s.
We're starting to come
right
back
now.
in here.
We're coming right back in. Take a look at this. You guys are talking about AVGO. Take a look at this trend break, man. Oh boy, that AVGO trend break coming in real nice for that reversion. 181 is the high. We're trading 179s right now. What's going on?
So I just trailed out of Apple here. We got that 228.80. We're coming back into VWAP, it seems like. The reload on Intel. I haven't even traded Intel. The reload on NVIDIA. We got the same bounce as the first time. We reloaded at 135.02. It got right into the 20s and right underneath 35. Now, sometimes you give it to VWAP. Not this time. Tight stop. We're now lower highs, didn't regain that original trend line, which I said was going to be a problem. Let it rinse VWAP here. I feel like this was so heavy over 135 that a rinse of VWAP could take you down into the 134.30 range where you had that higher low buying. So either confirmation that VWAP's going to hold, or we wait for it to get to a better support level. This is what you're looking at now on the NASDAQ. That's why I'm now out of the longs, ring the register, preserve that profit. You now have topping tail candles, 2 of them on the 15-minute over the overnight highs. this is easily a move that could take us into 2040. So I'm going to allow that to happen. I want to see what I can get short, if I can even find anything back in underneath that I like. I mean, the obvious answer would be AMD or Palantir. Palantir, which is incredibly weak, is finding support at the pre-market low. So it's not the best place to look for a short entry. Certainly 43.6 to 43.7 in the VWAP can make a little bit of sense. So I'm going to let things calm down a bit. I think NVIDIA is still relatively strong. This might be an opportunity here with only 15 minutes to go. Amazon's been a beast. Now that it looks like a bit of a Christmas tree, can be an opportunity to get Amazon maybe at VWAP. Or when you pull it out to the 15-minute chart here on Amazon, you've got a couple of things to be able to consider. It's not just VWAP. Got 188.5, pretty key level coming back in here. So got my eyeballs on Amazon now because we didn't get that before. So VWAP isn't just a round number. It's also that prior key level, 188.5. Going to let this glide back into it. I think we're on a bit of a downturn here in the market. That'll allow us to pick up some bids on the stocks we liked before. And then we'll just see if we're right. Amazon coming back in here. NVIDIA looks like it's doing what I expected. I thought maybe you'd pull a little bit further on a VWAP flush, but nothing just yet. Very quickly here, before we get to the Tesla show with Randy, I want to thank Scott Edwards here. Appreciate the super chat. Your insight on Google to get out there just gave me my first 4-figure day. Congratulations. Where's my congratulations? There we go. Congratulations. You guys are the best. No, you guys are the best, Scott. We have the best community out there. That's why we say hit the like, hit the subscribe, and share it, because we all learn together. I didn't notice Intel was going. I didn't notice Amazon was going, but we all found these together, and that's what it's all about here. So shout out to you, Scott. But as promised, I just heard, we've got the Tesla show with Randy.
We thought we would do a official recap here for the good people after this event last night that was made out to be a game changer. I feel like I'm creeping off screen here. A game changer not only for the industry as a whole, ride-sharing industry as a whole, but for the auto industry as a whole. We're seeing the reaction this morning in Uber up huge, Tesla down huge. It's trying to roll over right now. I was just noticing after that nice bounce. But yeah, there it is. That's the... in whatever year this is, $30,000 RoboCab that's allegedly going to come out in a couple of years. Coupe. Yeah, I think it looks great. I have a couple of questions. The first is going to be, we've heard this from Elon when it comes to the Cybertruck. We've heard it from Elon when it comes to the Roadster. Prices tend to shift in one direction, from what they're first made out to be to when it actually gets to a production aspect or a production spec. But give me your thoughts here. Everyone's going to, I guess, buy a RoboCab and then have it take them to work, and then it's just going to work for you all day?
I heard that, and the concept, and I thought, well, maybe. This is a lot of potential, and Elon loves selling potential. Yeah. We know that. And number two, I think it's very potentially disruptive because, again, you have the likes of Uber and Lyft or even just regular taxi companies who are drivers, owners, who are making their living off, moving people around. And you take the driver or potentially even owner out of the scenario, and now we have this. Yeah. So you get into a car that has, maybe it's a fleet. Maybe it's owned by one company, and there's dozens of these, and there's no drivers involved at all. So you have the potential of taking a livelihood away from someone who is driving for Lyft, Uber, or just a cab company in general.
But on that, you're also giving that person the opportunity, at least, to go out and get their own and do it for themselves. Yeah.
So for $30,000, you have a car. Yes, it's going to be charged. That car still needs, in some cases, a taxi license from the city. And you're not driving anymore. So now you have the capability of maybe running 7 or 8 or more vehicles by one person. Yeah. So if one's off the road for charging, the other 6 or 7 are running around. So I said there's potential here. Is it disruptive? Yes. Has Elon promised before? Yes. Have we seen those promises? Well, sometimes.
If anyone's going to do it.
If anyone's going to do it, he's got the ability. Again, Tesla, we had this discussion just outside with the guys. people hear the name and they think it's a car company.
Yeah.
There's so much more than just the cars. I mean, they've poured billions and billions into FSD. The AI component, the H100 cards that they're buying from NVIDIA en masse to train Dojo and all these other platforms to be able to push the envelope. So we now have the envelope, and it doesn't have to be a two-door car. It could. We saw the Robo van. Really, the hardware underneath the software is ubiquitous. It could be any platform you want. So I don't think the van, and Obi said this morning, it's a cool look. No windows, or no windshield anyway. Holds 20 people. The platform is I think, irrespective of the actual push when we're doing the envelope. It could be a big bus. It could be a school bus. It could be, imagine driving your kids to school. There's nobody driving them. It could be an airport shuttle. There's a lot of potential here. You get off at the airport now. Instead of taking Up Express, you take your driverless 20-person robovan. So again, the potential, he's always offered.
Unlimited,
He's always given us the vision to say we could do this. As he disrupts industries, the taxi industry is 100 years old. Like, what's next?
I saw somebody else refer to the van as the Robo Toaster van.
Looks like a dustbuster.
It's a little.
Looks like a vacuum cleaner.
But I want to get your take on the. You touched on the charging aspect of this. They mentioned the concept, at least, of wireless induction charging.
Yes.
And possibly through mats or even tracks on the roads. That's far down the history train, I guess. But we saw from Tesla, I think it was the beginning of this year, might have been the end of last year. Time goes by too quickly. Those pads that they were working on, where you could have it in your garage, essentially at home, and you just drive the car in, park the car on the pad in your garage.
There's no cable.
You come back in the morning and it's charged.
I mean, it's from an owner's perspective, it's convenience. If you're building a new parking lot, instead of having charging cables and connectors, you can just park in a designated spot and walk away.
Yeah.
From a cyber taxi perspective, as the car is driving down the road, it's actually charging. So if this all completely depends on city infrastructure where these cars are deployed. So if they go to the extent of repaving the road or rebuilding the road, and they build this induction charging system under certain roads, the car travels the road, it gets some percentage of charge as it's delivering passengers where they need to go. It heavily relies on the roads or where it's parked to have that infrastructure in place. I think he's heavily relying on somebody else to do this for him because they don't build roads that I know of. No. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
This is not new. There are places in, I believe, Norway where they've experimented with induction charging on city streets. You maintain a certain speed, you get a certain charge at that speed, and it boosts the car. Again, Texas and California, he mentioned. The cities where these cars would be deployed would have to have that infrastructure there. I think it's a great idea. We're all cordless and wireless now. We have it on our phones. We've had it for years. I think it's a wonderful idea, and there's potential there.
Yeah.
But there's a lot hinging on the underlying infrastructure. Yeah. It has to be a part of that.
You mentioned California, Texas. As soon as next year, they're going to roll out Model 3s and Model Ys on the FSD. Their ride-sharing app, I guess, is the way it's going to work. And, I mean, if they take the Waymo model here, they've essentially gridded out a certain area.
Yes.
And these vehicles will be able to travel within that certain area.
Right.
On those certain roads.
They would be effectively geofenced because that's, the area where they're testing to initially get this platform off the ground. Waymo and Lyft and Uber down the road experimenting with much larger. Now, do they have a hardware platform, as the guys talked? Yes and no. Tesla has the platform, but again, this is about a software battle, I think. I think the Waymos and the other platforms out there can be really adapted with a bunch of code to any car.
Yep.
So I think Tesla has that in their pocket. They've got the hardware. They've got the hardware platforms. And again, it could be a van or a coupe or again, as I said this morning, possibly maybe that's the new Model 2.
Yeah.
Change some body panels.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of potential here. No promises, no delivery dates.
And I think that's the negative here this morning. A lot of people were looking for more specifics and more exact timelines and data points and things like that. But as you said, if you're Elon, you throw that in your back pocket and keep people waiting.
And there's a lot of people waiting in the wings for a lot of things he's promised.
Yeah.
So it keeps the hype cycle going. But I think as an investor, and we saw the market this morning, not so much.
Yeah.
I mean, how much of a revenue stream is this going to be when it finally does launch in 2029 or whenever he finally gets it out the door? Because there's been so many promises made for other products before this. Do they have the capacity to build it? And Texas and California being, okay, it's not the whole continental U.S. It's a small market, but they got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't see this being a massive revenue stream initially, and I think that has investors a little bit worried.
And Uber up huge as a result today. Great stuff. Positive, negative, just in general?
A little bit negative.
Yeah.
A little bit negative. Again, the hype surrounding the event, it was very slick. It was well produced. The van was kind of a surprise.
If anyone's
The
going to do
robots.
it, I mean, yeah. That's,
You and I are going to buy one.
That's a whole other conversation.
Another
that
conversation.
We can have it another time.
Somebody
Randy
will bring me a coffee finally.
Exactly.
Hey,
Or many.
Or many
Or
coffees.
many, yeah. Resident auto expert, Randy, joining us with a take on this Tesla event. Start of something new, start of the future, I guess, for Tesla.
It could very well be.
Guys.
That is the Randy rundown. I love it. I'll tell you right now, Randy, when I get rid of that crutch and I'm moving faster, I'll be happy to grab you coffees, brother. I'm like itching to be able to do stuff, like hold stuff in two hands, not be carrying this piece of garbage around in there. There we go. MSTR is gone, 10% to the upside. The market just did a ridiculous wick. But before I get to what just happened on NVIDIA, I'll show you what happened on NVIDIA. I'm not in NVIDIA, obviously, the long side. I didn't get in. $200 on MicroStrategy now. 10% up. It is absolutely squeezing at this moment on MSTR. It's gonzo. What's crazy about it, we're talking about a 189 break. Obviously, taking a break on MicroStrategy should have been prioritized over Uber and NVIDIA. I can say that all I want. I like Uber and NVIDIA more than I like MicroStrategy, so I'm not in this stock. But congratulations to anybody that is NVIDIA. I don't like you anymore because you did this. Waited for it to get down. Like, okay, if we lose VWAP, let me just cancel that order because we didn't get it. Look. Waited for it to get down to the 134.25. I'm like, I'm going to be patient with this entry. Let it actually set up. Let it set up. Wicks off the bottom. There's the confirmation. Try to get it back through the 134.5. It just jumped up on me and wasn't able to pick it up there. So the problem now, after having missed that entry point, because I'm waiting for strength off this level. We got it, and I didn't get that long. Now you get a rejection off of VWAP in what is turned into, you just call it like this little bit of a downward trend. You're not even breaking this trend line. What's crazy about it is if you look at this trend, it needs to be back above 135 again, which is our key level in the first place. So all roads have led back to this 135 holding above on NVIDIA, or at least holding VWAP. Needed to grab that bid in here, get the 35, 40 cents, be in the money, and not buy it off of those highs. That was a hefty reversal. Need to find something stronger. Oh, wow, there's no time left. I really thought 188.5 on Amazon. Amazon said, I don't care about your 188.5, Neil. I don't care about your VWAP. Amazon is an absolute beast. So a bit of a miss there, unfortunately, on NVIDIA. Amazon never came to my price, so it didn't matter. And by the way, AMD now looks like it's going to be a break through 166, through the high of the day.
Keep watching that one.
If you're going to get the breakout on AMD at 166, you're going to have to do it with Sharif and Joseph, because we've got, it's not. It's a it's Satya today. It's Satya. That's my bad. I saw Joseph down there. It's Satya today. My bad. It's going to be Sharif and Satya. I don't know what the lesson is today, but it's risk management, which was an important one today, because some of those breakouts weren't that simple. So you got risk management today with Sharif and not Joseph. It is Satya. Go get him.
See you guys.
See, I read everything.
166.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Satya. Yes.
This is Sharif, as you should know by now. Come on.
I love the attitude. Let's get it, girl.
And we are back on the Midday Show.
We are, and for whatever reason, we're flying in the stars there. He always reminds me of Hanna-Barbera, by the way. I don't know why. All right, let's do the roll call here because we got the OGs rolling on in from the other stream. Thank you for joining us. We got the OG Darwin, Piper, Rob, EV, and there is no such thing as an improper paradox. Shout out to him. Ronaldo, 9 to 5 grand. We got Gore of the OG as well. Pitchbull, Andrew Chow at Anurag, 605. We got Starburst, Frisky Supreme. First time I'm shouting you out, I think. We got the OG Zion Lala and the Piper as well. Ari Pages, Thomas Click. We got Adrian, we got Glenn. Chow to you as well. Glenn, Rob EV. We got Blue Arrow, John Manzoni, Oliver Casteros. A day trader cut. How can we forget about him? Benton C. Come on, you gunners. I don't like international breaks, Benton. I don't know how you feel. Disciplined trades. We got Omar. We got Blazing Bud. John D. John Dale. Just Some Dude is also in the chat. Satea,
I love that name.
Right. And Tara, why not? We got, who else? One more here.
Fernando.
We got Fernando.
Yes.
You get the last word. How you
Yes.
doing? How's this morning?
I am good. I'm doing great. Pumped up for this Friday. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about risk management. So I feel like on the show we talk a lot about learning how to trade, but sometimes we don't talk about learning when to sit on our hands and not to trade. So that is something that I wanted to talk a little bit about today. So today we will be covering how to identify when and why you are losing, how to retain profits, as well as how to prevent over trading. So on the show, we talk a lot about learning how to trade, but I feel sometimes we don't talk about learning when not to trade and how this can impact our P&L. So rather than having a playbook for every second of the day, you should be mindful of when and how you are losing. For some of us, the consistency of our trading is not what we are struggling with, but rather our risk management at times where our trades are not working. For example, there have been days where 9 times out of 10, my days were green, but on the 10th trade, I would wipe out my profits on the 10th day by over trading at times where I lacked edge. So I typically lap edge around 1 to 3 p.m. or every first week of the month. That's what I found. As I journaled, I realized that I have a 75% loss rate trading on the first day of the month and a 65% loss rate trading the first week of the month. So that is something that I've learned through journaling. So I have here identifying your losing streaks by journaling. So with journaling, you're building a database with screenshots or records of your trades that will allow you to familiarize yourself with patterns of your winning and losing streaks. So in these journals, you want to ask yourself very specific questions, guys. You want to ask yourself, when am I losing? What time frames am I losing? What day of the week do I tend to lose? What time of day? Am I most profitable at the beginning of the month or the end of the month? And so these are like little nuances that you should know and you should keep track of. So here is I like to use Notion for my journaling. So this is just a little bit of an example of a little bit of a database that I've had over going through my trades and just journaling some bad trades. And so it's just a list of good and bad trade setups that I have on there. So Notion is a really good tool for you guys to use. But going back to the slide, this is what we're getting into. So when you figure out your database and your stats, how do what are you going to do with that? And so there's one of 3 things that I like to do when I have, all of this information. So there's one of 3 things that you can do. You can avoid trading on that day as a whole. Just forget about it, leave it. If you're realizing that, okay, Mondays are a really bad trading day for me, just leave it alone. There's no point on you continuing to trade on that day and keep losing money unnecessarily. Or you could have rules around how much profit you're allowed to give back once you are profitable on the day. So let's say you are, you're stubborn and you're saying, I want to trade this day, but you want to make sure that you're capping your losses on those days where, you don't have that edge. So an example that I like to use is I'll only risk 30% of my profits when I am profitable on the day. So once I lose that 30%, I am not allowed to trade for the rest of the day. I am done, I'm capped off. This allows me to lock in 70% of my profits and prevent myself from overtrading when I start losing. And then another thing that you can do as well is just have a set amount you're willing to lose on the day. So if you're not typically profitable on a certain time, day or time frame, you could say, hey, I only want to lose $25. That's the risk that I'm going to allot myself for the day. And once you hit that risk, then you should just cut it off. But I would just recommend fully for you to just avoid trading on that day. You know, save yourself some mental capital and risk and just keep it off of the table. So that is something that I like to do as well. So increasing your P&L doesn't always necessarily mean finding a new trade setup or creating a new playbook, but rather eradicating and leaving your desk completely at times or days you lack edge. Sometimes increasing your P&L just means finding times you're losing the most and avoiding those times so you're not digging yourself into a hole. No trade day should be considered positive. That means you're disciplined enough to know exactly what you're looking for. The goal in trading is not to treat it like a 9-to-5 job in the same sense that you're trading every second of the day simply because you can. If you can find a setup where you can, dedicate a time, a couple of hours, even a couple of minutes if you're that good at it, and, stick to those time frames. If you could find those setups, this is best. We know you love trading, but your obsession with trading and lack of discipline to refrain from trading can also be the reason why you're unprofitable. So just be aware of that, and that's something that's, good to know. So another thing is just knowing the type of trader you are. I know some of you guys are really familiar, but I feel like really just reminding yourself of the trader you are will prevent you from getting, in hot water. So identify, am I a day trader? Am I a swing trader? Am I a long-term investor? I found that when I came here, I didn't really know that. I came from more of a swing trading background, and so transitioning into day trading was, a little bit of something that I had to remind myself, hey, you're a day trader, you're not a swing trader. You have to look at things from a specific, kind of way. So figure those things out, and I feel like it will help you really narrow in and determine what your strengths are, right? So am I a momentum trader, scalper, a range trader, a breakout trader, a morning drive trader, a power hour trader, whatever it may be, just be specific about who you are and really hone in on that. And so that is something that I really think is key. And then another thing is just being specific about what you're looking for. I found that I started increasing my P&L when I was just looking for something specific. Before, I was trying to gain so much information from people on the floor, and so I was gaining, knowledge from Obi and who else? Jose, Justin. Those are people on the floor. And so, but the thing is, I needed to develop my own trading strategy. And so reversions, it was great to know about, but that wasn't my typical trading strategy. And I found that I was trying to combine all these strategies into one. And it's just better to have a playbook with 3 to 5 trades so that you're not making things up as you're looking at the charts. So what we have here is increase your P&L by trading less. When you have 3 to 5 distinct setups, you're looking for something specific and you prevent yourself from over trading. So if I'm looking for something specific, this is why I can identify if it's range trading, if it's barcoding, I say, hey, this is not for me, and I just leave it alone for that day, and I don't even attempt it because I start to get tilted. So when you have too many setups as well, or no setup at all, it becomes easy to see things on the chart that are simply not there because you have not taken the time to master a specific play. Just become a master of something super specific. I have become a master of my VWAP floor, my VWAP ceiling, identifying those, and so that has really helped me. And just by simply identifying that has helped my trading as well. And then just knowing my strengths of when I'm really not a good trader, and that's typically after 11:30, after 12, or between 1 and 3. I typically start losing then. I have no edge. Just recognize that. And so, yeah, that's what I did. And then jack of all trades is a master of none, and that's just something that you should really keep and hone in and recognize. And that is my lesson of the day.
That's fantastic right there, man. I mean, it may all sound like general advice, but that is sound advice, guys. I mean, I really like how you have your data points, especially with respect to your trading, how well you do, locked down.
Yeah.
That's fantastic right there.
Yeah, because every day I was just losing on the first day of the month, and it's just why am I trying? I was trying to see if I could create an edge, but it's just better for my P&L to just stop trading on the day so that I can just start to get leverage on the days that I'm really good at trading. So.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. Thank you very much, Satya, for dropping that lesson. Yeah, let's have a look at what's moving right now. I'm involved in a trade on Apple. I've already taken out some profits over here. If this dips down a little bit more, it's looking like it's rejecting VWAP, Fabian, coming into that volume-weighted average price where it found resistance before it. It also did find some support. So if it dips down below 228.10, I'm cutting it for the remaining piece. Over here, it's not really the one that's in play on the day. I'm also seeing right now a possible head and shoulders setup on the 5-minute on goggles, on GOOGL, with the neckline being around 163. You could see that 163 was a level of defend earlier in the day. All these bottom wick candles from above bounce off 163, but we are putting in successively lower highs, coming in for a possible flat bottom break off 163. Obviously, I'm not talking about the flat bottom break in the classical sense, because we know the head and shoulders is defined by its neckline. The neckline here, to me, at least, on a cursory view, 163 seems to be the neckline. Not inclined, not declined, just straight horizontal right now at that 163 level. But it has found support there on 3 prior occasions, and currently it is finding support. So maybe don't jump the gun on this one and allow it to confirm the neckline break. And even that, you'll recall from our lesson on head and shoulders, that you can often wait for the neckline break and then wait even more to see if it comes back to test the neckline as resistance, not support this time. I would submit to you that level, you should be looking at 163. We'll see what we get there. It's still developing, as you can see, it's still holding up. I didn't get stopped out of Apple. It's still holding this position right now at about the third of a dollar. I'm looking at wetting my beak for the next profit taker in front of that $0.50. By extension, it's got to claim, or at least claim on an intra-candle basis, that 50 penny, VWAP. It's got to retake VWAP. As you saw on this candle here at 11:05, it wicked into VWAP, and then we had an inverse hammer candle, which is not a good look. However, we still had higher lows prior to the previous candle, or as relative to, the prior candle. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm also noticing strength in the ZON. I know the boys already covered that. We're putting in a bit of a skewed double top right now into this high 189s. We'll wait to see if that ends up giving way. I do like a possible VWAP dip on AMZN at 188.51. I also happen to like, though, this level at 188.25. So I'm a little caught between two minds right now as to whether to set up a possible dip trade at 50s to account for VWAP, or to look for this area top. This is why I like the $0.25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candle rejection at 188.25 before we take it decidedly on a closing basis at 10 after 5. So, 5 after 10. Yeah, we weren't up then quite yet. So AMZN in focus. Meta continues to kind of be weak after breaching through $600 a few days ago. So those are the trades I'm looking at right now. Not a whole lot. It's Friday and I'm kind of tired. TWG obviously is the small cap gapper du jour that I've got my eye on, and it's a big 237%, $210 million market cap with 86.25 million shares traded today, a float of 9.1 million, and my trade idea is expired, so I don't have the short float. So we'll wait for Michael Noss hopefully to get back to me and re-up my account. So TWG, certainly on watch. PACB, who remembers this from the regional banking crisis? PACB on watch. APPS as well on watch. Hell of a move there. Snow is a holdover from yesterday, continues to be strong. Snowflake, that entire sector seems to be strong. MSTR as well. Big boy moves in MicroStrategies. This thing is a dang rocket ship. It's up over 12% today, and it hasn't breached the 10 exponential, at least on my chart. I yelled to Obi as this one was breaking 200. It just touched 206.60. So very strong right now. We have a bit of an inverse hammer candle that just popped in there. So be careful. The mean reversion trade can be mean. Shout out to OB. So those are the ones that I'm looking at right now. Shout out to Adara as well. NIVF I've got on as well. As you can see, it kind of had the best move in the aftermarket yesterday after that 4 o'clock break. It took $1. It's doing its darndest right now to take that dollar. It's still having trouble with it. There's a different trade to be had into $1 and then from $1. So I'm keeping my eye here on NIVF, and it behooves me to know the deets on this one as well. It is a 10.1 or $10.25 million market cap with 31.75 million shares and about 4 million share float. And there goes the dollar on NIVF. It hasn't been up here at least, since the pre-market. We had that pre-market high kind of shadowing that $1.15 that we kept rejecting off yesterday. So we have a higher low today on NIVF. If this wants to get going and breach that aftermarket top, say at $1.05 or thereabouts, I'm all eyes, baby. I'm all ears, eyes, and whatever the hell else I need to have. I just got stopped at an Apple right there as it breached 228.10. Still positive on it. I only had a little bit here, but we'll see what VWAP brings because it looks like Apple's rejecting off VWAP right now, Satya.
So I am looking at BAC as of right now. This one is really interesting to me. I'm looking for this top breakout here around this 42.05 level. Looks like it's rejecting a little bit off of there as of right now, but I'm really interested to see if we can move further from there. I like the fact that it's above that VWAP, but I want to see if we can get above 42.10, then it looks pretty nice for the long, but I want to see more confirmation there just because I just don't like the fact that it's just rejecting every time it comes to this level around 42.08, 42.10. So that is what I'm looking at. Pretty interesting look there. Another thing that I was looking at is Uber. Uber is really interesting to me as well. Looking at this top, so the top did break here. We're breaking through that 85 mark here, so just going here. And so I really like this, like that as well. Like the fact that it stayed above VWAP. We're holding. The trend is pretty strong here on the minute. If we look on the higher time frame, on the 15-minute, looks really good, looks really nice. I want to see a bus stop level. Let's see here. I'm going to go here on a higher time frame. Don't necessarily see one on very close. Okay, oh wow, are we breaking through highs on Uber? Are we at all-time highs?
Yeah,
oh my,
yeah,
oh.
Neil was yelling about that.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, wow. So there is no bus stop level in sight as of right now. I was just like, what the heck? But yeah, this one looks really good as well. Pretty strong. Really like that as well. I want to see that hold of 85s. I would definitely look for a dip buy there at 85s. Definitely would like to see that risking around probably this prior bar low, 84.56. That looks really nice. Or I just wait for a retracement around 84.44, a little bit of a pullback. I definitely think that it could reach there before, continuing the trend there. But that looks really nice as well. Uber is blue skies. I took the long on the dip, resistance turning support from 10 a.m. Shout out to you, man. That is great. That looks really good. Yeah, wow, yeah, that is like, oh, and we're going
You're good.
to...
Finish your
Oh,
thought.
yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really like that 10 a.m. bounce. Typically, that's when the new trade set up. Really nice and great above VWAP, and we're going to Adara.
Keep an eye on TDOC here, Teladoc. We know we have PACB, another name in this space associated with Cathie Wood and ARK Invest moving up here, but TDOC getting its highest volume candle in at least 2 days here. We have Politico Pro article circulating here saying that the DEA is apparently signaling or at least poised to extend temporary rules which allow that controlled substances can be prescribed via telemedicine. So basically, rules that allow the prescription of controlled substances via telemedicine could potentially be extended. This was, of course, help. With this would, of course, help TDOC. So keep an eye on that name. A little bit of a volume spike there for Teladoc, and they also do have a short float of about 16.4%, guys.
you very much, Adara. While Sateo was dropping hot lines, I took a bit of a mean reversion short on micro strategies, and true to form, my paper handed this one as well, but we took $1, so that's okay. We took it short 204 and a quarter. I was able to, not quite $1, 80 pennies. I wet my beak there at 204.60, so not a bad look. It's still heading down. I like this possibly as a long at 200. So keep your eye out on this one. It's moving dollars at a time. You're going to have to account, number one, for the spread, number two, for the volatility. I mean, it's literally, I'm serious, moving 50, 60 pennies in one fell swoop there. I like the 200, couple of reasons, psychological support possibly, as well as this area hold up on MSTR. It's a dang rocket ship. I mean, it was 12% when I was yapping about it. It's 10 3/4 right now. Let's do a little bit of charting here on the 5-minute. So looks like that dip was into the 10 exponential. So this may have more legs, okay? Looks, we didn't even get into the 10 exponential on that wick. We got into 202 and a half. The 10 exponentials at the $0.25. This candle obviously still hasn't closed in, so keep your eye out on MSTR. I'm still long bias on this one, but this was just too much of a nice topping tail candle followed by a red candle to make a new low. So I punched short the second it made a new low. I had to chase it. I tried to get it a little bit higher in the high 204s. I couldn't get it in the high 204s, so I had to punch down again. Obviously, by virtue of that, I got a worse price. But we executed okay on it. I'll look to do a little bit better next time. This one, though, TWDANG-G. It looks like it's also holding up above the 10 exponential. You love that, especially for these small cap gappers that are so momentum driven. Let's be honest about it. There's not really a fundamental reason people are buying into this. And if there is, it's probably not really warranted given the price action 233% in a day. We'll see. We'll see. The market will let us know. But the point is to be able to take it when it's hot. And you know it's hot when it can't even touch the 10 exponential on a retracement. That's an ugly topping tail candle. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sing its praise. But the fact that it held up against above the 10 exponential and is reclaiming 7, super interesting here. I think we have small cap recap, Fabian. Sector watch, my mistake.
We're going to take a look here at some of the largest percentage movers here on the S&P 500, both to the upside and to the downside, though all of these names today are going to be to the upside. It's also, I like to have a theme for this each time I do it. Today's theme is going to be continuation plays on watch. First off, we have First Solar, FSLR. This one sold off pretty aggressively yesterday, down about 9%. We did get a price target decrease from Jefferies. It's second of the week following a price target cut from BofA Securities on Tuesday, but also some of these solar names in general were weaker yesterday as we got that higher than expected. CPI print, FSLR today, though, up about 4.5%. Next up, we have DPZ. Domino's Pizza up almost 5% here. They had their earnings yesterday, a bit of a mixed report. Actually getting price target decreases from Piper Sandler, Morgan Stanley, and JP Morgan, but still pushing higher today for DPZ. And last but not least, Norwegian Cruise Line holdings basically at high of day here, NCLH. We had a nice little reversal here for a lot of these cruise line and travel stocks, which were weaker earlier on oil strength driven by the situation in the Middle East. We had the pullback on oil prices, which led to a bit of a rally in these names. Then they all got a price target increase across the board from Citigroup, with Norwegian Cruise Lines actually getting upgraded to buy and getting a $30 price target. So NCLH on watch. Lots of continuation plays to the upside, guys.
Yeah, Satya and I just talking about Amazon over here. I was looking at the Amazon. Thank you very much for that, obviously, Adara.
Thank you.
Needed to say that. But Satya and I were talking about Amazon, Fabian. And what I was looking at over here was, I don't want to call it a double top, but certainly looks like it. But we came into an interesting level, 188.5. What is that level? The volume weighted average price. So I looked over to Satya. I'm like, hey, what do you think about this? And I think she astutely pointed out that this 188, and personally for me, 188.25 looks a little bit better. Why is that? Well, there's a whole lot of chop and churn price action wise at that level. So it's not just a line on your chart, albeit VWAP respected by big money and hedge funds use it and stuff. So I don't mean to disparage it, but the fact of the matter is it's a line, and if you have a resting order at VWAP, you may or may not get the move, right? It could blow through your level. What I see over here is actual proven price action churn. So we'll see if it holds up at this 188.25. If it doesn't, though, If it holds up at VWAP, I will be very interested in getting long. It's doing the dance right now, 188.5, a little bit above the half, a little bit below. It's 3 candles now, 3 5-minute candles doing the chop and churn at the volume weighted average price. Let's put some respect on Amazon's name, man. Amazon was big boy yesterday. It's up a percent again. I mean, it had a nice move up. Obviously, it gave some back there during the midday. It had a good day prior to it. How many days? So this is 4 green days right now for the Zon, right? I mean, like that's pretty good. So I'm a little bit long bias on it at the moment. We're gonna wait and see whether we can get a hold up here at the volume weighted average price. Super interesting to me. In the exact opposite way, Meta is looking like a possible interesting short, maybe off VWAP, right? It used VWAP initially during the opening range there up until about 1045 as support. Once it gave up VWAP, it started using it from the sell side as resistance. And here we go. We're about 25 pennies, 30 pennies away from that volume weighted average price. You're not going to see me with a resting order there either. It's going to have to get there, reject, and then prove to me that it's going to use VWAP as resistance. If that means me missing a good price, then that so be it. That's cost doing business. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Looks like Google, though, not really breaking in the way that I thought. Where is it? So it got down into 162.90, not the distance I would want for a neckline break on a head and shoulders, especially if I earmark that 163 area as the neckline or what I perceive to be the neckline. So if that's the case, a 162.90 ain't going to cut it for me. Break, that is. So yeah, it looks like maybe putting in lower highs and lower low, maybe a downward channel. Still bullish though, price action wise on goggles, just by virtue of the fact that, well, it's up 2/3 and it's above VWAP. So there's a whole bunch going for it right now. I don't want to be guessing whether or not this is a head and shoulders pattern. So I'm going to pack my patience there. Amazon is still holding up at VWAP. I'm interested in this name. I don't need to be first, but it's a good look there. Stay, what are you looking at?
For sure. I'm looking at Tesla as of right now. Someone said Tesla in the chat. And honestly, since we broke that 250, I've never been convinced with Tesla on the long. I mean, I took some scalps on it a couple days before, but I feel like we could definitely test to that $200 level. It's a psychological level. I feel like, you know, there's some people thirsty for those dip buys, and we're only $20 away, $19 away from it. And I definitely think that that is a level that we can get to as of right now. For me personally, you know, you could see a setup today for the long or the short, but I'm just not convicted yet until I see the break of 250 or the retracement to 200. That's me personally. I'd want to see the bounce around 200, or if we could go above 250, then I'd be looking at the long at 250. But as of right now, when we're in this middle ground, I don't really like it, to be honest. I don't really feel like we have any confirmation. And so that's just what I think on Tesla. So on SoFi, this one is interesting as well. What is interesting about this level is we had this bounce around 1024. I really like when there's typically like a distinction and different trade after 10 a.m. So here, like between, okay, this was 10. Okay, so I thought it was on a different time frame. But I like the bounce around 10, after 10. And then we have this bounce here at this 878. So we bounced at 877, 878, and I like this kind of slow trend up on the 3-minute here. And I like the fact that we're holding VWAP, had a little bit of a consolidation, a little bit of a dance there. And then what I like and what is distinct to me is this break of this small range here. It just felt like it was a tug of war, push and pull, who's going to win. And then we had this distinct break here above this 885 level. And so an interesting level that I'm looking at is 892. Could be a rejection off of there, so just be mindful of that, you know. But I think that if we break 892, I definitely think that we could possibly see 895, maybe possibly even $9. And so I really like the look of that as well. Really strong on SoFi from there. And then the QQQs, I typically like to, yes, I like the TQQs and the QQs. triple Qs, whatever you want to call it. And so I like to look at this just because it has volume typically. It has like a high ATR. And so I'm always looking at this periodically as well. I like the fact that we didn't really break VWAP too much. We broke it around 9:39 and then around 10 a.m. But I like the fact that it bounced at that 10 a.m. It was kind of a sell-off in the morning, and then we had that bounce at 10 a.m. And typically, I don't know, it could be just my playbook, but I find at 10 a.m. there's typically a different trade setup. So it was bearish in the morning from 9:30, and then at 10 a.m. we had this bounce here. And I really like that, pretty strong up there. I want to see the hold of VWAP in order for me to be convicted in this trade. Looking back on a higher time frame, bus stop level that I'm looking at is 494.50. That is a very interesting kind of look to me, but triple Q is looking pretty strong, looking really nice uptrend there. And then looking on Amazon, you brought, good looks on Amazon. Really interesting level here. That 188.25 definitely is an interesting level. Probably looking for possibly a dip by there. Want to see how it interacts at that level. If there is a strong bounce at that 188.25, definitely would be very convicted in the long. But if it breaks this 188.25, I want to see what it does at that 188 level. That is a level that I'm looking at. Want to see how it interacts there. And I feel like if we break that 188, maybe I might get in for a quick scalp, maybe a 2-3 minute scalp, and see what we do from there. And that is what I'm looking at. And then another thing, before I pass it off to Sharif, I wanted to look at TSM just because TSM popped up on my trending ticker list. Yeah, it was on there. And so, but the thing is, I guess, did it do anything in pre-market? I guess it had like a strong bid action here off the open. Here blasting through these pre-market highs around 188.60. Really good look on that. But now it's kind of just stalling out, which I don't like. It's in this range here, 188.93 to... Oh, don't know what I did there. Whoops. And then, and then this range here at 190.90. So we have this range here. Don't really like that. I want to see a distinct breakout above this 190.97 or below this 188.94. Just don't like this range. I feel like it doesn't know what it wants to do as of yet. What are you looking at, Sharif?
We just took some profits there on Zon. I think we're about 20 pennies in the money off that VWAP hold. Right now, where am I long? 59. So yeah, just took out 77. It's not quite there yet. Looking for this bad boy to hold up. I'm also long TWG off that 6 1/4 level. That was the level that we kind of crested out at around 10.15 and 10.20. It was a bit of a double top there. We're right at that level. It's also shadowing the 20 exponential. It could be a 6 dip. Maybe I'm in too early on TWG, but we're going to find out, aren't we? Because it's coming down. So this could be trouble for me here. Already 10 pennies out of the money, and here we go with 6. It looks like I'm going to get stopped out of this bad boy unless it gets up super quick over here. We're long 33s or so. We're zigging and zagging above that level. I was expecting this level to hold up, but that's the way it is. We try to put the odds in our favor, and sometimes they just don't. So this one zigging, zagging above 6 for the moment, and I think I have quite a lofty target here in that I have my beak wetter just south of 7. So at 88. Okay, so we're getting a bit of a bounce momentarily here, back to $0.33. Let's see if we can weasel into the half. Seller at 40, got taken out. Here comes the half again. Now we're in the money on this. Not by much at all, quite frankly. And far, far away still from my beak wetter, my profit taker for all the newer viewers. $0.50 incoming, seller at 46, 45-ish. Let's see if they can get smoked to the upside over here. This up 201%. Let's put some respect on this one's name. But it is a volatile stock, so get ready for the bamboozlement. It is fast, it is furious, and it is real. Okay? And you're going to have to account for that if you want to trade these small cap gappers. There's no ands or buts about it. These are not large cap names, baby. These are not Mag 7 names, and it doesn't take a whole lot of money to push them around. So yeah, you're gonna have to be able to account for that. We're doing really well though here on Amazon. We're taking it out at 189. Really happy with this trade over here. Decent trade, not the best, but into that $0.0025, and we take it out at the whole dollar. AM dang ZN strong on the day. However, ex post facto analysis says we're still putting in lower highs and lower lows off that top. So we couldn't take out 190. on the day, and then we had a bit of a lower high there at 189 2/3. And if we hold up here at 189, that'll be another said lower high. So we'll pack our patience to see what other stuff we can do here on the zone. Back to TWG as it's still holding up at the third of a dollar, but I am concerned about this trade. Just based on the fact that we've got a lot of weakness now. We were just yapping about how these are momentum stocks. Well, it feels like the momentum might be headed the other way. We'll pack our patience, though. I did like the fact that this candle over here, right at 11:30, did bottoming tail, albeit very small, into that 20 exponential and also shadowing. Wow, 11:35, I wonder what they're doing. Also shadowing this price action area over here, this price action crest that we talked about. So, I don't want to take it out too quickly. I don't want to start reading this one's obituary a little bit too prematurely, but if we hold up here, I'll be pleased to sponge, but I'm a little concerned with my profit target. I feel it's a little lofty, hanging out at 88s, but I'm 0-2 on it. So for small paper cuts, mind you. So we're going to pack our patience to see if we can make our money back on this bad boy over here. APPS continues to go, ladies and gents. And this is a beautiful look here with the 10 exponential being that guide for the price action. Nary a breach. And when you did get a breach, look where it breached off, VWAP. Look, it's not giving you a lot in notional. We're not talking about big boy moves. We have a 295 LOD and a 345 HOD. Do the math. That ain't big, but if you size into it, why not? So we'll pack our patience with this bad boy over here. All right, TWG, I see you, boy. Give me my money. Give me my damn money, boy. All right, so we're going to go up here. We're going to take our money. Sorry, it's Friday. I'm having a good time. All right, I love trading these small cap gappers. Let's go. We're long 33s. We just went our beak at 60. Now I'm waiting at 88s. Let's go. There's a seller at 60 over here. You can tell that. Not enough wattage to prevent the price action from ascending. And you can see all the prints coming in south of 60. Just look at that. All half prints, or sorry, mid prints is what I meant to say there. So 60, an elusive target. Good. I got some out there. Let's see if we can weasel up into 88s. Here comes 60 again. Can we take them out? Not too much size in terms of like what's posted on the actual gateways. But, you know, here we go. We took them out. Let's go now. Let's go, boy. Come on, come on, come on. I don't even know. I'm talking like it's a horse, and I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I know. Darren's like, what's going on over there? It's Friday, man. I don't really care at all. I'm having a good time. Let's see what we can get here. We breached 60, which is good, but we're still south of that $0.75 area. So I'm going to pack my patience, see if we can weasel up into 88s. I'd rather just get stopped out rather than taking it out early, quite frankly. So it looks like it was a good exit there on the Zon as it dipped back into that $0.0075 for now. Underlying that for now. We held up VWAP, so that could be an interesting trade later into the day. The fact that it is continuing to hover at the volume weighted average price. James Choi. Oh, wow, that was really loud, Fabian. Wow. Ron says, Sharif, look at HIMS. Absolutely. What are they selling now? Let me guess. You know what I'm talking about. All right, here we go. What's going on with Hims and Her stock today? In today's video, I will be... I don't care about your video, bro. What are you talking about over here? I don't really see a catalyst on it. Oh, here it is. Canaccord Genuity maintains Hims and Hers with a coverage of buy and a price target of $24. Okay, well, that's a nice little premium from where we're trading at right now because we're in the 18 mid-teens. Hell of a V-shaped red to green recovery over there on HIMS. This is going on the side chart. So thank you for that, Ron. HMS, HIMS, making an appearance here on said side chart, and it will replace WW, which was the big boy yesterday, one of the big boys yesterday. So we're gonna go ahead and put HIMS there, and we're gonna keep an eye on that. So it's Hims and Hers, huh? And they chose Hims as a ticker. Does that offend some people?
Yeah, that's sexist.
What'd you say, Adara? Okay, so Adara, the human algo just let me know that it was Hims before they added Hers. So nobody should feel offended.
All right, we'll give it a pass today.
I'm having a good time. What are you up to over there?
For sure. So I was looking at the QQQs. I'm struggling a little bit with this level here. So this 40, this 493.42 is a level that kind of looks like an area of rejection. I got in at the 18s, 493.18, and so it rejected off of that level. I was gonna scalp it, to be honest. It went up a little bit. It was like at 24, and I was going to take profits as well, but I'm like, I want to see it, blast off a little bit. But I think I was getting a little bit too greedy. Didn't really follow my scalping rules, because typically when it's in the money like that, I typically like to take my profits. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to put my my stop loss at 492.90, and if we get there, then I don't think that I'm too convicted in this trade as of right now. I think I may get back in, but I'm just going to put that in there quickly. So 492.90 to 492.85. And yeah, I'm just going to put that in there just because I didn't like the look of how that was looking there. So another thing that I am looking at here is SoFi. So SoFi here, oh my gosh. So it is above this day's high here at $8.92, and we are going to Adara.
We're going to take a look here at some earnings names for our 11:40 earnings segment. If these are any tickers are on your mind and you want to vote for them to be covered on the afternoon show at 2 p.m. with Neil and Obi, all you have to do is go in the chat and vote, !join, space, $, and the ticker of choice. There's no earnings on watch for tonight or for Monday morning, so we're going to take a look at 3 earnings names from today. First off, when you might have forgotten about here, Fastenal, we just put in a bit of a bearish engulfing candle here on the 3-minute, but still near day's highs here around 76. They did report narrow beats for both earnings per share and sales, so they beat GAAP earnings per share here by a cent. 52 cents versus estimates of 51 cents. Sales, $1.91 billion versus $1.908 billion expected. So narrow beats here, but a beat nonetheless, up 8% for FAST. Now we have the banks. JP Morgan making a new day's high here. JPM up more than 5%. They beat here for both their the GAAP earnings per share here and for net revenue, so above expectations across the board. Also, CEO Jamie Dimon saying that their balance sheet is, quote, extraordinarily strong. Wells Fargo doing quite well here too. WFC up about 5 2/3%. Though their report is actually a bit more mixed than JP Morgan because they missed here on sales. They also had an 11% year-over-year decrease here when it came to net interest income. However, their banking fees did quite well, so WFC also near day's high. Let's see how this one pans out. And again, if there's any tickers you're looking at, please get in the chat and vote, !join, space, $, and your ticker of choice.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. As I continue to watch the price action on TWG, I'm starting to become more convinced that there's a seller at $0.0025. We are putting in those higher lows. So off that 620 or 633, there it is. Let's go $0.0075, seller at 75. Let's see if we can take him out. Big boy seller at 75, 2 rejections now. 2 ascensions into the 3/4 and 2 rejections. So let's see if we can continue to move up. Look, we took out that 2/3 of a seller. Why can't we take out the 3/4? Depending obviously on how big boy the size is. I'm waiting at 88s. I'm long 33s. I'm packing my patience. If I don't get it, I don't get it, and I'll just get stopped out. It's really that simple. So we're going to continue to watch TWG as it finds its footing a little bit off that. Where did it find its footing? Off the 20 exponential or that price action crest that we put in at 615 earlier there. So good look for TWG. Big Spile. We should see the gate we working on now. Oh, really? Man, do you know Big Spile is like an iron artisan, man? He can artisan up a storm.
What does that mean?
So he makes metal fencing.
Oh.
What's it called? Rails, like metal rails, staircases. He does it all.
That's awesome. How do you know this?
Well, because we're on the gram.
Oh, okay,
right?
gotcha.
I follow him on the gram. He sends me pictures of his work. The dude's talented, man.
Big Spile, shout out to you.
Yeah,
He's putting in that work.
He is. He's always putting in work. Blacksmith, yeah, sure, you can call it that. What do you call yourself, Big Spile? Are you? Do you term yourself an artisan, like I called you, or are you more like the Chilean Nightmares description, a blacksmith? Let me know. I'd love to know. Nick Dub, can you look at coin? Absolutely. Pretty Panda. TWG was making dollar moves in the first 15 minutes. I have no idea why it didn't halt. didn't dare touching that after. Yeah, look, man, you know, I'm already profitable on it. So went 0 for 2, but for tiny losses, this is obviously a bigger win. I had to let it run a little bit. John, tuning in late, you watching the cybersecurity ETFs, just an absolute blast. Brother, don't bring it to my attention. You know that PanW is my second largest holding. I don't want to talk about it. It's up big, and I don't like to mention when I'm up on stuff. So let's just leave that. What's up, Ob? What do you want? All right. AMD's ripping. Rohit Sharma. So first, we got to go back and look at coin for Nick Dub. So it looks like TWG is coming into my entry over here. I'm going to pack my patience quickly on this one. If it breaches the fifth of a dollar where I have my out, I'm Gonzino. Let's see if it wants to find its footing right at the same level. This is the exact same level it found its footing on last time. However, now we have lower highs. Here we go. It looked like it wanted to breach. So maybe Pretty Panda was onto something. I'll look at coin in a hot second. I just want to manage this trade in case it blows through my stop. I also want to see what it does here. Is it a double bottom off the 20 exponential and that 615 shelf? Look at this, guys. I mean, this is not by accident that it does this twice. We hold up here and then we hold up here twice. Yeah, no, not in my books. So let's look at coin now. All right, here we go. Coinbase, MSTR very strong as well. You know, I took that short. Coin is a rocket. Coin is looking real good today, my man. Oh, just a light 7 and, 0.12%. Very good day for Coinbase today. Bitcoin is up 4%, reclaiming $60,000, $62,061 right now. But who am I talking to? We got the crypto queen right next to me over here. So keep an eye on that. She's going to be dropping hot lines. Her and I were talking off camera about some of these altcoins, meme coins. We'll get into that in the slower time of day, but she had some very interesting insight into that, and I definitely want everyone to hear it because it was novel news to me too, how she explained it. So Coinbase looks fantastic. Pretty Panda. Nick Dub. What I do is I try to get it off a moving average. It's obviously trending on the day, very good trend. However, I don't like punching it off highs in random areas. It's just not the way I like to do business. Look, I mean, if you don't really want to wait for a heavier retracement, there was a whole lot of chop and churn at around 175. We've already gotten to 176.22. That is the high of the day. 175 is a little bit higher than the 10 exponential. So maybe a retracement near there. I haven't been watching it all day. I'd have to give it some more. I'd have to observe it a little bit more, but it looks awfully good. Something off a moving average to me would probably make a whole lot of sense, but let me know how that all goes down. D-Loaf, don't tiptoe around and trade this compression pattern on the futures. Big Spile was telling me something right now about a bull flag or a bear flag. I don't know. Let me go back and see what he said there. 1 second, because he was telling me, is that a flag on the SPY 15-minute? Let's go and have a look. On the SPY, and let's flip to the 15-minute to see what Big Spile's talking about. Yeah, man, it is. Look at that. I mean, like, what is this? I mean, is that not a bull flag there? It's obviously, you can always see what you want, Taya. There's no question about that. But interesting look here with the SPY. What do you see?
On the SPY, yeah, I definitely could see that as well. I want to see how it. Predictable answer, but I really want to see what it does at VWAP. It looks like it's holding here. It has this range, 578.70s to around 579.75, the small range here, 1048 to 1148, so within the hour. I want to see if it can get above this 580s, to be honest. But I do want to see, I'd rather a dip buy around 578.63. Want to see if it could retrace a little bit from there before I get in. Just because I feel like it could reject a little bit and then come down, hopefully just pop off from VWAP. Don't really want to get in necessarily here because I feel like it can just chop and churn. But looking pretty bullish as well. Hasn't broke VWAP like at all. Like, in the morning, but I don't really count that. I feel like from here, it just stayed above VWAP, very consistent in staying above VWAP, and so I definitely want to see a continuation of that throughout the day. So that's what my look on SPY, and looks really good as of right now, too. One thing I got out, I'm going to switch over to my QQQs trade, got out, it triggered, I guess I had, an order in that I did not cancel, was in the money, out of the money, unfortunately, because of that. But I got in at 493.13, got out at 493.30. So that was a good look. Unfortunately, I had an order that was sitting that I guess I did not cancel. That is very sad. Took my profits away from me. But at least I had the good look, in the first, what I intended to do, I did. And so that's what I really like. So another thing that I'm looking at is this Uber. Uber is looking really nice. It's making that shelf above the day's high. Really like this consolidation here. A pivotal point, though, I do think is that day's high and this bounce here at 84.60. Definitely want to make sure that it's staying above that in order for the continuation of the trade. If it breaks that around that level, move that here. Yeah, so if it breaks this level, I'd kind of be a little bit concerned just because it's broke this kind of pivotal level at 84.92, but want to see a little bit of a dip by there. 84.65 looking really nice as well. And then someone was saying AMD. AMD was blasting off. I think it was Obi, so shout out to him. That looks really good as well. Haven't looked at AMD in a while. Want to see a little bit of a pullback here around this 166.33. What I like about this level is that it got to like this high around 1103, and then this distinct bounce here right at that 166.38 level as well. So it was this high, this local high, and then it bounced off of that level. So the confluence between these two, very interesting level for me as well. Definitely would be risking around that level here, maybe around 166.18, just to give a little bit of room. But if it does break that level, I won't like it as much in the short term, but I want to see it hold that level. That looks really good as well. And then going to Tesla, because this is pretty interesting. Broke through VWAP, looking like, a short, as I was saying earlier today. One thing that I do like for more like confirmation for this short is the fact that it had this consolidation and then went above VWAP, rejected off this 233.40, came down. Now we're seeing this kind of down trend on the 1 minute. If we look on the 15 minute, we could see, more of a clear trend there. Rejects off of that 222.50, comes down, tries to retrace back up, 221.18, comes down. Have a little bit of a rejection here at 218.96, called 219. But every time it comes up to this trend lines level, it just beats back down. And so that is something that I would be concerned about with Tesla. So what are you guys seeing in the chat? Uber flying, someone said that. I think we covered that just now. Yes, Uber is still flying. And what are you looking at, Sharif?
I'm looking at Verb here. Thank you to Bhavin Patel for letting me know about VRB. I did have it as on the scanner, but there's just so much to look at. So sometimes you don't see it. It's zigging and zagging. It's a multiple halter. Not multiple, sorry, that's incorrect. It halted, it looked like once there. I'm unsure. I'd have to look at the chart a little bit better. It's not showing me that clearly. So yeah, topping tail into 903 HOD, zigging and zagging right now. The details on Verb are $6 million market cap, 1.5 million shares traded on the day. And here it is. Verb Technology shares are trading higher. The company's CEO in an October 10th shareholder letter highlighted its cash balance and implied the stock is undervalued. And so that's all it takes, baby. These small cap gappers, they don't need much of a fire to let you know what. So we're gonna keep an eye on this one. It's got to settle down here. This is not my style of trade when it's this kind of price action. I don't mind trading the more volatile names, but they got to set up so I can gauge price action, support, and resistance. Right now, we've got this thing rocketing up and we're blown through levels. So I don't mind waiting for it to settle down before I make a decision, but 903 HOD and the halt level prior, just so you guys know, because sometimes we base these price action supports and resistance off halt levels. 6 1/3 was where we halted. I believe we opened up after that halt at around 7 1/3. So you can see quite a bit of buyer exuberance off that halt. It gapped up quite aggressively. This is what I'm looking at right there. Look at that gap up from 669 or whatever the hell it closed out at, and then boom, right into 7 1/3. Big boy gap through the whole dollar level. Topping tail, or kind of not topping tail, but kind of a a bearish doji, if I could say so, at around 8.5. It hasn't closed yet. This is the 5-minute chart on VERB. Good luck, though. No question about it. Come on, TWG, you punk. Let's go. Take out that 6 1/3. We're still putting in lower highs on this, but what kept me in this trade, sorry to jump from one stock to the other, but I got to manage my positions. What kept me in this trade was the umpteen amount of times we kept bouncing and finding support at 6 1/5. Because I was not pleased with the succession of lower highs on this name, and I'm still not pleased with it because we're still unable to make another higher high. Where's that higher high got to come in? Above that $0.75, and we're still not doing it, and we just breached. I knew it. I knew that we were going to give up that right there. Wow, that was a lot of tape teleportation, but watch this. Watch this bump right back up now into 6.5. Watch the 6 breach. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a boom on it already. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a bump, and there it is. It's just true to form. These small cap gappers are jokes, bro. All right, let's see if we can bump up a little bit more over here. Let's see if we can get into that $0.33. I'll flatten out at a third. If it breaches 6, which is only 9 pennies of risk, I'll get out, but I feel like we probably bump up at least to reclaim that 20 exponential. I love these small cap gappers. They always have a way of bamboozling you and then giving you right what you wanted at second time around. That's just the nature of the beast of these bad boys. So let's see if we can move up a little bit more here. A bit of a seller at the $0.05, a bit higher than the $0.05 right now on TWG. Zigging and zagging. Actually, this is an interesting area. Now, do we reject the 5th? I submit we do. And I'm getting out here. Why? Because this was the area we kept finding support. Now we're using it as resistance. I want no smoke. I'm going to take that 15 pennies and get the hell out of Dodge with this one. If it wants to set up off VWAP, which is at 5.5, I'm all eyes and ears. But right now, we just flipped between resistance and support using 6 1/5 right now as resistance. We kept using it as support. So this is an algo in play. I got out of there. Nice, decent trade. I'm positive on it. We'll continue to see if we can eke out some more on this. I'm going to be waiting at around 5.5. That's where the volume weighted average price is. So good look right now for TWG. Let's move back to VERB. Still holding 8. Nice dip trade off 8 there. And funny enough, $8 was the volume weighted average price. I wasn't ready to take anything off 8, so I'm not going to pretend like I was, but that's a nice inverse, or sorry, that's not an inverse. That's a hammer candle right there, albeit a red hammer candle that did find its footing right around 8 or volume weighted average price, which is like a few pennies below it. 903 HOD. It hasn't had enough trading right now after the breakout for me to feel comfortable gauging levels. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one, knowing that it's in play. For whatever reason, the market is impressed by what the CEO had to say yesterday with respect to, the company being undervalued and whatever. So good look. And yeah, what are you looking at?
For sure. So I am looking at the QQQs again. I jumped in back on that train because I felt like the move was not done. So I'm just going to pull this up here. QQQs. So yeah, I really like the fact. So what I didn't like was the fact that it was rejecting off of this level. It was dancing around it a little bit. And typically I like to get out before. Like I wanted to make a distinct move before I get back in. So I got out around 30s, didn't like the rejection off of there because I thought it may slam down, but it broke through this, this trend here around 493.42, and then we have this candle that's distinctly above this level. So I really like that. What I'm really looking at is just the hold of this 493.26 level, really liking that for the long. I did get in a little bit for a scalp. I got in at 493.55, got out around 493.67, so a little bit of a scalp. I could have held it for longer because I definitely think that it could, reach the highs of the day, but I'm just more of a scalper. That's just what I feel comfortable with, so that's just what I'm going to continue to do. And so I made, a little bit of my money back that I had lost on the position that I had just sitting on the order book, and I didn't realize that it was there. So nice look on that. Really like that. QQQs, TQQs looking really nice for the long trade as of right now. And then I saw someone saying SoFi at 9 wall. Let's go back to SoFi.
Wow.
Yeah, SoFi is 9 wall. I don't necessarily mean know what they mean by that. Maybe like a rejection level in terms of that. Yeah, definitely could see that as well. I would definitely look out for that $9 level. If you see, or if you're seeing on the tape, if you have access to the tape and you're seeing like a lot of prints, $8.99 without printing that 9 level, definitely, you know, be a little bit wary of that 9 level. You want to see a prints above 9, 901, 902. But if we are just seeing rejections at that level, just be careful because it can be a rejection from there. And then Uber to $86. Let's go back to Uber. Yeah, Uber is strong. My goodness. This is definitely not letting up. It bounced off of that 84.67 and it's going to the upside. Definitely, like, do you have any looks on like where this may go? Like in the price discovery phase, like what do you usually do in order to kind of see where it may stop?
On intraday?
Yeah.
Good question. I do daily charting. Well, first we'll start with the 4. See,
Okay.
this is a blue sky setup, though, no?
Yeah, it is.
So then there's nothing. We can use fibs.
Okay.
Right, fib projections.
Yeah.
To basically gauge where the price may go using Fibonacci's. I know you guys like that. But no, seriously though, if it's a blue sky setup, I'm using fibs, the fib extensions to try to engage where. But I would do that not for intraday though. I personally wouldn't. I would do it for a swing trade or for a long term. You know.
Okay.
Well, not
fair.
even long term, more for swing. To be quite honest with you.
That makes sense. Yeah.
If it's a blue sky setup, it's a blue sky setup.
Yeah.
I mean, what can you be? Maybe
Can't stop the
psychological
train.
sport, $90, $100, right? Like, what is it supposed to be?
Fair,
right?
fair. I think that is very fair. That $90 level definitely is probably a place where people are looking at that $100 psychological level. That definitely makes a lot of sense. Someone's saying in the chat, pretty panda, kind of funny. Sharif knows I'm a TLRY fanboy. However, it's kind of breaking out at the moment. Good volume in the prior 15 minutes. You guys have like...
No, he was hilarious. I saw his earlier comment. He's like, I was listening to the drunk CEO. It was hilarious because they're selling alcohol now. That's where they're making money. They're not even making money off weed.
Oh,
It's funny.
interesting. What? I didn't know that was a thing that you
All
could
right.
do that.
We do have Adara
Go
at
into
the big
Adara.
desk. And then after that, we're going to have Neil's lesson of the day. So hang out tight.
Yes.
Been a pretty exciting Friday here for the market, to say the least. New highs for the S&P 500. So what a way to end a week, especially in a month that, much like September, generally associated with a bit more negativity in the market. We had a bit of chop and churn this morning, that's for sure, with PPI, higher than expected year-over-year print and core year-over-year print, the lower than expected PPI on a month-over-month basis. It actually came in flat, so no change on a month-over-month basis. Core coming in up 0.2% on a month-over-month basis there, in line with forecasts. So it was mostly just the year-over-year prints a bit above expectations there. So much to look at here in this market. We did have Fed speakers as well. From what I'm seeing, all the speakers that were supposed to speak have spoken. There's a new entrant on this calendar. It's going to be Fed's Bowman, who, again, the only member to dissent from the 50 basis point decision. Fed's Bowman coming onto the mic at 1:10 p.m. So stay tuned for that. In terms of stocks on watch, Eli Lilly making a move to the upside during the midday. LLY here up about 1.5% and hanging out around this 924 area as of right now. Nikkei reporting that Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks saying that its obesity drug is on track to be approved in Japan by next year. So good look here for LLY. Also, we have Chinese stocks on watch. I have Alibaba up here, but a lot of these stocks have been on the move, as we know, this whole week. We have a meeting from the Ministry of Finance in China tomorrow where they are likely to be discussing the stimulus. And we also have comments today from U.S. Treasury's Jay Shambaugh, who works as an undersecretary for the Treasury, saying that he's, quote, been encouraged by China's statements about the domestic stimulus plans. So we'll have to see how the stimulus goes. Keep an eye on these Chinese stocks, Eli Lilly, and so many other tickers. Make sure to vote for your ticker of choice, ! Join, space, $, and that ticker. But for now, we're going to learn about some other lessons here with Neil and his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Adara. Lesson of the day here. Breakouts are good, but continuations can be better. And oftentimes, one of the easiest trades or setups to look for is a simple breakout play. You know, stock X goes through $10, stock Y goes through $100. Today, NVIDIA through $135. You know, you can just have a round number and it's a trending stock and you like that breakout. All the more simple when you have a resistance level, or I guess support if you're taking a breakdown, that just lines up. But I'm going to show a couple of examples of, not just because NVIDIA didn't go that far, it only went to 135.78 after that 135 break. everybody that took it won. But why the continuation trade sometimes is just as good of a setup, but can give you a little bit more explosion. And on top of it, sometimes you can do both. So what does the breakout look like? I think it's pretty obvious here, but I'm going to show you anyways. This is NVIDIA. Why did everyone like 135? Pretty simple. I mean, NVIDIA, if you go out to a daily chart, we'll zoom it in here for you so you'll be able to see. Go to a daily chart. There was already some overhead resistance out there, and then we had a bit of a double top forming. You failed 135 on Wednesday. You got right to 135 yesterday, and it's not just that it tagged it several times and pulled back. It's that there was a monster size on the offer. So everyone saw that a few million shares on the offer there and saw it reverse. You hold a higher low, so you got higher lows into a flat top breakout. It's as clear as day. So you know you like that level. It makes it pretty easy to look for continuations. It had a couple of bounces, again up to 135 after, and I'm looking at a 15-minute chart on purpose here. But notice how nasty and dirty it gets for any continuation. Of course, we're going to usually like that 135 on the way back, and it gives you another push to the upside. But when you're looking for that continuation play, just because it was an obvious breakout doesn't mean it's a good continuation. NVIDIA never truly sets up a continuation trade. Like, where in here does it look like a bullish play in the morning? Outside of the breakout. Yeah, sure, this is 135 and it bounces a bit, but you have a topping tail candle. You have what looks like a reverse completely followed by another one that looks like another reversal in the other direction. That's just a choppy mess. It's now starting to form a better looking long, but all it was a simple breakout where that level had no significance. So if you're trying to find things that look even better on a continuation play, I'll give you AMD here, and there's one breakout which stands out in the continuation, golden as well, and I'll get to that one last because it's a doozy. AMD was weak yesterday. They had their event. It was a complete gong show in terms of selling off. Didn't really matter what they were saying. It just sold. There was one green candle in the early afternoon that stalled at 166. Pre-market high 166. So like NVIDIA, it set up an obvious breakout trade. Was the breakout good? Sure. You made money if you took it. I had it. The scalp trade worked. Scalped out most of it. Got back out under break even. But the continuation trade actually sets up pretty well on this 15-minute. You see that it rinses some 15. Anyone that tried to hold this for more than the scalp trade, they're out of the money. Maybe they're getting stopped out at 165. But then look at it. It bounces with another higher low at 165 bucks, does this nice little compression candle, and when it retakes out the high, it just forms all kinds of strength. So the continuation here, because you didn't have much setting up on AMD on that breakout, gave you a little bit, but such a good, nice, tight continuation trade where you have the pullback. Usually you're rinsing people on a false break. Instead, it's holding tightly onto the higher low and then breaking out this prior candle in here. You get to 65, and you're off to the races. In this particular case, there's nothing wrong with the breakout. I'm not saying don't take that trade. But when it doesn't work or doesn't give you as much as you want, sometimes looking for that nice tighter entry. It didn't really happen on NVIDIA. I took 135 mounts on NVIDIA and scalped it a couple times because I like the level. But really, the false break on AMD actually sets you up with an even better long after the fact, where you can still have tight risk and then work a big trade. One even better one for you is going to be MSTR. And the best thing about MSTR is you don't have to worry about a false breakout. So you have resistance at 189, pre-market resistance. There's a theme. All three of these have exactly the same setup, where you have a previous day resistance level, and then the pre-market high, same level, and then just break it out. Right? So it's the same setup for the breakout trade. The continuation on MSTR, what makes it so good is it essentially sets up, well, if this high breaking out's good, then the next high, consolidation, even better. So what does it do? It pulls right back into the prior high, consolidates, and breaks out a new top. That's the gold standard. Because ideally, you don't have to worry about the AMD where you're still playing the trend to the upside, but you're actually getting long underneath the original breakout price. So therefore, you could still be failing that 166 on AMD. In this case, your continuation is golden because you're going higher lows the whole way. And on top of that, when a name is highly shorted, that's what you want. If it's a squeeze type name like an MSTR or like a DJT, or if GameStop ever does something again, ideally you don't want the continuation to be underneath the original breakout, because it's still failing the break and there's a lot of people still holding the original trade. I think in this case, you want some new shorts to be in here off of this level, and this makes it such a better continuation play. But it's setting up exactly the same way. It's not complicated here, and this is what I love about it, and why I'm not just going to show you the trades we had that worked. I could pull up Uber that was a great long today, but what are we supposed to learn from it? It worked the plan. So what? What should we have been in that could have been better, and what can we learn from it? MSTR, technically, just because you missed the 189, which I did miss, doesn't mean you get away from the stock. It sets up the exact same thing, breakout here, after holding the next consolidation level. If it loses 194.5, fair enough. You're not looking at that trade. But the second it sets this up on the 15-minute, that is a clean look to break out this top. You get another leg to the upside. Everybody that trades momentum is going to look at these key breakout setups. There's almost no chance you weren't paying attention to NVIDIA 135 today if you're trading the chips. AMD 166, MSTR 189, whatever it might be. But it's not over just because the first move happens. Oftentimes, your number one idea for the first breakout is not as good as the continuation play. And oftentimes the idea that you weren't looking at and missed a gigantic move is even bigger the second time through. That's why you're constantly hunting for setups and hunting for trade ideas. And nothing is better, I think, than just looking for continuation on an already strong move. That's where you want to be. You don't necessarily always want to be picking these bottoms or trying to mean revert. I love them as well. But if you can just find a simple continuation play off a big breakout, just make it easy. Keep it simple, stupid. That's your lesson of the day. Continuation breakouts, they can be the gold standard because you're already looking at the stock in the first place. So you might as well be focused on that next move. There's your lesson of the day, everybody, and good luck this afternoon. It was Super Chat? Hold on a second. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Let me get the Super Chat. Rohit, how do you determine the duration of breakouts, whether they will continue for a few days or weeks since the VWAP adjusts with trend? So, great question. I don't use VWAP on higher time frames. You don't see it on my 15-minute chart. You don't see it on my daily chart. If I'm looking for a continuation on a higher time frame, and you know what, let's actually just I'll use Snowflake. And I'm going to use Snowflake here because, quite frankly, I bought this yesterday in my PA, right? So I know what I was looking for with it, and it's easy for me to pivot to this. So Snowflake, for a day trade, maybe you'd have the day trade in here, let's just say. For myself, I was looking for a swing where it closed above the 50-period moving average, so I didn't get into it. And I should have got into it at the open on this day. Okay, I made a mistake, so I got in half at 122.5 here. So in terms of determining how far it's going to go, there's only a couple of ways I look at it. And it's very simple. I don't really use things like Fibonacci's or whatever metric you want for how big ATR. A lot of people are going to use something like that. I look at prior resistance, like very big resistance levels. So that sets up this 132. That puts that as a target. And I look at big resistance in here. We chopped up and then resisted in the 140 to 141 range. Those put out natural targets for me. And the only other thing I will look at is, I think I can use this tool here. Like if you look at the consolidation bottom, which is where your first stage breakout happens. Oh, that's Fibonacci. I don't want that. I want the measuring tool. The measuring tool in here, if I just simply look at that, like that's going to tell you, and of course it's not even, whatever, I'm just going to eyeball it for you because now it does this over here instead of up there. So you've got 117 to about 107. So call it a $10 range. So then that sets up for myself either 117, resistance at 27, if I was taking this breakout, which is not what I did. I like it to here, I like it to there. But if I was taking the break off of this, I'd simply look at the range it's breaking away from. That was a $10 move. Well, I want to look at the 127 area for a take profit. Oddly enough, what's the high of the day today? On Snowflake. Double top at 127. Did I know that before I did this? Nope. No clue. Just happened to be true. And sometimes it's just that simple. The prior range that it's breaking out from ends up being a resistance when it makes that break. As to why that's true, I could care less, but that is something that I'll always look for. Whether it's, if there's no key resistance level for the first stage to get to, then I'm looking at what is the consolidation that you're breaking out of on the higher time frame, and that's where my first out is going to be. In this case, I'm looking for something a little bit more personally on Snowflake because I didn't really get this trade, and here I was waiting for the close above. I hope that answers your question. Every trade is going to be different, and you want to have that plan of action going into it. Right? Like if you're taking the first stage breakout, have an idea before you get in where you want to get out, where you think you can go to, what your targets are. Right? Like trading is just a series of if-then statements, and you put them together to formulate a trade. Everything else is just kind of guessing or gambling, in my opinion. So make sure you have that plan of action before. I'm telling you what I'm doing right now in Snowflake, and had I gotten the early breakout entry, what I would be doing. And it just so happens that that 27 would have been the first out today had it been that breakout off of the 117. So Rohit, great question. I hope that answers it well. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you very much, Neil. You know what I'm going to say. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour, he's dropping that lesson of the day. You thought I was going to say something else, didn't you? So shout out to Neil. Thank you again for that. How's it going, Steph?
Yes, so I took a QQQ's trade, not working out, jumped in around 493.80s. It rejected. It's around 493.40 as of right now. I think that if it breaches 493, I think I'm going to get out of this trade and then reassess as of right now. I have my stop here at 492.98, and so hopefully, you know, it doesn't stop me out from there. But looking a little bit, you know, like there's going to be a little bit of a retracement on the triple Qs or the triple Qs, and so yeah, not really liking the look of that, to be honest. I thought that there would have been a breakout and then a retest of the day's high, but not looking like I'm going to see that as of right now. What else are you guys looking at here? Let's see. Snow, Meta. Do you think Meta will raise in earnings in 2 weeks? Do you have any outlook on that?
Meta?
Yeah, Meta.
Meta's a dang rocket.
It is always a rocket.
Look, I don't know what to say about this other than new Zuck, curly-haired, gold chain, bigger shoulders Zuck. That's the Zuck I like. No, I'm kidding, of course, but this company is really trying to become a device company, a hardware company. Here's the deal. So I was watching an interview with Mark Zuckerberg. Obviously, I forget who was interviewing him, but the point he was trying to drive home was he was not master of his own domain. Apple and Google would basically tell him what he could and couldn't do with Facebook, with Meta, with WhatsApp, with Instagram, with WhatsApp, etc. So he'd come up with an idea, be like, I want to do this and this and that. And they'd be like, you can do this. You can't do that. So he didn't like that. So he wants to be able to control all the different parts of the, let's call it the stack, right? From the hardware to the software, everything. And so I think that's what he's genuinely trying to be. How well they execute, an entirely different story. But I like the methodology. I like how he's going out and doing it. He's got a monster user base. What is it? 3 billion monthly active users, something ridiculous
insane.
like that, right? I like what he's doing. The valuation obviously has really changed in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
We're talking about this being $88.
Yeah,
It's knocked on the door of 600 the other day. So, yeah. Personally, I like the company. Mm-hmm. I don't have any investment in it at the moment. Why? I don't know. I think I just have enough Mag 7s. Okay. I'm in 3, and I don't want to be in a 4th.
Okay.
So
what are the 3? I know Apple.
Yeah, Apple. Apple's the biggest one. I have some NVIDIA pre-split, and I have some Tesla.
Okay,
That's
makes
it.
sense.
Yeah. So I don't really want to be in anymore, but I think he is. Again, remember that conversation you and I have? Are you about the manager or are you about the founder? Like, are you that Timmy C style, the guy who's not the founder, who comes in, manages the company, makes all the balance sheet? Or are you about the founder, that visionary, that creator?
Yeah, I'm definitely for the innovation, for sure. The innovation needs to be leading. I don't know, like we had this conversation about Apple, and I feel like the company needs to be driven by innovation. That's all I have to say.
Agree. I agree. I think Apple, you know, they've got a little bit of a niche, and here's why I say they don't need to be number one. They seem to know how to perfect everything, but never be first to market.
Yeah.
If you want to make that your niche, all right, have at it. So you're going to let everybody innovate, and you're going to steal their thunder. You know what I mean? I don't know.
That's their thing.
Right? So we'll see. We'll see what we get.
It's the interface, though. We've said this before. The interface, it just gets everyone every single time. Buying that same phone every single year. They're counting.
There you go. And I agree 100% with you guys. Is that a Seinfeld reference? I don't know which part, JF. I kind of just scanned over everything there. I didn't even notice. Pretty Panda wants to know why MLGO is doing it. I saw somebody else talking about MLGO during the break. Let's have a look at it now. It is sub $1, so it didn't quite make its way onto my chart. There it is, guys. It came in. Look, I was watching it when it was coming into these highs over here. This 37.5 penny high. We kind of double topped there in the pre. We just took it out. We're still looking though at that 43.5 pennies, 43 pennies. That's the top from yesterday, but this has been going. We're still inside day today, technically, because we're ensconced with yesterday's price action from the top side and the low side. But I want you guys to take a gander at the 4 hour on this. Yeah, that's real. That's ugly. I hope nobody's holding that. In any event, what you can tell by looking at this chart is it's a former runner, and a daily chart will show you that as well. It is a former runner. It can run up a storm. We just got to catch it on the right occasion. Fabian's killing it with those animations there. So master of his domain, yes, JF Trader. I did get it from there. I just didn't make the connection. I wouldn't have said it otherwise. Yeah. Are you master of your own domain? Again, I know I feel bad because
I don't know it.
But yeah. It's like, anyway, I'm not even going to get into that episode.
Okay.
It's beyond the scope of the show.
I'll have to just watch it on my own time.
Yeah, you will, because I can't talk about it here. Well, we can't, seriously. I'll get in trouble. Brendo's right there. So. In any event, I'm long here on HIMS. And I wet my beak there going into 30s. This one worked its way up into 35s. I don't really have a whole lot of expectations, but it's been a very strong name intraday. That is up 2.5%. Just wetting my beak here on some profits, about like 10, 15 pennies in the money on this name. I'm also interested, Satea, on Amazon, in Amazon. Reason is, look at all these holdups here. I'm going long here.
Okay,
all right.
do it.
There we go. We're going to go long here, and we're going to look to defend. Who's that? Who's that back? Fabian. All right, so we're going to look to defend this area. Amazon's putting in lower highs. I get that, but it keeps bouncing off the volume-weighted average price, so I'll look to scalp it. Into the $0.50. If it breaks the $0.50, we'll just lose about 15 pennies or whatever it is there on AMZN. But it's putting in lower highs. I'm cognizant of that. But it seems to find its footing in every time around this area. And if that's the case, I'll just scalp it out. Pretty Panda, that's the game. All charts I'm watching looks like that on the 4 hour. Yeah, look, man. I mean, look, if that's the kind of game you like, these small cap gappers that mean revert, a lot of people make good money shorting these small cap gappers. You don't usually see me doing it, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. Trust me, it certainly can be done. These small cap gappers, yeah, there was a trader here. You sit in the corner, and that was his game. He would wait for these things to run up, whatever, 80, 90, 100%, get shorts, and then just take it right back down. He would go heavy too. Random oddities. And the splits were before those big moves, right? Which one are you talking about again? Let me know what you're talking about, Random, because my mind gets convoluted with everything we're talking about. All right, so we're in the zone. We're break even right now. I'm looking at, just playing the range on this. We'll see what we get with this one. Satea, what are you doing over there?
I'm looking at this Amazon, and for me, not to go against you, but it's looking like a short to me, to be honest.
Flat bottom breaky.
Yeah, like what I want to see is possibly a break of this 188.45. I definitely see what you're seeing in terms of the bounce, and I don't want it to like possibly liquidity grab from this area. But I think that if it can break through this 188.46, then I'm kind of looking for the short here. Why? Why, you may ask? Well, yes, we have a little bit of this downtrend here, but also too, what I'm seeing here and something that I've been working on is kind of like a range break. And so I look at like a range here. So there's a little bit of a range around 11 to now around 12.18. And so we have this range rejection here around 189, and then we're coming below VWAP here, and we're fighting. I really want to see what it does at this level, because I think this is very pivotal as to whether it continues as a long or breaks down for a short. But I do want to see what it does at this 188.40, 44 level, and see what we do from there. Not necessarily wanting to get in at this range, but very interesting to me. Tesla wants a little bounce. Let's look at Tesla. Let's look at this little Tesla. Yeah, Tesla looks like it's trying its hard. It's bouncing at this 218.22, around 11.48, trying that little bounce. So let's see what it's doing on the book, because I feel like that may give us some indication as to what's going on here. So we're just gonna type in that Tesla. Okay, so what's interesting is this 50s level, 220, 50s. I want to see, I'm seeing some rejection here. It comes up to 50s, and then it's breaking a little bit down. I definitely want to see it printing 51, 52, 53, but I'm not really seeing that yet. Oh, break through that 54. Okay, now we're going. Now we are blasting off. Okay, I'll take it back a little bit, but we are fighting through this level. And so I want to see, you know, more volume, more energy, because the thing is, yes, more energy, because the thing
Tell him, Fabian.
we could just have this range, like we do have this wick here. This was around 948, 945, 948, and around this 220.90 level, 221. And so you want to make sure that we're not just, you know, within this range and staying within that range. We want a break of that range. And so I definitely think that's very pivotal as well. But we want to see that energy. We want to see that flow. We want to see that momentum. And I really want to see a hold of that 220.50. Like, I really want to see a hold of that, because I feel like if we kind of break down there, then it's not necessarily a pivotal level, but it's definitely a level that I'm going to be watching on the tape to see, are we seeing lots of orders? Are we seeing lots of size on that level? And so chopping, not necessarily interested in this, to be honest, until I really see a break around this 221.12, or more distinctly above this day's high at this 223.45. But we'll see what it does. We'll pack our patience. And got out of the QQQs trade. I didn't like the way it was moving around. Got out before it even hit my stop loss level. So my stop loss level was 492.98, around 97s as well. Didn't even wait for that, because I'm just seeing more of a breakdown here. And then I also saw that Adam DeLucy was saying to look at the SPY in unison with the QQQs, and I was seeing a breakdown on the SPY as well. And I'm like, okay, not looking too good on the market, and so took out some profits there. Might possibly see, you know, a retracement to VWAP. It's grinding a little bit down. I'm looking on the 1 minute. Let's look on the 5. Yeah, definitely grinding down there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 bearish candles on the 5-minute chart. So definitely, it's really coming down now. And so, yeah, definitely think that we could retrace around that VWAP level, maybe around 492.50. What are you looking at, Shirley?
I'm long on the softy here for a bit of a mean reversion back up. The $0.50, we kind of got into those lows there. Bit of a riskier trade here, trying to catch a falling knife. Looking to wet my beak. Where am I looking? 65s. There seems to be a seller every time we get up into 60. There it is. We're at 65. It's not printing. I crossed it. There we go. Now we get it. All right, Dees, let's see if we can continue to pamp here. Where am I long? 54s. Okay, yeah, not the biggest trade. We'll look for something into 14s. A bit of a double bottom on MSFT. The low of the day, technically 413.25. We're at the $0.50 right now, so we haven't quite weaseled into the low of day. Amazon has a seller at 70, 188.70. I won't be convinced otherwise. That's 4 ascensions, 5 ascensions into that level on the 1. Here we go again. Watch this. Seller again at 70. Unable to take it. Well, there we go. Come on, bro. Let's go. I'm waiting to wet my beak at 75. Seller at 75. Everywhere, bro, there's sellers. What is all this? All right, there we go. Now we get the print, baby. Okay, good. So we did well on both. Let's see if we can weasel up on both. We're trying to use VWAP as the floor for Amazon. I'm using that $0.50 generally, even though my stop is south of the $0.50 on Softy. It's a riskier trade on Softy. VWAP to me is a better level off which to base a trade than the low of the day double bottom, because it's there for a reason. So we scalped out on this one at we're at 65. So I'm gonna look. I'm not taking anything else out unless I either get stopped out or it prints something near the whole dollar, 414-ish, in and around there. So we're gonna pack our patience. Go Amazon, you punk. Let's go. We're gonna get something out here on the Zon at around mid to low 90s. Let's go hang out over here. I think that that's a respectable level to get it out because there does seem to be some price action support. Now probably resistance at around 90s. I'm front running it a little bit. Microsoft moving up D's over here. We're knocking the door of 70. All right, nice. 20 pennies in the money here. Let's weasel up into 414-ish. We're going to hang out probably near the whole dollar. Come on, baby. Let's go. There's a seller at 80. We just took out the seller, haven't crossed on the bid. There it is. Let's get to 88s, baby. I'm waiting at 88s. Let's go. Let's go. All right, good day today. Having fun. Jokes and stuff like that. And these trades are okay. Let's see. We're watching both the Zon and Microsoft, waiting for the prints on both, neither of which is forthcoming. Seller at 85 on Microsoft. That's a couple of times now we've stopped the price action ascension into that 85 penny area. Random areas, man, to have these sellers hang out, but that's the way it is. AMZN, I'm waiting on the other side of 90. That's good enough for me. We're taking it out there. Let's see what else is going on with Microsoft. I'm still in HIMS, by the way. Excuse me. I'm still in HIMS, by the way. We're almost at high day. We're doing real well on that. We're long 82. We just knocked on the 22, excuse me. We just knocked on the door of 40. So packing my patience with these trades. Amazon's done. We're waiting for Softy to either print or stop me out. It's having resistance right now at 80 pennies, and I'm waiting on the north side of that. So we're going to hang out over here on MSFT and see what is good. IK, coin, super strong. You're not the first person to say that, my man. It looks like crypto in general is very, very strong on the day. Even the deadweight Mara is up on the day as well. I don't mean to offend anybody by that. I got burned on it too, so you don't have to feel too bad. Yeah, that's the look on coin. That's a fantastic look on coin. It is at 178.50. This thing opened up today. The low of the day is 165.22, but guess what? The closing print yesterday, 164.27. Let's see if we can get $20 above that level. We've got small cap recap with Adara at the big desk. Give it to us, Adara.
What an ascension here on the 15-minute chart for the IWM. We have found a little bit of support above that 220 area after shopping and churning around that area about half an hour into the session around 10 a.m. Let's see if we can make a new high a day above that 220.70 level. Let's see what happens here with this Russell 2000. First two of these small cappers are actually ones we covered earlier today. So what I'm going to do is specifically take a look at the daily charts here, see if there's any levels. Top Wealth Group, says about a 7% short float and a $2 million market cap, actually IPO'd here back in mid-April, and we have not really been at these highs since this time when we had that IPO. So let's see what we do here. Provide any support at that $5 level should we fall there. Right now, trading just below $6 and announcing that they've priced their 27 million share offering here. This is valued here at $10.8 million. So TWG, interesting level here on the daily chart. PACP, Pacific Biosciences, has fallen quite a bit from its highs. Bit of a base here at that 118 level. Currently trading just below $2 and a bit of potential resistance to be aware of around that $2 level. Again, right now we're just below 190. This company has a 19.9% short float and announced a collaboration agreement with this cancer center in Singapore. This small cap we actually haven't covered yet today, so we're going to take a look at the 3-minute chart as we usually do. Nice recovery for AEHR. This is Air Test Systems. They reported their earnings last night after the close for Q1 2025, beating estimates here for both earnings per share and sales and reiterating their guidance. If there's these or any other tickers that you like, get in the chat and let us know. Exclamation point, join, space, $, and your ticker of choice.
Thank you very much, Adara. Always appreciate that. Guys, I got out of Microsoft because there's a seller at 85, and that's going to be the setup. I don't really want to fight with the lows there. So if it wants to bounce back off the $0.50 and then make a new high, prove to me that that is the bottom and that buyers are going to step in to prevent the bleeding, I'll get back in. I don't have a problem with that. Microsoft at the lows, it gives me a lot of potential upside, but I don't want to be caught in a dead cat bounce off, the lows of the day. So that's why I got out. Now, this is a a mistake here on Amazon. It was a good trade. We took 30 pennies on the top, but the fact of the matter is, I looked at this level, 188.90, as the previous area of support. And I theorized that the previous area of support would act as resistance and took it out there. I didn't account for, number one, the whole dollar and for these area crests over here. And I also didn't account for the fact that, even not by much, we are still putting in higher lows. So look, if Amazon comes back into VWAP, I'm going to take it again. But we are in a range, and we have been in a range for the better part of almost an hour and a half now since we broke down there and started straddling VWAP. So we'll see what we get there with AMZN. But if it comes down into that 60 penny area, 50 penny area, I'm gonna want to take it again. Now TWG has been it's been holding up at 580. Kind of a random area. I mean, we have some price action support and rejections there on the way up. Like this area rejected off 80. We cleared it. We came back down. We used 80 as support. And now we've used it a couple of more times over here. But guess what? That same situation of lower highs is still intact. And if you want to make the argument, this could be a, you know why? Because we're awfully close to VWAP. Here's the look at on the 5 minute. Ugly topping tail. Since the topping tail, successively lower highs and lower lows. With this, let's just call it the $0.5, 2/3, whatever, as support. Kind of a flat level. Well, look what's right below that level. So if the bid gives up there and the bid drops off, this 550 is probably not going to mean a whole lot. I mean, VWAP, yes, okay. It's an important level, especially for these small cap gappers taking them north and south, at least for me. But I think that we're awfully close here. Now, the other side of that coin is you could make the argument there's a buyer here. Every time we dip into this area of like whatever, low 70s, high 80s, or sorry, low 80s, we're encountering buying. All right. Well, then why aren't we making any higher highs, right? Like the buying is not strong enough at the moment. Now, if it does get strong enough and we start curling to make those higher highs, I'm all eyes on TWG. I mean, you know that I love the trade called the VWAP hold high of daybreak, which is essentially when you move up big in the start of the day and then, you know, what time of the day like now, it kind of straddles VWAP but holds VWAP into the more liquid time of the day, and then we kind of test that high. What was that, Fabian? TWG, I'll give you the exact name of it right here. It's actually called Top Wealth Group. Yeah, TWG is called Top Wealth Group. Yeah, I know. I don't even know the names of these companies. It's kind of like not even important.
You just know the abbreviation of it?
Yeah, or I could tell you the name, the price action and like the ticker, but I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about the name. I mean, isn't that normal though for us who are just
we see like
action?
so many things. So yeah, like we're just flicking through tickers.
Right?
So yeah, it's fair. It's fair.
What are you looking at over there? I see Spider.
Yeah, I was looking at that SPY. I'm still trying to determine whether or not this is a long or a short. It's at that point where it could be both. And so I'm not too sure. I was just looking at it, but no distinction yet as to what I'm going to do with it as of right now. I really was looking at this Intel, though. Intel is really interesting to me. It's holding that VWAP very distinctly. I'm liking that VWAP floor there. I'm not necessarily getting involved in this range, but I do want to see the break of 23.72 to 74, so I do have an order out there. So definitely waiting to get filled there. Looking to take profits around the high of day, around 23.79. Not necessarily at the highs at 82s, but 79s just a little bit before it, just because I want to make sure that I do get that fill. And so I'm just waiting for that there just because I do like that, but want to see some more volume. But I do like the fact that it never really broke VWAP. And so that is typically very bullish in my type of trading strategy. So really liking the look of that on Uber. And then another thing that I'm looking at is Amazon. And Amazon, I mean, like, I don't know what to do with this. Like, I really wanted to short it, but it's still not giving me the confirmation for the short. Still want to see that 188.42 coming in for, you know, more confirmation on that short. But it looks like it's bouncing. It's holding VWAP. So looking pretty decent for the long there, but wouldn't want to get involved unless we break this range around 189.16. Coin going to 180. Let's see. Let's look at that coin.
Yeah, bro. Rock.
Wow. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, I definitely think that is a level that you should be looking at. It's around, you know, an even dollar level. So I'm liking that. I'm liking the look of that as well. Nice break off there. I'm liking this hold around 176.19 in terms of just, I want to make sure that it holds this level. If there is a pullback, I want to make sure that there's a little bit of a consolidation there. If there is a continuation up, but definitely looking good for coin. Could definitely see it getting to that 180 level. Looking really good there. Uber is something that I was looking at as well. Usually there's something that I've been working on. I call it like the triangle break, where you kind of, it reaches like a point of a bounce. And so it's reaching this point around 84.73. Looking for a possible breach, but the thing is I have to remind myself that the triangle breaks are not always going to work because Uber is strong. Uber has, like, you know, a catalyst behind it as of right now, and it's at all-time highs. And who am I to think that I'm going to catch the top, you know, shorting all-time highs?
Some credit,
right? I don't know, but like I don't know. I don't think it's a good look, to be honest. And so I thought that it would be a good look, but I just have to remember the context of like what I'm looking at. It's at all-time highs. It has like a pretty positive catalyst, and so I'm not liking it anymore. Was going to look for the short, and it is setting up visually and in terms of the structure, but I just have to remember the context behind that. And so that's what I'm looking at, Sharif.
Fair. All right, I weaseled back into Microsoft over here because it's putting in, look, it could be this umbrella pattern that Adara talks about a lot, which is, you know, kind of not dissimilar to what Neil says when he says a dead cat bounce, right? I mean, it's not the best term, but it makes the point, which is what we're talking about here. When we have a big move down, it looks like we're curling back up, only to drop right back down. Now, we'll have to see here what we get on Softy, right? I saw a seller at 80s, so I was a little concerned with that. Looks like we took out that seller. Well, we're still not printing above 80s, though, on the bid. So that seller is there. We've crossed on the ask. We can't really seem to weasel up. I didn't get the best price. I was looking here on the 5-minute, and I liked what I saw in terms of higher lows on the 5-minute candle. Look at this. We're still unable on the level 1 over here, eye on the red and the green, the top part. We're still unable to cross 80 on the bid. So there is something to this, and down we go again, zigging and zagging over here. So what I saw on Microsoft, what got me interested, was these candles all had kind of bottom wicks. So I felt like buyers were buying them up. It's kind of, you know, a bit of a tougher situation to see kind of this forming and then have to chase it because you're getting it at lows, and it's a tougher situation. So we'll see. I've given myself a decent room here to allow this to work in. I don't want to be DCAing into this at all because I just don't want to give back any money. And here's the look. So what I'm looking at right now is what the future is doing too. And the future just went negative, the NQ that is, albeit barely. 20,430 is yesterday's closing print. We're printing 25, so we're down 0.02. That's not the point to tell you that we're negative and that Microsoft's going to tank. It's just the point is we're moving down on the futures with kind of skewed looking double top there. If that's the case, then, you know, Microsoft could sell off, right? We often talk about the correlation between the futures and the Mag 7, and there's a reason we talk about it. And here we go again. We're unable to cross 80 on the bid. Oh, finally. We crossed it. Let's see if it's a dead cat cross. Well, is that even a thing? There we go. We got a print. Okay, good. So let's see if we can weasel up a little bit more. I feel like I paper-handed the trade first time around. I didn't take enough profits. Let's see if we can eke out some more profits over here. I'm going to look to see if we can break and take 414. I think that's going to really be contingent on the NQ going green, or, you know, at least getting a bit of a curl up here off 20,425. We'll pack our patience. What's HIMS doing? HIMS is retracing, so we got into that 40. Are we below the 10 exponential on the 5? Not quite yet, but we are rounding, though. So I need to be cognizant of this on HIMS, right? I wet my beak on some profits, didn't want to take it out at 40s, and here we go again. Now we're touching the 10 exponential. Last time there was bamboozlement, though, right? So the closing print are all north of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but this wick, I mean, it would have stopped you out. Closing print or not. If you had a resting order south of the 10, you got stopped out. So we'll see. We'll see what we get here. I'm going to pack my patience with HIMS. What's Microsoft doing now? We're still zigging and zagging at 80 still. So I've wet my beak on some profits. I can, pack my patience a little bit more here. I just have to adjust my stop. But I'm looking for something maybe above 414. I just don't want to be quick to take it out. What are you guys looking at? I don't think I've asked anybody to vote. That means that we probably don't have that many votes, guys. The big kahunas today include Obi and Neil. Sean is taking the day off, but if you want to see how your trade would have mean reverted if you had taken it, throw it into the chat. If you want to see how Neil would have traded something you didn't see or you didn't trade, get into the chat right now. Vote for your favorite tickers every day. Exclamation point join, that word $, or that symbol $, and the ticker of your choice. So look, I'll take the Audi any day over that look, but I don't think that they're not equivalent there, right? Because one is a movie and one's real life. Yeah, remember that iRobot movie?
Yes.
Go back, Fabian. Let's see the Audi that Will Smith.
Ooh.
That looks good.
Is that real?
Yeah, well, it looks like they took an Audi TT and kind of, jazzed it up for the movie. It looks like a TT.
Oh, okay.
To me, it's
It's for a movie. Oh, okay.
Remember iRobot?
Oh, wait. Oh, you know what I was
The Will
thinking
Smith
of?
movie.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about Wall-E. Whoops, wrong robot movie.
No, different one.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that one actually. No.
Yeah, iRobot's it's a classic. If you ever get a chance to watch iRobot, it's certainly a classic. It's one of my faves.
I will definitely look for it.
It's because basically it talks about robotics, and do you know Asimov's books on robotics and like
No,
sci-fi and
I
stuff
don't
like
know.
that?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
no.
Anyway, so he posits these rules that all androids or droids, have to follow. Like there are 3 rules. Like you can't hurt a human. You can't do anything that would be bad for a human or something like that. I forget what the rules are specifically.
Okay.
But those are the 3 rules. And then one of the robots being made en masse, like kind of like Optimus, decides that he's a human now, right?
Interesting.
And
That's scary.
He's not going to adhere to the 3 Asimov rules. So he does things that hurt humans, and he becomes a little rogue. And then Will Smith tries to take him out. That's what the movie's about. It's actually a good movie.
That's gonna be on my
And let me
watch
tell
list.
you, it's like a 20-year-old movie, but when you look at the graphics, they're not bad.
Really? Okay, I love
There
that.
it is. Thank you. Look at Chilean Nightmare is
robot
doing
made-
the absolute most in a fantastic
Thank you. He's doing
way.
our homework.
A robot may not injure a human through inaction, or allow a human to come to, or through inaction, or allow a human to come to harm. A robot must obey the orders given it to it by human beings unless such orders would conflict with the first law. And last, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. That's a whole lot of reasoning right
This
there.
is crazy, but do you think that a computer could ever be smarter than a human? This is just like so random.
Yeah, I do.
You definitely think? Yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
In terms of creativity, that might be interesting though, because you feel like when you use these LLMs, I feel like they lack creativity, and that's where humans come into play.
Okay.
Like in terms of digesting information, like they talk about what was that 4.0 ChatGPT 4.0 was able to get like the 90 some odd percentile in the bar exam.
Okay.
So in terms of like that kind of thing, it seems to do really well. But you know what? I also heard in that it functions at very high level when it comes to complicated tasks, but very simple tasks like driving, picking up a bottle, understanding that the bottle goes here, not there, basic stuff that humans can do no problem. It sucks with. Maybe that's just the early stages though.
Yeah,
Right?
that's an interesting look.
I don't know.
So something that I'm looking at is MU. So someone was saying, what the heck is going on with MU? And I thought that it had a very distinct structure that I was looking at. And I feel like this is like the best example that I have for like my VWAP floor or VWAP ceiling if I were ever to, have like a distinct look at it. And so what I'm looking at is this shelf here. Look how distinct that is. Look at that shelf. 106.80s, it just could not go above that. We had this rejection here, comes down, tries to come back up. It's bouncing along VWAP, and then it comes down here. But what I thought was more distinct, and I got in for a little bit of a scalp, was this shelf here. And then as you can see, like on the 3-minute, that they're sloping down slowly and slowly. And I thought that a really nice level to risk off of was this wick here. Well, it's not this wick, but this candle here at 106.65, because it should not go above that level. So if I go back to my chart here, I did a little bit of a scalp around 106.10, got in, got out around 105.99. You know, nice little scalp there, and I just thought that was really distinct, really nice. Shout out to the person that said Micron there. I know you're saying what the heck was it doing, but I just thought that was very distinct, and I wanted to, you know, take advantage of that move, and so that was really interesting there. So really nice. So what else are you guys looking at? TWG. TWG, have not heard of that company.
Trading that. That's a small cap gapper.
Oh, that's you? Okay, let's just take a look at it here. Okay, this is nice. This looks really nice for the short. I like that it broke down through VWAP. If I were to get in, I would be risking around this $6 mark. I think that nice even dollar level, and then we will be going to Adara. She has some big news for us.
Oh no, we're
oh no! Oh, she's right there. She's back there. Oh, sorry.
No, we're gonna pay some bills.
Okay, we're gonna pay some bills.
My bad. Imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool, and this is how it works. You complete the evaluation process by meeting profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade the pool's capital, which gives you the ability to trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. The best part is you keep up to 80% of the profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. So go on and check out tradethepool.com. I went over to the website and it looks quite promising. So scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or get into the description of this video and click that link. Shout out to the good folks there at Trade the Pool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Katz there. He's always doing a fantastic job.
Thank you for that.
All right, guys. We broke down a little bit here on HIMS. We're still a couple of pennies in the money, but now I really need to ask myself the question, am I getting in at this 20 exponential? And the answer is going to be no. Couple of reasons. One, this candle could very well end up like this, where it breaches the 10, gets bought up super quick, and then, you know, pushes everybody out and then goes on its merry way. We'll find out. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I'm not going to be adding here. Now, if this candle over here at 1250 ends up looking similar, not exactly, like this candle at 12, I'm adding. I'll add on the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. What does that mean? So look at this. This candle's high was 1228, meaning that if we drop down there, I would have waited until this area, 1829, to add. So it would have been about 10 minutes later. That is how it wants to play the price action, where it breaches the 10 exponential to push everybody out, only to go on its merry way. That's how I'm going to play this. But if it breaches 20, the 20 penny area and the 20 exponential just happens to be that way, I'm getting out. So that's my look. And VERB is a dang rocket ship. Unreal. I thought this was going to give up the ghost. Once it topping tailed and it dropped below VWAP, I was not using anything related to the 10 on this one. I was like, all right, this is going to give up the ghost at VWAP. It's going to be a V-shaped retracement. We're going back to 5 1/5. I was absolutely wrong about that. This one topping tail wall. This one worked its way up into 1087, knocking the door of $11. It is, though, getting extended away from that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And if you watch me trade these small cap gappers, I use the 10 exponential as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions. Once it gets away, too far away from the 10 exponential, I tend to wait for a bit of a reversion. I like this 9.5, 9 1/4 area for support, for an area support test. So what do I mean by that? If we were to come down off this current price action, I'm looking to buy at around 9 1/3, 9 1/4, 9 1/2. I really need to watch the price action then. Why? Because we had so much chop and churn as a resistance level there. So I'm looking for it to possibly act as support if it works its way up in there. So good look right now for VERB. It's a dang rocket ship. And here comes 1820 on HIMS. If it breaches that, I'm gone. So that's going to be my look there. What's Microsoft doing? All right, we worked our way back up over there. I didn't want to take this out, even though I was out of the money for a while, because it was still holding that low quite well. So I'm going to pack my patience, knowing very well that this looks awfully bear flaggish, right? Move down, have a consolidation area, and then you could flat bottom break through 413.40. I'm keeping my eye on the futures to see what the situation is with that, but I'm going to hold on to the position for now. What are you doing?
For sure. So someone said Netflix in the chat, and so I really like the look of Netflix, but something that I've been working at recently is the break of the day's low for the continuation of a short. So, I mean, I was going to punch in as of right now. Let's take a stab at it. I'm going to put my order in at 724, and hopefully if we can break that, then, you know, we'll go to the downside, the down. So let's do it. So I'm going to put my order in at 724 and then 723. I'll give it about, 2 pennies, and then we'll go in from there, and I'll place that order there. So waiting to get filled. There's a big spread on it, to be honest. There's around 30 cents in the spread. Okay, it just skipped over me. Great. Wow. And it's going to the downside. Damn, see, I hate when that happens. That happens so much to me. Okay, so in a situation like this, how much would you cross? Because I feel like I never really typically trade stocks with such like a high spread. And so how much room would you give it in order to get filled?
Hold on, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
My bad.
Do your thing.
Yeah.
So I was looking at Netflix, skipped over me, skipping a pop, and it's going to the downside. Damn. But this is definitely something that I've been working on, very much so, the break of the pre-market low. And I like the fact with confluence of VWAP, it's below VWAP, really liking that. And so that is what I was looking at. And then another thing that I was looking at is it's near, not exactly, but it's near the previous day's low here, around 724 10s, 11s. And so that was very interesting, the fact that it was approaching near that previous day's low. And so very interesting for the short. I think I'm going to cancel my order, to be honest, just because it skipped me. And so I wanted it specifically at that level. I don't necessarily want it to bounce at that level. So I'm just going to cancel that. And for a bigger part of the move, then so be it. But I wish I really could have caught that.
What was your question again?
Yeah, so my question was, I only gave it 2 cents of a cross, but the spread was like 30 cents. And typically, I give like all of my tickers, regardless of like how much they are, like 2 cents. But like, what would you recommend? Because this has happened so many times.
On Netflix?
Yeah, on Netflix. Like it has a 30-cent spread at the time that I was trying to enter. So how much would you give it?
So for a buffer between my entry and my stop, or the spread between my trigger and my limit?
Yeah, your trigger and your limit.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna give it about like 30 pennies.
Okay, so as much as the spread then.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, your stop may not get triggered.
Okay, fair.
Unless you're gonna use a market order stop, and then that's the Wild West.
Yeah, that is the Wild West.
You don't know where, right?
Okay, so
that's the thing.
So you would say give it as much as what the spread is.
Yeah, and can I also add to that?
Yeah.
When I trade these small cap gappers, the bottom can drop off at any time. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's just the way they're manipulated.
100%.
And so if you don't give your small cap gapper a buffer between the trigger and the limit, that same thing can happen, like on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
The line will go there on your chart, and you'll be like, okay. It's just like going below, nothing's triggering, and you're out of the money a lot.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You can't manage risk like that. So yeah, I completely agree with you there. I have to give it quite a bit of room.
Okay, I was a little bit scared because I've never actually had a cross like that much. Usually, like sometimes if I usually look at like what the price action is doing,
right,
and say it was at that 724 level, I'll try to do a limit order very close to it. But I was doing like not like a J, but
Arca?
Yeah, like that,
yeah.
And then had that range. But yeah, 2 cents definitely wasn't enough for Netflix and got skipped over there. So very sad about that. That would have been a nice little scalp there. Okay. It's bouncing off of that. It's bouncing off of 723.73. And then, yeah, I just canceled my order there. Didn't like that. So someone's saying Vic Novak. He's saying SPY, let's go. Let's go to the SPY. Spying on you. What are we doing here? Yeah, SPY, let's go. Yeah, it has like this bounce here around 578.10. I would say that this would be a nice risk level. Just be careful about like what it does there, but that looks pretty good. I want to see more of, a bounce here at this VWAP level, more confirmation here. I'd say a place that would give me more confirmation is around 579.34. That would, give me a little bit more of a confirmation there, but I like the bounce. I like the bounce on the 15-minute, but I do want to see another candle. And then we're going to Adara. She has some good news for us.
Crypto update.
Take a look here at crypto. What I usually like to do is take a different look here on this afternoon crypto segment than what I do at 10:30. So today, instead of looking at the daily chart of BTC, I want to take a look at the weekly. And I'm seeing a bit of a rounding bottom, potentially a cup and handle type look. You don't want to diagnose these moves before they happen, but we have this nice rounding out here before finding a bit of resistance just above that previous high here, current high here around that 72,000 level. Had some lower highs since then on the weekly chart, but now what's pretty interesting is we're trying to make a bit of a higher low. This is our second day in the row or second week in a row, of weakness here for BTC, but these last two have had some bottoming tail candles, and we're holding on decently to that 62,000 level, which was a bit of resistance previously on the weekly chart. So let's see what we do here. Of course, the 60,000 level pretty key as well that we struggled with yesterday. That was some previous resistance on the weekly as well. If you go back to early March 2022 or early 2022 in general. So let's see what we have here on the BTC weekly chart, but it looks like it could potentially push higher on this name. Now, I want to take a look at some crypto stocks as well. Yesterday, we did a bit of a deep dive into MSTR and MARA. Today, I want to look at Coinbase, which is up about 8% right now and finding some support here in the 3-minute chart at this previous area of chop and chip around this 177 level. Let's see if we can keep pushing higher here. High of day currently, I'm seeing 179.18s. So we are currently about $2 removed from that area. Let's see what happens here on COIN. But generally, bit of an uptrend and earlier a bit of a bull flag for Coinbase. Let's see if this one bases out and pushes any higher. These are any other.
Here's the look on Microsoft. What happened over here? I'm really happy with this trade, and I'm also really annoyed with this trade. Got literally bottom wick at 413.40. We took it out at 80, so it was a nice 40 penny winner, but true to form, it continues to go. Now, I didn't have the foresight to think that we would really blow through this 414 level because we would just kept rejecting there. So I was like, okay, I'll play the range, and if we get a breakout trade, I'll have time to get back in because it'll test 414 this time as support. It didn't do that. So now I'm looking at a different trade on Microsoft now that I'm done with it. I'm looking at a possible 415 short. Now that the future is going to have to cooperate with that. Like, you're not going to see me punching in short 415 when the future breaks the high of the day. Like, there's going to have to be some confluence between the two there. Oh, he just sat next to me, and the second he sat down, he couldn't help himself. He's like, "What's the next trade?" So I was like, all right, Obi, just sat down. Take it easy, bro. Get your breath, get some water in. No big deal. He's like, it's something you have to eat, breathe, and sleep. There is no time to rest. So shout out to Ob. 415. You can rest, but only if you rest on what the next trade is. Shout out to Ob. He is a true believer, baby. So 415. I'm looking at that level if it wants to work its way up into 415 short. There's also the volume weighted average price a little bit higher than that 415, about 415, 14 or 15 or so. So right now it's struggling with the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. I'm talking about Microsoft. This level right here, let's load up Softy. So this was the reason I got in. Super simple, guys. We were at day's lows, and we did these kind of bottoming tail candles where you could tell someone was buying it up at that level. It dipped down, as you can see over here. I added again after scalping. And so it's just been, adding at these levels and getting out, adding at these levels and getting out. So Microsoft, good look today, but I'm still interested in the short at 415. Let's see if it sets up. No guarantees there. What's HIMS doing? So I added on HIMS as well. It came in right into that level that it found support at last time. I don't know why, and I don't care. 815, 1815, 1816 or thereabouts is where it found its footing. I added there, and I'm looking to wet my beak for some profits into that 18 and a third. We'll see if we get it. It's bouncing a little bit right now. On HIMS, look, it's not a big mover on the day percentage-wise, but have a look at that red to green move. I mean, for whatever reason, we were selling off in the pre. We continue to sell off after the bell right into 10 o'clock. And then there's some callous people who say smart money comes in at after 10. I wouldn't be one of those people, but there is some evidence to that on this chart, because right at 10 o'clock, it started going green, and it really hasn't looked back since. So HIMS only up 2 1/3 on the day, but this is one hell of a red to green move here. Recovery, you often hear Neil talking about red to green and green to red. That's what he means by that. We start off the day in Redsville, and then we end up going into the positive territory. So good look right now for HIMS. Good look as well for VERB. Just knocked on the door of 11. Again, it's too extended away from the 10 exponential moving average for me to weasel my way into this. I'm talking about VERB. Sorry, I didn't put the watermark on there. And like I said before, I'm very interested at a trade on VERB between 9 1/4 to 9 1/2. You're not going to see me with a resting order in and around there. That's how you get in trouble. I need to watch it as it trades in and around there to prove to me, yes, there are buyers stepping up. And there's any number of things you can look for in order to gauge whether buyers are stepping up. Look for bottoming tail candles. Look for price action support on the book. Is there something on the bid that keeps us up at this random level? Is there no size on the bid, yet we're not dropping down? Lots of little hints you can look at to see whether or not, we're going to hold up at the level that you've identified. All right, I'm happy with this trade. Again, we wet our beak on some more profits on HIMS. Added at 20, took it out at 30. Still holding a bigger position here, looking for the high of the day break, knowing full well that last time around we couldn't break through that 40 wick, close, or otherwise. So I'm very interested to see whether or not, number one, we can take out 40 this time, and number two, if we take out 40, whether I should add. Because we already know that that's been a very important resistance level on the day. Does it act as support once we breach it? So a lot of unanswered questions. I know I'm talking to myself, but that's kind of the way it works there. Black sheep trades. Okay, it is. Thank you very much, dude. The dude's on point here, man. Let's load up. Where is it at, bruh? VERB. We're going to have to get rid of, who are we going to get rid of? We're going to get rid of Amazon. I hope the trade is not gone. Here it is. It's at 12. It's at 950 right now. Let's watch it here. Let's watch it. And so it got into 9 1/3, and it found its footing super quick there. All right, here we go. Down into 9 1/3 again. Zigging and zagging. As you can see, tape moving quicker. Book moving quicker. Why? Because you're at that level that if I'm looking at it, other people are probably looking at it too. Okay, so let's watch here. If we get that curl back up, we know we have a lot of room from this 9 1/2, 9 1/3 area that we're at to the $11 HOD. We could squeeze back up there. In fact, we can even take it out. So lots of opportunity today on Verb. But I got to tell you, if you're a newer small cap gap trader, stay away from this, right? Because it's just moving to choose something a little bit more subdued. Because this is an animal right here. I don't mean to disrespect animals or anything. Get PETA send email or you never even know. But that's a look. What are you doing over there? I don't even know why I'm bumbling to myself. It's Friday, man.
It's Friday. We're having fun time here. So I was looking at Uber. So Uber, I don't know what you're doing, but I have my stop below 84.55. So I have it around there here. What I was looking at was it looked like it was bouncing off of this level, 84.66. I thought that I could catch, a break of this level around 85.50. I got in at 85.44, got in a little bit too early there, and I was looking, for that long. It's coming down a little bit, retracing. Not necessarily saying that I'm wrong as of yet, but I do not want to see it get to that 84.55 level. I think that then I'm jumping off the bus, I'm getting out of that Uber, and I am going home. So I'm looking at that, not really looking too good there. Something else I'm looking at is coin. I like coin just because I like this part to risk off of. I like the fact that we're curling up here. We have a little bit of a curl. I like this kind of rounded bottom here. It's retraced back to this kind of local high here around 176.15 and not necessarily reaching that level exactly, but I do like the fact that it kind of reached near that level and bounced off of that level. And so a target that I'm looking at here on coin is 180. I really distinctly believe that we can get up there. And so, you know what? We're gonna take a stab at it. I'm gonna put in my order here at the break of 179, and then I'm gonna risk here. Do I want to give it this much room? I think I'll give it. I feel like this is most distinct, this bounce here, so I will give it that much room. I'll put my stop here at 176.94, and then I will put my order in, and then we are going to Adara, and I'm putting my order.
Just keep an eye out here. LLY, Eli Lilly breaking down here on the order book and on the chart. This one initially popping up here earlier after Nikkei reported that its CEO, David Rick, said that the company is close to getting obesity drug approval in Japan, on track for that in 2025. So bit of a move to the downside here on watch right now for LLY, guys. Currently breaking below the previous support of 924.
Thank you for that, Adara. Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm looking at a coin here, and I'm just not liking it. So I think I'm gonna switch over. I'm not really liking it too much as of right now. I mean, we are approaching that 179, but I don't know. It's just so extended. I feel like I should have got it back at VWAP, and that would have been a better entry there. But let's take a second look at it. Yeah, I would have rather gotten in closer to VWAP. This is a little bit too extended for me, not really in my playbook. But I do like the look of it in terms of this risk level at 177. But I think as of right now, taking a lot of losses today, and so I don't want to take another one. And so I'm just going to leave that on the side today. So that is what I'm going to do. MU is recovering from that bounce off of 105.86. We're approaching VWAP again. So very interesting there. Want to see a break of that VWAP in order to to get involved there. I like this distinct break and then that bounce there. So looking good on that. Amazon, okay. So it's breaking through this range. Something that I was really looking at was this 189.19. I like the fact that it held VWAP. It's coming up here to the top of this range, and we look like we're holding here. I see a little bit of a shelf on the 3-minute at 188.95. And so I'm just going to look here on the 15-minute. Really like the look on the 15-minute. It has the bounces off VWAP and strong wicks up to the upside. And so, okay, so we reached that level, 189.16, and then we're breaking down a little bit. So I do want to see a full break. At least I want to see 2 3-minute bars above this level in order to get involved. But definitely a level that I am looking on the lookout for as of right now. So looking at that, let's see Intel. I did cancel the order because it was just sitting there for a bit. Okay, didn't reach the top of the range that I was looking at. 23.73 was something that I was posting at for my order. Just canceled it. I feel like sometimes if the order doesn't get filled, probably within like 20, 30 minutes, I don't like it to kind of float around, and so I just cancel it. And so that is what I'm looking at. Someone's saying long Tesla, he's got robots building robots. What?
Okay, can we talk about this for a second?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not trying to throw shade.
Okay.
And I'm an Elon fanboy. I want to make that very clear. I'm starting off with that as the premise.
Okay.
Okay? But when I was watching the dialogue of some of the robots yesterday, it didn't strike me as AI speaking.
Interesting.
Now, the actions seem legit. Like it's obviously not a human inside the robot. It's an actual robot that's standing up. He's moving and everything. Well,
they're a little bit freaky, but yeah.
Yeah, but people were talking with this thing afterwards, and it was umming. And I've been using
humming?
Umming.
What the heck? That's weird.
I don't know about that. Fabian said it could use it as processing buffer. Personally, when I've seen these things buffer, they just take time to respond. But once they respond, they don't hem and haw.
Yeah.
Right? They just respond.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and there's no hard and fast rule that says everything has to sound like ChatGPT.
That's fair. I mean, maybe they wanted to really, sound like a human, think like a human, have, those breaks like a human. But I think that's a little bit strange.
That's actually a good point. Like if they actually programmed it so that it would hum and haw like a human.
Yeah.
So give it more of a human. Well, I didn't consider that.
That's
I didn't
weird.
consider that. But look, I got to tell you offhand, it just didn't seem like it was.
What are they using them for? Like, what are these robots for? Is it to take care of like an elder? Like, what is it? What is it exactly?
It's to iron clothes, go and do my dishes, laundry. I'll bully the hell out of this thing. I'll tell you. Brendo's like, you bully this thing, it's gonna kill you in your sleep.
How much is this thing going for? Because I've
We're
seen
thinking 20,000, something like that.
Whoa!
Yeah, but think about it. Like, I mean, this is a droid that can literally replicate a human.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put a price on humans, obviously,
Yeah.
but there is like, and clean the house, give old back massages, tell him how great of a mean reversion trader he is. You know what I mean? Like, there's all sorts of stuff that can be done. No, seriously.
Do not be surprised though if we see someone getting married to one of these things, attempting to.
Already, we're gonna have to change like the laws so that I don't know. I'm not even gonna get it. I don't even want to go down that
It's a
rabbit
spiral.
hole. Yeah. No, seriously though, I'm telling you the truth though. Offhand, I think Elon is a dang genius. He's a once in a generation type person. But what I saw yesterday from the droid or the Optimus, I didn't feel it was natural. I'm not trying to throw shade, but that was just my opinion.
I mean, it's still in the early stages.
Sure, but tell us.
That's true.
Don't deceive.
That's
I'm
fair.
not again. I have no proof. I'm just speaking off the cuff. Like there were so many videos on X. Woke up this morning because I didn't stay up for the event, right? So I'm just scrolling, looking at some of the announcements and stuff like that, and it looked fantastic. I mean, this thing was serving people drinks out of a tap, pouring drinks, handing them to people. It was all legit.
Very
Let's be
interesting.
real about it.
Yeah.
But the talking.
Kind of freaked you out.
That was the one that I just didn't feel like. Think closer to 300,000. Crassy, really?
Whoa.
300,000. I don't know about that, my man. I thought it was going to be similar to like an entry-level car.
Yeah.
You know what I
that
mean?
would make more sense. Yeah.
Who knows? And Brendo and I were one sec, babe. And Brendo and I were talking this morning about can it be two forms of revenue? One, you buy the actual car. So if you want to buy the robotaxi, you buy the robotaxi. You want to buy the droid or the Optimus, you buy Optimus. But then there's a recurring revenue model, a SaaS, software as a service, right? Where you actually pay either for the FSD software or for different options for Optimus. Like Optimus can do this, and that if you get this package or that package.
I could definitely
You know what I'm
see that. I
saying?
definitely think it wouldn't do like a wide range of things. You're probably right. It probably is like a package like, okay, like housely duties, or cook,
Right?
clean, like do that type of stuff. And then who knows what else they'll charge you for.
I thought it was super
I'm sure he'll
interesting.
get creative with it.
Right. Anyway, what are you looking at over there?
For sure. So as of right now, I'm looking at Uber. Okay, so I got filled on my Uber trade at 85.44. So I'm just gonna move on to that Uber. Yeah, so just got filled here. I'm liking this hold at 85s. Definitely want to see it hold there, but I feel like I'm not necessarily wrong until this break of 84.65. Not necessarily wrong in terms of it's going to reverse and go into a short, but I just don't necessarily want to give it that much room. And so, yeah, I have my stop loss around 84.55 still. And I'm going to keep it at that because I think that that is just where my risk lies as of right now. So looking at that, and then Tesla, I forgot why we mentioned Tesla in the first place, but looking at Tesla, it's just ranging. It's not really doing much, to be honest. And I really do, and I stand by it, that I really think that 250 and that 200 level is going to be where we start seeing those movements and those orders and that volume. And so I looking pretty sure. I mean, maybe you could take a stab at the short, but in terms of like a day trade, I want to see more volume there. So looking at that, and then just gonna get rid of this poll. Want to see what you guys are looking at. Long verb again. That is verb. I didn't take a look at this verb here. Verb, yeah, this is interesting action here. Like it on the long in terms of the trend. I like the fact that it just comes down here, it bounces off these levels, bounces off 790, bounces off 834. And so we want to see that bounce again around this 867 level. I don't want to see a break of this kind of trend line. I don't really like that, but I want to see possibly, like, if it does break, I kind of want to see this and then a retest up. And so I want to see at least 2 to 3 5-minute candles staying above this trend line. So that is what I'm looking at there. I have a Tesla with FSD, and now we're close to safe. FSD, what does FSD mean?
Full self-drive.
Oh,
Remember, I did a video the other day of me driving that thing.
Oh, really?
Remember I told you, like, was I telling you or was I telling Joe?
No, I don't. I think you told Joe.
Yeah, okay. So I went last Saturday, and the video's out on our Instagram, by the way. And it was really good for the most part, but there were situations. So are you familiar with Yorkdale?
Yes.
Okay, so there's in the back of Yorkdale where the buses go,
Okay.
right? That's where you go and you exit basically the Tesla there. Guys, we're talking, right? So there is the exit there in the back. Now, it's a one-way stop sign. Fabian, two-shot. There's a one-way stop sign, one-way stop sign. Everyone else at that stop sign has the right of way. You're the only person that needs to stop.
Okay.
It didn't understand that.
Oh.
And it was accelerating, thinking that the people coming were going to actually stop as well.
Oh.
I had to intervene. I had to hit the brakes hard. Yeah. But the good thing about it is,
Were
like,
you test driving it, or?
yeah,
Oh.
I test drove it, and I for the purpose, obviously, of the 1010 event, right? That was to kind of get the feeling of how the robotaxi would look.
Makes sense.
If it had anything like similar to FSD, and it was really good, Satya, in certain situations. Some other situations, like I'll give you another example where it was really good. You know, Toronto's now going to give you a $400 fine if you block the intersection.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So it didn't do that. It gauged that the car in front of me was not in front of the white line, so it didn't cross the intersection. It waited until the car at the pedestrian cross passed, and then it went through. It never blocked the intersection. So it did cool stuff like that. Like it understood certain situations, but it didn't understand others.
That's very interesting. And so another question that I have is, are they charging for the FSD, like in terms of like a subscription?
No, that's the thing. So I think it was $20,000 in Canada. I think they dropped the price. You have to literally pay $20,000 on top of the price of the car. But some people were trying to make the argument that that would be a discount. Because if you got FSD and you owned it, you wouldn't have to pay for a SaaS later, software as a service, down the line. Oh, baby, here we go on Verb. All right, we're 40 pennies in the money here. Let's see if we can weasel up into that 80 penny level. This chop and churn area is the area I wanted to take it out. Sorry to kind of digress super quick there.
Sure.
We're just waiting for the continuity, or here we go, back into the 60s. I'm going to put my beak wetter at 77s. What's life without whimsy? Let's see if it gets printed just to front run this level. I'm anticipating resistance at 80 pennies because of this area over here and this chop and churn over here. So if we don't get that move up, I'm going to flatten out through the break of the 40 penny area. But that was my look on VERB, looking for that 980 break. Here comes 65s. Look, can't quite make it up there so far. So we'll pack our patience with this one. Where are we long? We're long at 31. So good look right now on VERB. It's a bit of a bamboozler. So you're going to have to pack your patience, but it generally did hold up at the volume weighted average price. Obviously, wicked below it, which would have stopped some people out had you had your stop shadowing the volume weighted average price. 69 showing up now on my ask. I'm waiting for 77s. We're packing our patience, but we may not get it as a result of these two area resistance levels over here intraday, still up 84 and some odd percent. Good look there. So yeah, that's my look. And what are you looking at right now?
For sure, I'm looking to short coin. Actually, just jumped in at 177.50. I like the fact that it kind of made this distinct high here at 179.28, and so. I'm looking at this break here, saw a little bit of a consolidation here. I know that this is kind of something that it goes out of the range of the range that I was looking at. But looking there, okay, we're down. Okay, nice, we're in the money, 20 pennies. Looking to take profits here at this wick around 177. So I'm going to put my take profit there just for a little bit of a scalp. So I'm just going to put that in real quick. And hopefully it gets down there. We're 25 pennies away from there. So hopefully we reach that. And then my Uber is still kind of trickling up. 85.44 is where I got in. Where are we on that Uber? Let's just see here. 85.27. Okay, so we are a couple pennies out of the money, around like 18 pennies. But you know what? It is what it is. I'm still waiting there. So that is what I'm looking at for that short on coin. And then something else would be nice if AMD got back to 169 after that huge sell-off. Let's look at AMD. AMD.
Can I just shut up Big Spile first?
Yeah.
He $5 super chat by the Spiled one. If the Tesla can't drive me while I get service, this by the robot, I want no. Big Spile, come on, bro. Why do you do that to me, man? Yeah. Neil's just looking. Neil's got the super chat up. He's looking at it and just chuckling. I love it. Shout out to Big Spile. You're always making us chuckle, man. We love you on this show. But keep it clean, man. Come on now. Jeez Louise. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's okay. So looking at that AMD, looking really nice here. From around this high, around 1157, we have it just distinctly bounced off of there, and then it's continuing higher and higher and higher. And so where can we go from here? You know, I love my bus stop level. Gonna look at that bus stop level. I mean, the bus stop level here seems extended. Like 172 is the bus stop level that I'm looking at. Do I see it going there today? I mean, maybe, but I feel like that is just a little bit extended here. Something locally that I'm looking at is probably around this 168 level. I think that is pretty reasonable. And then again here at 169, definitely looking at that. Want to see that hold out of this 167.27, and then also this hold of this 166.32 if we break through there. Definitely want to see that as well. My coin is it's not giving me the coin. It's bouncing off of that level, and it's going to 177.90. Don't really like that. Wanted to see immediately a break of that level. Wish I got out of that scalp. So I'm just going to hop out of that because this is not necessarily something that I want to see here. So I'm just going to hop out of that coin. Sad, but it is what it is. And we are still in that Uber waiting for that. And that is what we're looking at here. Oh, didn't hear what they said there. What else are you guys looking at?
Gotta do a quick ad read.
Yeah, do those ad reads.
All right, guys. We're talking about WorkSport today. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, trading under ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Okay. Let's have a look at, there's the tonneau cover. It's okay. It's okay, no worries. Yeah, I got it because it's in the calendar, Fabian, so I can do it too. Thank you very much for that WorkSport shout out to them. I was joking with Sean yesterday. I'm like, man, once Marissa Katina gets that Rivian, she's going to definitely need one of these WorkSport tonneau covers there. So shout out to the Katina man and enjoying his day off today. All right, guys, I weaseled out of VERB here because it did dip below 950. I was using 950 as my gauge, but I think maybe I got this one wrong. But as I look at it on the 5-minute, I'm not ready to set up on this one. I like what it's doing in the sense that it's holding up at VWAP over here, but I got to get a good price, more around 9. That'll give me room to breathe. So I punching in at highs, 950, 9 1/3. I don't know if that's the move, but here it goes again, man, right up into that level. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set something up in the lower 9s, okay? Let's go 915 or something like that. Oh, why didn't it trigger? Let's go 915. Let's see if it wants to go this time. Yes, there we go. So we'll look to get something in the lower 9s there if it'll give it to me. If not, then, we'll either have to chase it or not trade it at all. But I like what it's doing on the 5-minute with respect to its price action at VWAP. Most of the closing prints north of there, and it's kind of consolidated, which is okay because we're still 130. This is kind of doing that VWAP hold high of daybreak possibly, right, with that $11 insight. So keep an eye out on that. I'm looking to get in to VERB. PACB, though, PACB, printing days high I looked at this one a bunch of times in the 80s and the 90s. I said, look, it's not giving you much in the way of notional. Now it is. Now it's knocking the door of $2. What's PACB up on the day? I got to go to my banking. I don't know why it's not loading. Anyway, okay, can't see it right now, but $2 coming into view right now. 199 HOD. It's been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute. And there we go. We have a new high a day, $2. I've got to find out what this one is up on the day, just so that I have an understanding. All right, PACB. It is up 29.03%. So really good look today for PACB. Regional Bank, I believe. No, it isn't, man. Pacific Biosciences. I don't know why I thought this was a regional bank. Anyway, Pacific Biosciences, had that completely wrong, guys. I apologize there. $2, high a day. Let's see what this one does. I'm not punching in here, obviously, but I'll keep it on watch. Back to VERB, because it's still doing that sideways chop, and I'm not getting filled. But we're still within the range, so I'm packing my patience over here, looking to get filled in the lower 9s to get a bit of a better price off which to base this trade. Because if we're going to be in this consolidative mode, you never really know if we're going to give way here or what. So having a price closer to 9 at least helps me set up my stop a little bit better. The problem with that is obviously I can miss out on the trade. So packing my patience here with VERB, trying to weasel back into this. PAC-B is a Michael Burry stock, says John Del Segno. Yeah, you're right, dude. I completely got that wrong. I was thinking regional banks. It is a biosciences company, Pacific Biosciences. I had that one wrong. My mistake there. Thanks, John, for mentioning that. Yeah, Boot Burner mentioning it as well. Pacific Biosciences. My mistake, guys. I got that one wrong. We'll keep an eye out on PAC-B no matter what, though. We do have money talks, though, so we're going to weasel on over to Adair at the big desk.
I'm also seeing here, unrelated to money talks, but briefly wanted to note as well, I'm seeing Kathy Wood's ARK Invest, according to the Kathy's ARK website, also holds a fair amount of PACB as well. So a little note there on Pacific Biosciences. Very interesting level we're coming into here on the DXY and the daily chart. We're basically flat on the day. Yesterday was pretty interesting. We had this wick into previous resistance of 103.20s before closing basically flat. Let's see if we get another flat day here. Right now we're trading around 102.84s. Now, this is also, interestingly enough, a bit of a previous support area. If you go back to mid-March, it actually served as resistance if you go back even further here to last year. So let's see what happens here, but this could be a bit of an interesting area. The DXY is trying to find some support, some resistance, or at the very least an area of consolidation for now on that daily chart. We did get PPI this morning. This is a pretty interesting print across the board because the year-over-year and month-over-month prints were distinctly different from one another. Month-over-month for core PPI was 0.2%, exactly in line with estimates of 0.2%. But so that was on the core basis. Just for the month-over-month PPI, though, that was actually flat compared to estimates of 0.1%. So lower than expected or in line PPI and core for month-over-month. Year-over-year, though, higher than expected across the board. Year-over-year, 1.8 versus 1.6% expected. Core, year-over-year, 2.8 versus 2.6 expected. So higher than expected for those year-over-year prints. Michigan consumer sentiment coming in lower than expected. This is the first month in 3 months that we've actually had a decrease instead of a move up here. So 68.9 versus prior print of 70.1 and estimates of 70.9. Interestingly enough, too, this is pretty key. One-year inflation expectations for October, 0.2% above estimates, 2.9% versus 2.7% expected. Our last Fed speaker of the day is slated to be Fed's Bowman, who apparently made no comments on monetary policy during her remarks, which started here at 1:10 p.m. It's a very light week next week for economic data. There is retail sales to be aware of, but we do have even more Fed speakers on the docket, so be aware of those Fed speakers ahead of that November FOMC meeting, which is just about a month and a half away right now, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Fed Bowman, we got FOMC. Everything is on the up and up. Hopefully we'll get that other rate cut that everybody's been talking about. We are actually scheduled for 2. We got 2 more Fed meetings. We got November and December. So supposedly 25 bips a piece, but you never really know because they're data dependent. Yeah, okay. Sure.
One thing that I'm seeing here, which is really interesting, is that rejection on AMD at that 168 level. I know it's only 1-minute candles, but looking like there is some selling there. And so definitely interesting. I want to see what's happening on the book here. So I'm just going to go here. Interesting. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of size like on the ask here. 167.85. Yeah, definitely interesting there. Do you see that rejection? Like, what do you think about that? Do you think
AMD?
that just a little bit of a pullback, or do you think
Let's find out.
strong sell-off there? I'm looking at 167.23 as like a potential like possible bounce.
All right, AM 167. Sorry.
23,
23. Okay.
25.
Okay, this is an excellent one because it's showing you its propensity to respect the 20 on the 5, the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. You got an excellent hold up here in the 11:15 time slot. Then you got another 12. You got a 3 candle hold up, 3 5-minute candle hold up at the 20. Initially, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 candle hold up. So my inclination is to either take it off that 167.10-ish where the 20 is hanging out now. I also like that area, Satea, because it's the top area over here. It was initially an area crest, let's say 167.20, 167.25. If they could conflate those two areas, that 20 exponential and that area top, I'd like it there. Personally, that's just how I'd weasel into it.
Okay, interesting. I like that look there. Yeah, definitely interesting on AMD, sorry. DJT at 26. DJT back over VWAP. Can it find a new high of day? Let's see on that DJT. Let's see here. I mean, I like the fact that it had this bounce here at 11.18, and then we had these two kind of double bottoms here on 24.72, looking really strong here. On the 15-minute, I do like the fact that it had these wicks here, bounced up, not too much of a strong reversal here. Like I like the fact that it didn't reverse here and engulf this kind of candle. Ooh. We kind of see that it just bounces halfway through the candle and then it's pushing its way up here. And so high of day, okay, 27.28 is the high of day. And so I could see that. I really want to see the hold of VWAP though, but I want to see, let's just go here on a longer time frame. I'd want to see at least 2 5-minute candles above VWAP. I think that, would give me a little bit more confirmation there. And then I want to see the hold of VWAP because we had this bounce here at 25.50s, which I feel like was really distinct. And so I want to make sure that it holds and could really shelf there and hold there. But I don't think that 27.23, the high of the day, is out of reach. But we want to see what it does at that level. Personally, I want to see it above 26.50s in order to really gauge if we can get that 27.25, but that's what I'm looking on DJT.
All right, guys, we're talking about eSignal. Are you ready to trade smarter, not harder? If so, upgrade to an elite trading experience. You can analyze, you can strategize, and you certainly can capitalize. Foresee those profitable opportunities with the platform you need. You get infinite data, you get instant trading. You know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data execution. The charts that they've got change the game. Absolutely. You can customize and analyze the markets a lot faster and in your way and with your methods. Better backtesting and scanning is just basic with their platform. You can predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data is definitely one of their games as well, up to the second market info from hundreds of these global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code in the bottom right of your screen or click the link in the description. Shout out to the OGs there at eSignal. All right, so I'm long VERB. I just wet my beak at the $0.50 there. We're going to keep trading this one until it tells me not to trade it, but it's forming a base in and around 9. I had to take it at a level that I didn't like. I wanted 15s. The market didn't want to give me 15s. It gestured to me with its hand. And so what we're doing right now is we front ran it by about 10 pennies. I'm still looking for a top break near the 60 to 70 penny area. We've been rejecting that area over and over and over again. So we'll see if we can take it out. I'm happy with this trade. I'm also very happy with the HIMS trade. I added at 20 twice, knowing that this was an area where we had found support. And I just wet my beak again there at 36, but true to form, broke high a day, and 40s have made me feel bad about myself. So that's all good. So HIMS certainly in play today. That red to green setup looking awfully good. Back to VERB. I'm going to basically hang out near that $10 area. We're going to wait at 88 because what's life without whimsy? We have a seller at 50. We just took him out. Let's see if we can continue to move. The bid is still sticking at 50. There we go. Now up to 54. Can we squeeze into the 60s? I think if we can take out 75 decisively, there's a bit of a gap here. In terms of price action consolidation. So let's see if we can weasel up through there. No, we're still encountering selling and or reinstitute of shorts. Here we go in the 60s. Let's go, baby. I'm waiting 88s, but we're zigging and zagging. That's just the way it is. So we're unable to take that $0.50 decisively. Forget about the 2/3 of a dollar and the 3/4. Let's talk about taking that 50 penny level. And there you go. The bottom dropped off just like that. Back into the third. Okay, and this is why I was insistent on getting something closer to 9 because of this chop and churn. If you're going to play the breakout, you just don't know when it's going to come or if it comes. So put the odds in your favor by getting at the bottom end of the range. That range is there for a reason. It didn't happen by accident. People are buying it. That's why it's ranging there. People are selling it. That's why it's ranging there. So put the odds in your favor. It's by no means a guaranteed look, but at least we can on our side. So I'm still waiting over here. I'm long 25s. I'm looking at wetting my beak at 88s. Come what may, we'll keep looking at that. Jay Lee, one of the OGs in the chat. NVIDIA looking like a Huadunk incoming. Thoughts? Absolutely. Jay, let's have a look. Here it is. Oh, jeez. This is what Ram would call a sound wave. She's too busy right now on one of her 100 vacations, but it's all good. Look, what I see here, Jay, is lower highs. Absolutely, Jay, you called this. Now, whether it manifests into a flat bottom break or not, but this is what we're getting. We're getting, we'll wait for the animation to finish, 135.78 area crest. You can make the argument this is an area crest too, 135.40. Another lower high, 135 1/3. How about 135 1/4? You see where I'm going with this, Jay? Every successive crest is lower than its predecessor. Not the case, though, for the bottoms. You see that wick area come in to be between 3/4 of a dollar and 4/5 of a dollar generally. Whether or not we end up getting that, Jay, I mean, it's hard to tell, but NVIDIA does look like it wants to give way at that 134.80, 134.75 on a Huadunk basis. If it does, have at it, Jay. It's just hard to know right now, but I think that you're bang on with the lower highs and the flat bottom there. Could be a good look for the shorts. So pack our patience with their VERB still doing sideways moves, so I'll pack my patience. Before we send it to Satea, we're going to go back to Adara super quick at the big desk.
Yeah, we have NQ is just turning positive again here, up about 0.06%. SPY turning positive. It's worth noting here, META pretty strong here on both the chart here and the order book basis, trying to make potentially a break of this 588 level, which has been on watch over the last few days. So META on watch here with about a 5-cent spread right now, actually, guys.
The monster meta.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Adara. We always appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
And so I just jumped into MSTR, and damn, I really like this this high of day break. Really love those. I'm gonna bang it out, and I'm gonna take that real quick. MSTR, want to get out? Let me get out, please. Get me out of here. Why isn't it taking it? Hold on. Let me just get here. Trying to get out here. There we go. So yeah, with MSTR, just got out. Let me just go back to my chart here. So just got out around 208.43 with that nice scalp. I got in at 206.38. Really nice scalp there. Really love the look of that. I don't know. I could have held it, but to be honest, I'm a scalper. I'm in, I'm out. I really like to catch those quick momentum scalps. And so when I find where that increase in volume, I'm in and out within 1 to 3 minutes, so that was really nice. Do I have any bang? No, there's no bang today, but I would have hit that bang and taken that peak, whatever it is. Yes, thank you, Fabian. Thank you for that bang. Yes, and so that was a really nice trade today because I've been taking some L's. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I've been taking some L's, but I really like those high of day breaks. MSTR. How I found this was I just took a look on Market Chameleon. And so, because I was looking at the trending tickers on Yahoo Finance, they were kind of letting me down, to be honest. And so I was just like, okay, let me look at unusual options activity. Saw that MSTR was on there. Took a look on MSTR, saw that it was at the high of the day, and so I had to take that scalp because I do love those break of high of trades. And so why I liked it though, and what I'm going to get into is the fact that it came up, came down once, twice, couldn't break that level. Yes, and then OB thrice, it just broke through that level, and I was just like, that is very distinct. And I really like the fact that we had this bottom here around 200 230s, and we had 5 minutes. It just couldn't break here on the 5 minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 candles there, rejected off of it, came back down, still couldn't reject off of that level, and then I just had to take it. It was screaming, take me, and so that is what I did. And so going to Uber here, finally it's doing something. Glad I didn't really prematurely get out of that trade. Had my stop there at, 84.55, a little bit in the money, got in at 85.44, really nice about that. We're at 85.58, so looking really nice there. I did not want to give up on this trade because it was too nice. It was above VWAP. It was just consolidating, and I was like, okay, I don't really like the look out of it, to be honest, but I didn't want to be a paper hand in this instance. And so I really like that consolidation there, like the hold of VWAP, and just, this was a really nice trade. Didn't break VWAP all day, and I was just like, let me stay convicted, so I'm in it, gonna stay in it. I'm thinking that my take profit's going to be 86.25. I'm going to put my stop at break even, and we'll see where we go from there. How about you, Sharif?
Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm still dealing with VERB over here. We took the profits out in the mid 40s, but now it's coming down. So I'm wondering what my move is here. Am I adding? Well, you see an order out on my screen to defend 9. I've already got the order out there. We are putting in higher lows on this. That's, higher highs, and we still are putting in higher lows. Now, if we get into 9, here, that's the thing. So this is a mistake on my part. This 9 is wrong. Because if we get into 9, then we're putting in lower highs, and that's not what I want. So I want off the quarter. So that's what I'm going to leave it there, at the quarter. Now, if I don't get filled, that's fine. There we go. We just got filled. Okay, good. I already have my stop in place, though. So we're looking... basically play the range. Again, if it wants to give me mid 40s, I'll hold on to a piece for mid 40s, and I'll continue to hold a piece for the flat top break through 960. We'll see. I'll keep trading this one until it tells me not to. But we've been kind of putting in this sideways consolidation for the better part now. I want to say of almost half an hour. Sorry, misspoke there. This is what I'm looking at on the 5, guys. So it's setting up like a possible head and shoulders. Certainly, no question about that. I do see it. We are putting in lower highs, though, on that right shoulder, if you wanted to call it that. We'll see. Over here, I like the fact that it's holding VWAP. It doesn't have to stay that way. Here we go. It's breaking down into 910. That's trouble. So I should have left it at 9. I had the right idea there, so now it's going to have to hold 9. Otherwise, my stop will trigger through the break of 80s, and there it is. So we give it back a little bit there. Sucks to be me, but we were profitable on it until that part right there. So we'll look to do a little bit better. Let's see what levels set up over here. So this does look like it might be manifesting into a head and shoulders. What I'd like to see, though, if it wants to come back up and test 920, about 920. As a resistance level. If that's the case, we could get shorts on it and take it short there. If that is the neckline break, I don't mind doing that. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. See, number 1, does it want to reclaim 9? If it does it work into 920 and then kind of meet that wall of sellers? Kind of the same thing like TWG, where we broke down below 620, and then once we broke down below 620, I used it as that level of resistance. So we'll pack our patience here with VERB. And see how this one wants to set up. But it was a breach of VWAP there. So all good. We'll keep an eye out on this one. What else we got in small cap gapper world? HIMS is still going. I'm done with my trade there. PACB continues to give you dips off that 10 exponential around 195 or so. Right now, where's the 10 exponential? Yeah, around 195. It's currently printing 196. It's not giving you much in the way of a big move, but if you're sizing into this, the liquidity is there and there's opportunities to make money. It's not my cup of tea, though. So we'll pack our patience and keep a lookout on some other stuff. MSTR is a dang rocket ship on the day. We just printed day's high there, 208.67. We're printing the $0.25 right now. Getting extended, though, it's a hell of a move, man. This must be so heavily shorted. Why does it always move so aggressively? What is the float on this thing? Find out. So is it a short float or a high? Derek, can you find out what the MSTR short float is? So I see a float here of 15.7 million on my platform. That could be wrong. Authorized shares of 330. Issued, okay, so depending on whether you use issued or outstanding here, 24.5 or 15 and 3/4. So we'll see what the short float is on MSTR when we get it there. But yeah, this is a very, very strong name today.
Blasting off.
Oh, sorry, I didn't replug. I think we got a dare at the big desk.
I have all the details here in MicroStrategy. Also, guys, you have a bit less than a minute left to vote for your ticker of choice, exclamation point, join space, $, and the ticker. MicroStrategy, what I'm seeing here, and again, sometimes as the Sharif just noted, there are different websites or sources will have different information. I'm seeing a market cap of $38.26 billion, a float of 182.91 million shares in a short float of 16.79%. So that would be 30.7 million shares short out of a total float of 182.91 million shares. Again, percentage-wise, it's going to be 16.8% short float from what I'm seeing on MSTR.
Thanks for that, Adair. Yeah, that's a decent short float there, 16 some odd percent. That's not too bad. But fundamentally different numbers between what I have as a float and what she has a float. Sometimes you just can't rely on these numbers, man.
No.
What are you looking at?
For sure. So I was just taking a look on the unusual options activity tickers. And so some things that stand out is BAC, KWEB. BAC I really like just because it's holding that VWAP, really like that. But one thing that I don't like is that I want to see some volume here. Slowly, incrementally, it is going up here. Found a rejection level here around 42.18. But I really like the fact that it's holding that VWAP. Again, never really broke VWAP all day. So liking the look of that. Not necessarily something that I want to trade as of right now, but maybe it might be in your playbook. And so just wanted to, shout out a ticker. Maybe, maybe you might be interested in trading it. And then KWEB, this looks like this has a little bit more juice. This one is bouncing off of VWAP as well. One thing that I do like is it's at this level where it was at yesterday's high. And so I think that is an interesting level. I do want to see if we can hold above yesterday's high at this 35.10 level. Really interesting there. But that is what I'm looking at on there. And then something else that was on the unusual options activity was MBLY, Mobile Eye Global. Never really heard of this ticker, to be honest, but very interesting, very distinct trend, just trekking up here. And it just comes down to this trend line and it just rejects and it just goes up. And it's not really looking like it's trying to stop as of right now. Maybe a pullback at VWAP, maybe that's asking for too much, 1250. But definitely looking like a nice uptrend. Looking at bus stop levels. What are we looking at? Okay, so at the bus stop level, 1310, it's kind of reaching that. This was Monday, October 7th, a pre-market high there. So something that I would want to look at, possible rejection or maybe a hold. Definitely something that I want to look at as well. And then another bus stop level I'm looking at is this day's high on Wednesday, October 2nd. This level here was at 1339. Definitely something interesting there. Two little bus stop levels that I'm looking at as of right now. What are you looking at, Sharif?
Hey, I'm just talking to Adam. What's up, my man? I was just about to message you back. Just saw the message right now, so can't write back now. But yeah, we miss you around here, Adam. Everything's good, brother. Weather's fantastic today. Started off cold, but it's going to be a high of 22. And if you know anything about Toronto, if you're getting 20-degree days, in the second week of October, you count your blessings. So I'm pleased with that. Obviously, weekend should be good. Say it again, Fabian. We have a PSA.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
There he is. There he is. Everyone's favorite animation. I love that one. Yeah, no, seriously though.
Oh, he didn't do that live? I thought that was just an animation. Like a
Yeah,
preview.
yeah, we
Oh,
have a bunch of them.
Oh, I thought he just did it now. I was just like,
It took
I
him
believe it.
185 takes. I don't
Get it
believe
right.
that, but he says it took him a bunch of takes. So shout out to Neil, man. All right, so we're in Amazon right now. I just got in a trade on Amazon, kind of doing a bit of a rounded, I don't want to say a rounded bottom because it's not on the lows, but it was kind of incrementally putting higher highs and higher lows. So looking to get a bit of a dip trade here on this one, possibly to ride it up as the future also puts in higher highs and higher lows. You can see that triple bottom on the 5-minute at VWAP, and then since then we've been putting in those incremental highs. If we break 180.89 though, that's going to be the end of my trade. It's going to have to hold up in and around there. As we kind of wind down the show, the poll, look at the poll, says Fabian. He's going to end it, so I got to do it quick. So Elon Musk, love him, hate him, or who is that? 59% love Elon Musk. I love Elon Musk. I think he's a once in a generation type individual. 19% hate him, and 22% are like, who? We don't care.
that 18% is probably people in crypto. They probably got too much Dogecoin and then they're like, that.
Yes, exactly, right? Well, you never really know. Obviously, Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. Did you see that?
No, I did
Yeah,
not.
it was hilarious because people were talking about him possibly being some sort of something in the Trump administration if Trump ends up winning. So he kind of tweeted Dogecoin, which he loves Dogecoin, obviously, and then he played like the name, the Department of Government Efficiency, because that's what people were saying he'd be brought in for, to kind of make everything super efficient.
Okay.
Remove the waste from government and all that kind of stuff beyond the scope of our kind of talk today. So the poll is now closed. You can no longer vote either. 5 minutes left until the big kahunas make it on to the stage, or onto the big show, I mean. And remember, the afternoon rundown is your time to get the big kahunas to give you their look on the tickers that you'd like. So make sure you're voting every day. You got to be a subscriber though to vote in the chat. And it is only the top 5 that make it on. So have your friends vote your way. So yeah.
Yes. So I got closed out of my Uber trade, looking like we're reversing a little bit at that 85.74 level. Definitely, I'm glad I got out, got a little bit of a scalp there. But one thing we forgot to talk about the viewers about is we were talking a little bit about meme coins, right? Remember?
yes.
Yes. So we got 4 minutes to go.
Yeah,
and
good call.
Yeah. So Sharif was asking me, what was the coin that you were interested in?
Okay, so I don't want to even big it up,
Okay.
because there's a chance that it's like what you talked about. But a friend of mine, look, it's a guy, that I used to talk to the markets with at the gym. He was very into crypto, so we had that kind of thing in common. So, we became friends that way. And he'd always been bumping Bitcoin. It was always Bitcoin. He never wanted to do anything with these altcoins, nothing like that. And then he started pumping this new coin. And it's like meme coins, altcoins.
Yeah.
So I was asking you, because you're the crypto queen.
Yeah.
Right? We're like, it's a trap.
It's a trap,
right?
yeah. And
I was like, so I was asking you, I wanted to get your take on it. And you gave me some hot fire. Let them know.
Yeah, for sure. So when I first got into crypto, I was in a lot of like Telegram groups, and I was on the straight and narrow in terms of like my crypto. I just did Bitcoin, I just did Ethereum. And so in these chats, they were like pumping all these meme coins, and I was just the voice of reason, like, guys, don't do it. You're not safe there. And so just as a tactic, I paid someone actually to just see if I could make my own coin, just to see how easy it would be, how are these coins coming out? So I paid someone, went on Fiverr, paid someone to make a coin. 2 days later, he made the coin, and I was just like, this is how easy it is?
Wow.
Like, it's insane. And so you guys really need to be careful with these meme coins because it's just a marketing scheme a lot of the time. They just say it's backed by this and that, and a lot of the times there's no backing by it. It's just like a nice funny meme, a nice dog, or whatever it is. And so that's what they're doing behind the scenes. So you really just want to be aware of that. Stick to the top 5 coins, stick to Bitcoin, stick to Ethereum, stick to Solana. I think that those are really good. I know ADA is up there too. I don't know, that's kind of wary. But the thing is, just stick to the top coins, because once you get into the gray area of crypto, it can really get scary out there. And so I still have the coins that I made. I didn't sell them or anything like that. I really just wanted to see how easy it could be to make a coin. And so just be safe out there, guys.
And can we talk about why this is even a thing? So when I first even asked you about this, what was the word I used? Like Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, it was a Ponzi scheme,
so what's
pyramid scheme.
Yeah, exactly. So the move is that they get everyone to buy into this, kind of like a pump and dump on these small cap gappers, right? Oh, this coin or that coin is going to 1,000, whatever, right? And then everybody buys, and then the initiators of the pump and dump sell.
They just sell off, yeah, and they take all of that liquidity, because a lot of the time, when you are making a coin, you have to add, I guess you can get other people, but you have to add your own liquidity. For some blockchains, they have a threshold. So sometimes, I think with Solana, it's around $4,000 or $5,000. So you have to put in that initial liquidity, and then you get everyone to kind of get in. And obviously, the coin is going to move in price because other people are buying in, but there's nothing backing it. It's not like a company like Tesla, Walmart. There's nothing backing it. It's just simply people buying in. Someone's buying higher than the other.
Fabian says it's technology.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. And in this guy's video, man, he's trying to make the case for it. And he's like, I heard what his idea was, and I heard what what are you talking about? So tell me about the idea. Stop telling me that you heard about the idea and it sounded fantastic. Is that what they try to sell you, the technology behind it?
They definitely, I could say that, my coin has technology based around it. I could, have some type of structure, that I could make up. And so that's what a lot of people do. And so you just really have to be careful. The technology, I feel like there's only technology if it's I feel like the only technology ones are the decentralized exchanges, Sushi Coin.
Okay.
I feel like those are more backed because it's automated.
Right.
But I don't know, when you get into the other coins, Elon Musk coin, all these other coins, it's scary. It's a scary place.
All right, guys, it is officially 2 o'clock. It's a Friday. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. I hope everybody printed up a storm. But we are now going to send you to the big kahunas on the big desk. We'll see everybody same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Buddy, so going to be a fun one this afternoon. The market, hey, any day the market is green, it's barely up, is going to be fine by me, especially when you have the ES leading the NASDAQ. We prefer when the NASDAQ is up, not the ES. It's going to be an awesome day, and especially when a firm, one of your top ideas, goes up 12%, but you don't actually trade it. So it's one of those, it's a weird one because I can't complain about the day today. It's been in October. It's been a strong day today. There's been a lot of really good long opportunities. NVIDIA was pretty good. Chances on Apple. AMD's been a rocket ship. Even had a good short on DJC. So much was good. Uber was a fantastic long. But I can't get away from this chart. And I was just talking to Obi about this. You always have to prioritize and trade. There's that's just part of the game. It's all in the game, right? Like Omar says.
EA in the game.
It's in the game. Well, this is the wire. It's all in the game. It's what they always say. The game is the game. Game doesn't change. You've got to pick what you want to trade. And so when we looked at that all-time high break on Uber, that immediately put Affirm into the back burner for me. And Affirm is really the one today. So Affirm, just very quickly to show you what we didn't do on Affirm, it's pretty darn clean. You look at this local high break. If you just take this high break, okay, fine. You get essentially 50, 60 cents out of it. It dips back in. It's the consolidation higher than the retake of the top and the 45 break. That'll be frustrating not to have gone over because it's very, very clean to the upside on Affirm. We had a reason to be in it. We pivoted away from Uber and probably didn't even get everything out of Uber that we needed to because we scalped it into 83 and then held it to 84 and it went to 85. So it's one of those. Can't complain if you're going to have an update, but man, Affirm is on one today. What an absolute banger Affirm has been. Can't take anything away from it. Unfortunately for Tesla's back underneath that 220 level. That recovery that it had, not so much. And our good friend NVIDIA, what are the odds that we would spend all afternoon waiting for a 135 break yesterday on NVIDIA that just never materialized? Get the break that we're all waiting for today.
It was a good break.
It was a good break.
Great break.
And then in the afternoon, we're waiting on the 135 break again. That's not how it's supposed to go. We're supposed to be at $137 on NVIDIA, Obi. Where is my 137 on NVIDIA? That's what I want.
That's fair. I think we're all looking for that bit of continuation on that NVIDIA 135, and it didn't really come through. We got about 70, 80 pennies above, and again with some strong market tailwind as well, right? That definitely helped us out a little bit, but coming right back in, not really, no real continuation, no real follow through, but definitely an interesting trade, I would say. And Neil and I were talking about what may have been one of the top trades of the day. And Neil was like, oh, it was the SSR bounce on Tesla. And we had that conversation. I was like, yeah, definitely one of the top ones. I also really liked that 135 because of how much time it kind of gave you, right? It showed you it was a level on yesterday, right? It showed you multiple times with it sitting there. Not only does it show you that, it shows you in the pre-market, once again, if you go down to a 1-minute chart, you can see how flat this consolidation is. So right there, look at that. For about, over 15 minutes, we just grind underneath. And I think 99s are the highs right there. Yeah, highs are 99s of that grind there. And then once again, you can't really get that far past that 98, 99 level. And then finally, it comes in, I guess, in the morning session and then around 10 o'clock, you can see the strongest volume bar on the day, taking out that size at that 135. Quick little scalp off of that. Again, you'd probably be risking very, very tight on this one there. Even if you risk a prior bar low on the 1 minute, you would have never gone stopped out with a 10 penny risk. It gives you about a push of 70 pennies. So talk about a 7-1, Neil, off of a breakout trade, off of a level which gave you ample time to have that order in and set yourself up for that breakout. So, and the failure to follow through as well, the back through that 135 was quite nice.
I know we're going to talk more about it, but what's crazy is I got 16s on it. We had a trader on the floor.
01.
Got a 1.
Yeah. And they crossed less.
That's what I
crossed less. So I think there's something around that.
So this is what I'm going to get at, and we'll probably talk about this again. You saw all morning on NVIDIA, I was crossed to 21. So when 135 went, my limit order was, break 135, cross to 21s. But I feel as if sometimes the more aggressive order you put in there, it's like it doesn't care about how many shares. It's like if you put the aggressive order, you might just get the worst price. And people that put the conservative order end up somehow getting the better price. It's weird. It shouldn't work that way because it should just fill everybody the same with the same order type. It was on the same gateway and the same stop order that it did. By the way, I'm only in one position because as the market's going up, Palantir is down 2% and lost a bid. So I've had 3 shorts on Palantir. I don't think Palantir we probably won't talk about. Short under 43. And then I just shorted underneath like this level here when it retook 42.78. I have some bids going into 42.5, which is a big support zone. But Palantir, while one of the strongest names out there and it's been making fresh 52-week highs every single day. Today, it's a little bit of a flush after a failed break at 44. I believe Sharif is ready, so we can go over the symbols that you want to know about.
The afternoon rundown, guys, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Obi locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. Join us on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. But it's a subs-only chat, so make sure you like and subscribe. Yes, so let's look at the futures first here. So the ES far outperforming the NQ today, about 0.5% in the green for the ES. The NQ looking flat last time I looked. And Dara? And the Dow is up 0.75%. It's a fantastic day today for the Russell. It's up 1.88. Let's look at the first taker as decided by you, TSLA. No need to introduce this. Everybody knows the robotaxi event was yesterday. It was a sell the news event, or at least it seems. This is the robotaxi itself. Good look. Kind of looks like a sports car, guys. I mean, I didn't imagine the taxi was going to be a two-door. Look, this is the inside of it as well. Kind of looks like the Model 3. Got that minimalistic design that we know Tesla loves to employ, Elon specifically. And this is the toaster. Yeah, you can call it the bus or whatever. Lots of different names being floated around here, but this one looks good as well. It's going to be able to carry people and goods, guys. Sorry.
So I absolutely love. I think the van is really cool.
Not Iron Man. It's an Iron Van.
Well, yeah, I just think the concept of it is like this is where we're going.
I like it.
Like immediately was like, oh yeah, I could see that picking up people in my neighborhood, take me to the station, like that kind of a thing, or take me, just take me to like the downtown. Like just it's a very simple concept. So I got pretty fortunate in that like the one stock that I was read on was the one that could have been the worst ever. Now we'll cop to this. In the pre-market, I was asked like shortly after we came on, someone asked me, where does this thing go short sell restricted? Where's 10% down? I was like, oh, it's around $215. And we're looking for a short off of 225. So ideally, it was supposed to be, I want to short pops into 225. On Tesla, the 50 period was sitting right in there. It just seemed like such an obvious place to look for shorts. And we were trading up at 224 at the time. It seemed like that was going to be the case. By the time we got to the open, it was tanking and I had missed all the shorts. And was like, oh, I'm just going to take the next even dollar break. Now, it's just true. It's not a defense. It's actually pretty silly. I didn't remember that 215 was SSR. So I set the break down for 215, got into the trade, was immediately realized that it was where we were, and essentially just punched back out when it came back above. So fortunately, it was an abject disaster, but it should have been a long. Like if I'm more aware of the fact that, oh, shoot, it just hit 10% down and came back up to 215. Whether or not you could have gotten a fill, I was able to get out. So presumably, if I was able to get out tight to 215, I think I would have been able to get long. Obviously, that makes sense to me. It's the same kind of order. I just happened to have been in short at the moment. So that was to me, that was the one trade. Uber was great. Affirm was good. But I think that trade, for Tesla to be down 10%, it was similar to when SMCI was down, and you saw that kind of a ramp job. You got to be looking for those. So like that was the one misstep this morning for myself, and it was good to get out of it, but that should have been an easy long. It was everything you wanted out of an SSR bounce. It looks weak now, as far as I'm like now it's a weak stock. Can't hold on to 220, slowly rolling back over. I can't think of a time that an SSR name did this and eventually got back to the low. I was just asking Obi that. Like, I feel like it's weak and it's a short, but the notion that today it gets back to 215 is even weaker than I could imagine.
Yeah, that Tesla move off of open was quite crazy there. And yeah, shout out to Neil, and I guess the Brankles had it as well, sniping that SSR level as soon as it kind of came in. And then look at that nice little wick and rip city to the upside. Now, I'm curious to know how fast that actually happened. So I'm just going to pull up Tesla on a I guess, let's do, we want to do a 15-second? We'll do a 15-second chart here just to see how fast that little grab off of the open was right here. Here, you know what? I will pull it in so you guys can take a look-see alongside here. I'll pull this screen in right here. Boom. Right there. So this is a 15-second chart. We were only there for about 30 seconds. So I guess you had some time. You had a decent amount of time right there. You can see that 15 seconds it traded from 215.30 all the way down to the low of 214.40, and that kind of happened within 15 seconds. And the next bar, a little bit of I guess engulfing-ish candle to take us back right above the strongest volume on the day as well on that bar. So I really like that. That little push, and we are trading a little bit lower. We kind of pointed out in the pre-market right there, a little bit of a downtrend from the pre-market. So continuation potentially of a bigger picture downtrend that we've been having over the past few days. You can see here, there's a lot of lines there, but I'll take them out of the way. Go to an hourly chart. So look at that. Nice little sell-off off of 264 is a bit of a gap down back into some of these prior levels there. I do like that idea on the bigger picture, but yeah, no, Neil is right. He asked me this question right before we came on. He said, how often have you seen an SSR bounce so strong and then it go back to that level intraday? And I'm like, I have no idea, but it should be interesting to observe what Tesla does going forward on the day. But I feel like a lot of the volatility and a lot of the action that was there was in the open, and even a lot of the opportunity, I think, for the intraday was in and around, I guess up till 11:30ish. I would say some of the stronger volatility and price action there to potentially capitalize off of on Tesla.
SMCI almost 2% in the green here. No specific catalyst for it today, but we did have this one from yesterday. We already know AMD announced their MI325X, which is supposed to take on NVIDIA's Blackwell GPU, and Supermicro already launching servers and accelerated systems featuring that new EPYC 9005 series, as well as the MI325X. So good look for them, guys. No real specific catalyst today for these microchips other than AMD. The only single microchip semiconductor name on my watch list that's red right now is Broadcom, down 2%. Everything else in the green, guys.
Actually, possibly setting up a descending wedge breakout, or it's already doing it. So this is a 15-minute, and you're going to see, like, from the morning right to lunchtime, the lower high, lower high. It's also got, like, higher lows as well, but it's more like this, closing back above on the 15-minute and putting a bit of a bullish candle right in here. Like to see this. This is going to close in 1 minute. This closes like this. It's going to look like a breakout to me above 47.60 on SMCI. On the 3-minute chart, it doesn't look the same. Like, it's like, okay, it needs to break this back out on the 3-minute, but you look at, that's the trend from the morning. There's when it lost the trend, or sorry, broke the trend. Maybe not all that clean in terms of what it's giving you because it pulls right back in, but it bounces off the previous trend line and is now going a little bit higher. And I use that trend from the 15-minute chart, so it's a little bit wicky. It's just cutting through the wicks there, but you get the idea. Feel like if SMCI, if it closes here, I might just take it, give it to the local bottom. So maybe a new trade we got going in there. And because we're talking about chips, and we'll mention AMD, not NVIDIA. I guess we've talked about 135 NVIDIA to death. There's no point. I should still be in Intel. I'm not. I am not, because I decided to, for reasons that, I'm not even, it is what it is. At the moment, I was like, okay, Intel's slowing down. The market felt like it was slowing. There was a couple of reasons why I felt like I should be trailing the whole thing, and we're going to retest VWAP. That's all. So we basically had a false break here at 23.75. I was long on VWAP. I put a trailing stop in. When it failed, it just got out. And then now you're going higher on Intel. But that 23.60 from yesterday's high, essentially like this top into a VWAP retrace. I'd love to be able to get back into this on trend. But SMCI might be setting up a new one for us here.
Yeah, no, I'm continuing to watch some of these tech names here. I think AMD again was quite nice, but SMCI, oh boy, has it been quite something over the past few days? I know I've been kind of trading this earlier, I think last week and a little bit of this week as well. But strong push we happen to have on, it was earlier this week on Monday, and then look at that, takes it pretty much all the way back, about a 50% reversion, a little bit over that. Right off of the open. If you were here on Tuesday watching SMCI, oh boy, somebody was definitely slamming into the bid, just slapping the bid, huge orders right off of the open, kind of just, it was teleporting 30, 40, 50 pennies down back to back. We rewatched this tape as well over and over again, and that was some aggressive selling. And look at that, and selling does not stop. Kind of slows down, but continues on till the end of the day. But some of those levels from that strong sell-off continue to hold. See Wednesday still holding that area above 45, Thursday as well, and you can see today more sideways action in this crazy range that we've made. I'm curious to know whether or not we can get back to this 51.38 is the week high as of right now. And taking a look at the weekly, we did attempt to break down. I guess off of these higher price structure here through that 70, we flushed down. Now we're consolidating, and that attempt on Monday was a little bit of a push of that prior week high right there. Remember that pretty distinctly, 48.30s and we're pretty much trading within the range on SMCI. So let's see what it does going forward. Intraday, I don't really see too much as of right now. Sideways price action on SMCI.
Palantir going green to red as it comes off all-time highs, printing that this morning, down almost 2%, 1/4 right now. No specific headline for the sell-off, but there was this yesterday, something I didn't even have notice of, guys. Looks like Palantir's stake in Faraday Futures, an electric vehicle company, increased about 9% after they converted some receivables into equity. So looks as if Alex Karp looking at investing in this company, guys.
I feel like I should have known that I didn't know that. I mean, Sean probably knows, but what's Faraday doing here? Sorry, it caught me off guard because I actually didn't realize that to be true. Faraday dumps off of the open. Really, FF? This is what they... Yeah, this is... Faraday doesn't look all that great. Anyways, Faraday got pumped to the downside today. So Palantir, there was a question like, what's the reasoning behind being short in Palantir? So a couple of things. First off, would be the market's at the highs and trending higher. So Palantir made a break of 44, another 52-week high for Palantir. There's been many of them, but then look at what happened above that 44 break. Lower high reversal. So I think ideally on a failed break, that's a short that I'd want, like right back in through the prior high in there usually would be a short. And the context of this for Palantir is as the market has been going up today and bull flagging, it's been trending down. So it was a failed break, which I shorted underneath yesterday's high for the first available short. And then when it broke down this support here at 43, I then shorted that, and I shorted also underneath this low with the one I'm getting out of right now. So essentially, it was just a trend down, which it feels like it's even breaking as we speak. It was just a trend down short after a failed break of 44 through the previous high. And I think this was a miss. That said, if you're not really paying attention to Palantir in this moment, and you're looking at other stocks like the Ubers, and at that point, of course, it was going to be Nvidia, you're unlikely to catch that trade because you're seeing it come right back through. It sets up this candle on the 15, and then it dumps rather quickly. That's at 10:15. So where is that? Like right in here. Like you're probably trying to get it there. Let's see, like that break underneath VWAP, the retest, it tries to go back above VWAP and fails. That's the entry you want. But you've got to be watching the stock like a hawk if you want that fill. That's just how it works. But the next available is just the pop right back in the fail underneath VWAP. That's just standard operating procedure. And then the break of the low there is pretty clean. So I just got out of it. But Palantir's been a good short today. It's been up almost every single day going into this. Some days a good stock can still go down. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just... you don't go parabolic up every single day. There's going to be down days, and failed breakouts of fresh highs can give you that. Because if everyone's just been taking breakouts long, if you catch a fail break trend, great, because there's a lot of people that are taking profit on the way back in that on the down day can give you a nice working trend for, it's now 220. Until now, it was a very easy trend to the downsides. It's the first time I actually got stopped out of a short, and that was the third one I was in.
Yeah, this thing looks pretty nice. Toaster van.
See, that's a little too brown, the toast for me.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think? What do you feel about that?
I mean, it's not like it's not totally burnt, but yeah, it might be a little crunchy.
I'm very much like a light toast. Like I want my toast like lightly.
Toast. Yeah.
My roommate at university, I mean, this dude, like everything burnt. Like burnt chicken. I'm talking burnt toast. He'd do burn pancakes if he want. Like it's just he loved the taste of burnt nonsense.
Wow.
You could never let this man on the barbecue. You can't do it. Trust me. And I'm not gonna. I won't get into anything.
I would not do that
more. But like it made no sense to me. He just loved the taste of burnt stuff. So you never wanted him making your food. Great roommate, by the way. Great dude. Adrian, I love you, man. He's a great dude, but he just loved burnt crap. It's like I don't get it.
That's wild. Yeah.
I don't get it. Anyway.
It's like I don't know. You got to watch out for that stuff. Bro, eating burnt things. I'm pretty sure there's something about like carcinogens in there. Anyways, back to Palantir here. Yeah, very strong ticker. This is the hourly right here, right? February, right there from the year beginning, from the year beginning, from the first earnings report of the year, we can see that it's held quite nicely, and we've been getting that acceleration, some strong volume coming up as well. You can see that I have some anchors pinned to some events and some earnings as well, and you can see how well this thing has been doing. But Neil is absolutely correct when he says, yeah, things in an uptrend, they definitely take pullbacks, and that's more often than not, that's pretty healthy if it's not aggressive and not really breaking any key levels there. You can see that we've been bidding up since the beginning of October. This is October 1st right here. You can see the beginning of the month right there, getting some strong action on Palantir, pushing up towards that 45 mark. You can see I already have an alert there at 44.71. We didn't quite get there today, but we are experiencing a little bit of sell pressure as we pull up into some of these higher time frame levels here on Palantir. Now you go back on the daily, and you can see why that might be a bit of an interesting area, right, Neil? Because that 45 to the T is all-time highs on Palantir, and we just came up to that. We came a little bit towards that today, 44.38, so only about roughly about 62 pennies away from that all-time high on Palantir happened to come in today. But yeah, I'm curious to know. I think this thing is winding up for an all-time high break, Neil, so we'll see. A little bit of selling pressure coming back into highs kind of makes sense.
Another great day for Affirm today to the tune of 12.5%. Today they got the upgrade from Wells Fargo, looking to boost it from equal weight to overweight, and that price target is what's good there from 40 to 52. I got to tell you, I put this on the upgrades and downgrades list multiple times this week as well as multiple times last week. Great day for it today, guys. What can I say?
I was saying in the beginning, it was a choice between, when I was looking at the symbols at the open, it was a choice for me between dedicating a level 2 in a chart to Affirm or to Uber. And I think at the last minute, I decided it was going to be Uber instead of Affirm. Obviously, the long ended up working on Affirm. I think it was a 45 break that was the idea for myself in my note this morning. So when we put that out, I elected to trade Uber instead. Affirm was very, very clean. It's just a continuation long, right? Like it was already going earlier this week. You had a nice sort of consolidation higher. You had a dip day yesterday, which managed to hold prior highs. There's your support. There's your clean breakout. Next level being the 45. Took that out and continues to run. Up 13% on Affirm. And it's not about, you're not always going to be right about which one you're going to get into. Uber had the big gap up. I just felt like the Tesla event led to Uber being super strong, and we'll play that 82 to 83, and then it broke and went to 84, even stronger than I thought there on Uber. As far as this afternoon on Affirm, it's hard to want to chase this. Like the NASDAQ just wicked the top again. So the NASDAQ just took out the top one more time in here. So you've got like this, it's like a W pattern going on, where you need to actually hold above that high. So there's your nice little W pattern. You need to take out the top. And chasing something which looks like a possible mean reversion on a Friday is a tricky thing to do. You're at this 47.5. If it can break it out, great. But I see this trending up. Here you go. And if anything, like it just did a close underneath. Like if it fails this high, that's usually like a mean reversion short on the 15-minute, if it fails this 47.5. It hasn't done it yet, but that's what I'm looking at here. By the way, I did get into SMCI. So we took the SMCI. I was able to get 46s in here. I've already gotten, let's go to the 3-minute for you guys. I've already gotten some out there at the 60 level. Got a couple offers in here out in front of this lower high as well. So long SMCI, giving it into the 30s. I just saw that one on the 15 that was breaking a bit of a trend, dipped, held the other side of the trend line, consolidation, looking for the breakout. Market looks relatively strong, but we're going to have to punch through that top at some point.
Yeah, no, that Affirm is coming in super strong, and take a look at this. Bit of a reversion on a bigger picture. I kind of drew this in earlier there. So we've broken down on this trend that we've been doing since middle of September, end of September there, and kind of cracked that earlier this week on Wednesday. A little bit on Tuesday there, where we come into that resistance level there. Nothing too crazy. It's just 2 points on the chart. So I don't know. Like you gotta like rate some of these support and resistance levels, right? Some of them are definitely more stronger than others, some of them weaker than others. This one definitely a little bit weaker as we try to chop up, but you can see that buying pressure coming in quite aggressively on a Friday as well after some sideways consolidation just above this 41.42 level for a push a little bit higher there on a firm, and that prior high is sitting right at 47.98. We're pretty much right there, trading at 47.35 right now. So I'm curious to know whether we hit those highs or not on a firm. But you got to remember that this thing has been a long time coming, right? So highs at 176s. Now I don't specifically know if this thing has had any sort of splits, but you can see this nice little rounded bottom here, all the way with a low of 862s right there, and we are getting that nice little bounce there. So let's see if we can take out this next level right here at that 52.48, only about a few points away from that. But before that, this prior level right here on the weekly from the week of September 16th, the high is 47.98, and we're pretty much right there. So that's the first step, and then if we kind of continue, I say that we are potentially poised for a visit to some of these other levels as well if we have that continuation there. But that's the look on a firm. What's going on, Sharif?
Thank you very much there. And that analysis and this segment brought to you by Trade the Pool, allowing traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how they give a true trading edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like yourself. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you've got to do is reach the profit goal. The best part of this limited edition program is that they have reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. And the profit split has just been upgraded, so you keep 70% of the profits. You should definitely check it out. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information. Big shout out to Trade the Pool. I'm never smiling in those pictures. I say this time and time again, we got to take some where I'm actually smiling, maybe on a day where the market's up, like today. And one of the reasons why today is so green, Sharif, might have to do with AMD. What a runner.
Absolutely, Neil. Great move for it today. 2.82% after the Sell-in News event yesterday. In case you're just joining us, they did have their product launch event where they announced the MI325X, expected to be a competitor to NVIDIA's Blackwell B200 chip. They also announced multiple other chips, some for AI, for specific PCs to be able to run AI programs, some others for AI servers. But this is what really caught me, guys, yesterday. We know they're cousins, but you know they're doing the same move too, like where they just the chip. Which one do you guys like better?
Yo, I did not know that they were cousins.
Well, Sharif says it like
That's
about
rigged.
74 times a week. So
I know.
how you could not?
I heard
know
it.
that
I heard
is
him
beyond
say it.
me.
I actually heard it from him, and I was like, oh boy, that's yeah.
No, Sharif lets us know they're cousins
Some power
basically
there.
like
That's a little
5
bit
times
of
a day.
power.
It's really true. But like, how else are you supposed to hold the chip up in a picture like that? It's not like there's a million ways in which you could do it. See, that's the thing. People always like, oh, these guys are copying each other. But then you take a step back and there is no other way to present a chip in a headshot other than holding. You could hold it maybe like that. Of course. And they're cousins, so it makes sense they look alike. I'm just saying. But NVIDIA is, in a general sense, NVIDIA is the king. But today it was AMD.
Oh boy.
So like, yes, NVIDIA was the focus at the 135. So for myself, like it is what it is. The real focus was trading that 1 through 135. AMD, I had a couple of breakout trades on it. The 166, which wasn't even all that great. Like it went 166 into 166 half, reloaded it, got up to the quarter, then it lost a bid, rounded back through, and the second break was the better one. Then took the 167 quarter, like this local high break. And the reason I like that random local high break, like look at the trend going into it. Like it catches this bid right here. Then look at that trend going into the breakout. And then all of a sudden, okay, well, it loses the trend line. That's an easy out. This is not a short. I actually, when I set my trailing stop, it didn't punch out all of it. I didn't remember why. I think I set it to 75% and not 100%, which is just a keystroke error. So I then punched out the rest. But anyways, it ended up coding a short, which was not true. I'm not short the stock right now. Otherwise, I'd be crying. And then right there where it broke the trend was like the best part to re-enter the long. it goes to show that no indicator or no method of style of trading is going to be perfect, because to me, that's usually on a parabolic stock, a mean reversion type of trade for a short. It ends up being an entry back into the long. As a matter of fact, here, if you look at it, all you've done on AMD, 200 period bounce on the daily, and then the entirety of the move from yesterday's lows. They filled the gap, not to the high, but filled the gap in. It's starting to look maybe like the day's trend. Let me get rid of that trend line and use the real one here. The day's trend, this could be breaking as we speak. Maybe AMD, oh, not yet, not even close. This has to lose $168 to lose the trend on the day. It's only at 168.60. It's not there yet. I think this is setting up that you could have a decent mean reversion, but I think you got to use a tighter trend line if you want to play off this local high at 169.50.
Yeah, I like this. Again, I'm still on this weekly chart here on the tickers that I'm watching, and oh boy, has AMD come a long ways. Some of these lines I totally forgot. I drew in like way before in 2023. Shout out to my longs that are definitely, or anybody who's sitting long in this ticker here. AMD pushing all the way to its highs, 227s. But take a look at this bigger picture structure that's been going on in the weekly here. Little chop, a bit of a trend, a ranging trend to the downside here after we attempted to push these previous all-time highs, and right now we kind of reclaim that level, 165s and some change right there. Yeah, take it easy, Sharif. Yeah, 227.30s, but you can see a nice little methodic kind of price action there, and we kind of come into some of these prior highs. So I'm kind of measuring it like that, and we're coming in right there. So I don't really want that wick, but when that selling kind of starts to begin, and then the second point off of the second strong selling that kind of comes in, and we're coming right back into this week, and the week is at its end, Neil. So should be interesting, and that selling comes in. What's that?
It's the end of the week today?
It is the end of the week. Dang. So selling coming in at some peculiar levels off of an event that AMD had just yesterday. If you guys were watching, nice, beautiful sell the news event. But oh boy, do we catch a bid like crazy today and pretty much revert all the way back into prior day's range as if nothing really happened. So that's definitely interesting price action there. So I'll be watching this reference high, event reference high, 172 on AMD. Could be interesting, but oh boy, has the trend been quite strong on the day today. Extension off of VWAP, very, very extended, I would say. But let's see if anything comes out of that going forward on the day today. AMD should be interesting in the coming weeks. Again, chips are definitely leaders of this market, and we got to keep our eyes on them. And they seem like they're kind of ramping up, building up a little bit there for a bigger picture. And people were talking about, oh, are we going to see all-time highs? We were talking about that a few weeks ago, and SPY is at all-time highs once again today.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we definitely.
That's the answer to that one. And that's the thing about a bull market. You're always going to be. It's so weird. Like, people get so complacent in a bull market. It's like everything will look good. The Fed on your side. Every day you have multiple stocks making 52-week or all-time highs. Your market leaders are starting to come back. You got bottom feeders that are breaking out, like Snowflake did today, like SoFi is doing right now. But we always find something to complain about in the bull market, like, oh, it can't continue, or this can't work, or whatever it is. I mean, heck, CrowdStrike's having a good day today, so it's amazing. You got to like it. Oh, Lou Benyus in the chat here. Today is not Canadian Thanksgiving. Sean's off because it's Canadian Thanksgiving on Monday. So the actual Canadian holiday is on Monday. We'll be here because the U.S. markets are open, and that's how we roll. If you're a trader, your holidays are when the U.S. markets are closed. That's just how it is. But Sean's off because he's spending he's basically spending the Thanksgiving up north with family. So they got to start on that today. So it is not a holiday in Canada, although my daughter's school was off today for like a PA day or something like that, or PD day.
Yeah. Maybe like a long weekend.
Well, I mean, the other kids do, but like
that's what I mean.
I mean, parents got to still work when they have these PD days. That's just how they do it. So AMD, I actually think this is starting to set up for a reversion short.
Boy.
Just like it has to. I was saying 168, but the longer this happens, each time you put a new candle in, you got a little bit of a higher level. But it still needs to close underneath this trend line for me. I am still in SMCI, but it took another leg out there. Market's starting to roll over a bit. It just got up to 63s, right up into this top. I still have some orders a little bit higher. It's gliding higher as the market's slowly rolling over, so it still feels like it's okay. The other cause for concern here would be what I see happening over in NVIDIA, because NVIDIA just lost 135 again. That's another sign that we could be heading into the downside. But I like the fact that SMCI is still climbing while we're going back in here, but at some point, I'm going to try and get in that short in AMD. Feels like it's going to be coming in pretty quickly here. Adara.
We're going to take a look here and recap what happened during the midday session in case you missed it or weren't trading during this. We had lots of strength in Bitcoin. Bitcoin reclaiming the 62,000 level. Tickers like COIN and MSTR are really strong off of that. In terms of new news, though, it was a bit of a lighter session. We had comments from Fed's Bowman that was explicitly noted she did not make any comments with regards to monetary policy, so not much to react to there. Generally, we're having the market, as of right now, pull back a little bit after making new all-time highs for the S&P 500, which is still outperforming the NASDAQ. We did get PPI this morning, still reactions to that, higher than expected on a year-over-year basis, in line or below expectations on a month-over-month basis. Now, in terms of next week, it's going to be a lighter week for economic data, though earnings are going to get exciting. We did have JP Morgan and Wells Fargo kicking off the bank earnings and the earnings season as a whole this morning. We're going to see next week more bank earnings from names like Charles Schwab, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs earlier in the week. Then later in the week, we'll get names like TSM, ASML, and Netflix, NFLX reporting. So should be a pretty exciting week to keep an eye on as we get a move down here in the market. Also worth noting, ongoing talks here with regards to the Middle East, seeing that apparently they're reading some things here about the Iran oil supply, so going to figure out the exact headline on that. And this is what we have here right now in the SPY, guys.
Wait a minute.
Shorts are coming.
Why didn't I hear that? I'm just going to make sure I actually have my news service turned on there. Yeah, that was a bit of a spike to the downside, by the way. That was a bit intense. NVIDIA, no, this is going to bounce. I feel if this was something on like in Israel and the Middle East, because I just got into AMD and I feel like it didn't actually break the trend. So here's what happened on AMD. I'm stopping out at 60 level. The last few times this has happened, it's been a bit of a buy zone. And on this chart, it did not break the trend line. And on another one, which I drew it poorly, it did. I'm going to have a very tight stop on this short because I feel like we could just go bouncing if this was just a Middle East headline. Usually it's been a reversion right away. Adara?
News here, what's going on in the Middle East. We do have apparently U.S. Targeting here Iran oil exports with sanctions after this attack from Israel. We know we've heard for the past few weeks a lot about Israel attacking Iran's oil supply. So that headline coming through could be potentially that move, but just worth noting that is what's going on here. Keep an eye on USO as well with that headline, guys.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no, that selling comes in quite aggressively there, so got to keep an eye on that one. Just laughing in the chat earlier, they were talking about sleep and how sleep is kind of like, I guess I was like, bad sleep is definitely correlated to my trading performance. And then Kyle Burdett asked me, how many kids do I have? And I was like, none that I know of yet. But no, he was like, oh, you should have 4 and then talk about sleep quality. And I was like, all right, yeah, that's fair.
I can't argue with I have one, I'll tell you right now, like, you know, Sean's got 3, and it changes your life, and all in good ways. But sleep, I 100% agree. I wear my Whoop, I track my sleep. I mostly wear this because I've had sleep issues in the past. If you're heading in it and you're not refreshed, you're going to have some trouble. Very quickly on that headline, oil futures didn't do a heck of a lot, but it's past 230 on a Friday, so that actually makes sense. Indo tried to spike. I looked over; it's doing nothing, absolutely nothing on INDO. Usually, I would look for some kind of a punch in on that, but just nothing happening there. So we did get AMD, but I still maintain on a better drawn trend line, like on a tighter drawn trend line, which I've redrawn, it didn't actually break. And this matters. And actually, usually for this type of a trade, like it's a mean reversion trade, I don't really want to be getting in on a headline. The idea is that it does it on its own as a reversion, ideally. So I'm going to go with a pretty tight stop. Look, if it ends up breaking the trend, I'm going to cover some and wait for it to close underneath, right? Because I feel like I'm in it early. If it does end up start working gets underneath, I'll just get some out break even. I want it closing underneath the trend line. So there it goes. It stops out. And I cannot be in that trade early just because of a headline came in. And it's not a candle which is closing underneath that trend line. So yeah, tight stop, but it violated a rule. We should be closing under that candle. Then we get the mean reversion idea back into view ups. I still like to trade if it actually sets up. That's what's more important. And where is it? Robin Sandu, 170 EO day, don't fight the trend on AMD. I agree. Like, there's the trend. It didn't actually break. I get in because it looked like it had to me. I got to close underneath that candle, and that'll give me an entry with maybe a little bit of a wider stop. But that's the setup. You always have to make sure that the trade fits your setup. If it doesn't, then you shouldn't be in it because the market doesn't care. The market is perfectly willing to reward you for trading against your own trading setup. So there goes SMCI. Well, the thing I like about SMCI is, as I said, like even as the market's dipping there, where's the dip in SMCI? It's not happening. SMCI is just climbing after it broke higher. The chips are generally strong. I feel like this is the right one to be in. I'm not gonna offer again until we get into the 80s. We'll get into the 80s there. And I just saw behind me. You can't sneak up on me now, Randy, because for the first time in forever, I actually saw you walk behind me. It works 99 times out of 100. If I'm talking and paying attention to my chart, I will not notice Randy sneak up behind me. You're still here it's late on a Friday, and you're actually here, but we can't do brisket. We couldn't do brisket today because Sean was off. So see, this is what keeps happening. We've been talking about doing brisket on Fridays, but then Randy, you're never here on Friday, and then the one day that you are here, coincidentally.
I was like, what was that action? What was that action? And then, wow, that was funny. That was a good one. That was a good one, Fabian.
Okay, in a real sense.
That was real. That was real. That was real.
I actually have arachnophobia. Everyone thinks that's funny. The only time I'm not afraid of spiders is if there's one and my daughter's around and I have to do it, then like I'll get that like dad bravery. But that was that was completely genuine. You 100% got me. I'm a little shook right now. It's fine. You could probably, what's my heart rate right now? Let me just check my Whoop.
It's like, oh boy.
I'm like, do some breathing in here.
Yeah, you got to take a nice little,
monitor. Where we at?
Woosah.
We're at 97, legit 97. So I was probably just over 100 on my heart rate. Good. That was a good one. You got me. Yeah. You got me.
No, I saw that like sharp movement. I was like, what's happening? Yeah, it's October, Spooktober, whatever you want to call it. Nice. I like it. Yeah, no, I was not expecting that. I like that. Shout out to Fabian for keeping us active and awake. Got to keep that resting heart rate. You can't be resting heart rate all the time, right, Neil? You got to have a little bit of movement.
When you're trading, you actually do want your heart rate to be lower.
Yes, for sure.
And by the way, just real talk, like as that was happening, AMD broke the trend line.
Yes, it did.
So
we saw that coming.
This was me getting out before it broke, because I was in before it broke the trend line. Then I get scared because Fabian decided to, hey, it was a great joke. We're here to have some fun. But now I need to actually get into this trade. You got me good. You know what? It's way better doing that. And I'm not going to name any names because I'm not a snitch, straight up. But there was a former risk manager on this floor who, when I was risk managing the floor, and it was not Sean. Sean was doing trading floor directing at this time, so he was in the back office. And we're on the bridge, and this other manager decided that I got up to go to the bathroom or whatever, go to a meeting, whatever it was. He decided to actually trap a real spider and like leave a cup on the desk. Then I'm like, what's under this cup? And it was an actual spider. That wasn't cool. I'm just saying. I'm not naming any names. I love spiders. They know who they were, and they're probably not watching right now, but they know who they were. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Was this person in the office recently, or?
Oh, it's not who you're thinking.
Okay, never mind.
100% it's not.
All right.
It was not Greg. And then AMD doesn't work.
No, I wasn't thinking about Greg, but okay.
Yeah. It's all good. I can't believe it.
Yeah, no, that sell-off came in quite aggressively. You can see here on the spider there as well, and then bought right back up. kind of corrected. So that buying pressure, oh boy, man, and that buying pressure is still here. So definitely the market is very, very strong today. A lot of these names ripping to the upside. AMD specifically is what I'm talking about. The Spider as well. These are all-time highs, 580s. Oh boy, we're coming into, I guess, almost the year end, Neil. So we were talking about this, I guess, earlier this year, being like, okay, are we going to see all-time highs at all this year? So I want to take a quick look, go down, I guess, memory lane. Maybe perhaps on the Spider. Let's take a look at the weekly and see how we've been coming in on the year here. And oh boy, we had some strong fears along the way in 2024. I remember in April we were like, oh, is this the top? In July we were like, oh, is this the top? Nope. We just continue. We buy right back up and continue to I guess melt to the upside. And I talked to a few traders about this as well over time, being like, oh, well, the Spider is almost rigged to do well, because what they do is they take in the best performers and they kick out all the companies that are performing the worst. And over time, we've had, I guess, again, you can factor it to many different things, but you have companies that are going to be making more and more money and getting bigger and bigger. And so that just leaves us poised to kind of just do really, really well on the Spider. And I think that's the whole idea behind kind of this ETF and I guess a lot of the long thesis behind this. You can see that aggressive selling that we had in 2020 right there. These are the COVID lows. We've come up very aggressively off of those. This is 09s. Again, the housing crisis 08. I guess you have about 01s as well, to bleed off after the tech bubble burst as well. And we've only been ticking up. Sure, again, this is a long stretch of downtrend right here for about 3 years. That's a bit rough, but it seems like as of late, every little sell-off that happens, even if we sell off for like 3 or 4 weeks straight, continues to be bought up, and we continue to push all-time highs. So definitely, when it comes to the swing on this one, the trend is definitely your friend, Neil, and the Spider continues. The arachnid continues to climb up the water spout, and this spout doesn't seem like it's...
Don't even think I don't know what you're doing. Everybody knows what you're doing.
What am I doing?
There isn't a trader alive that calls it the Spider. It's the SPY.
No, there's people who call it the Spider.
What traders on this floor have ever called it?
Maybe not in this floor.
It's the SPY. I know what you're doing.
There's
all
some
good. It's all in good fun.
Yeah, it's called the Spider. SPYDER.
I'm gonna just change the subject to SoFi, because SoFi, what an unbelievable rally SoFi has been having today, and so many people in the chat are interested in SoFi. And shout out to SoFi. I am not a bag holder in this stock because I own it at like 7 something. So therefore, I'm in the money on SoFi. It has been a dumpster fire. But anytime, and look, let's be real about this one for a second. See how I can do that? Let's be real about this. Even though it's in the money, it's like, what could you have been in? Literally everything you could have been in instead of SoFi. Like, look at Robinhood, look at Coin, like just anything would have worked better. Any other traditional banks have all done fantastically. But you've done a lot of things. Rounded bottom. You finally broke through the 860. You've got trend. You've got this little trend which broke out. So let me actually draw that one for you. You got that trend that broke out. Now you guys are just laughing amongst yourselves. And
No. You said a rounded bottom, so I look over with an intrigued face, and Fabian's laughing at that.
It is a rounded bottom, and it is breaking out, and it is through $9, and SoFi actually looks pretty good. Someone's calling. Who cares? I don't recognize that number. So SoFi, super strong. There was a volume spike when it broke the local high through 9 even. So I think a consolidation above 9 looks pretty. You guys in the chat are having a lot of fun with this. I think that's amazing. Random oddities. See, what's hilarious about this? The second you tell somebody not to do, like, don't Google image search and then vinegaroon. So obviously, the first thing that comes into my mind is that I want to do it because I'm a human being. But I'm smart enough not to, because it's probably like really ridiculously, disgustingly scary. So $9 here on SoFi needs to hold this consolidation, maybe take out the top, and then we can have like some trend continuation this afternoon on it. It looks like Indo did eventually start going. See, like the volume is trash on this, but it is actually making the move. So I didn't take this on that news, because I felt like oil wasn't making a huge move and the volume wasn't doing anything. But then Indo does start going there. So not that bad. Really just in this SMCI still. Tracking over on NVIDIA to see if it's going to actually hold on to this 135 level. It can't seem to claw through VWAP. You know, if we're under 135, the market's at highs and this is underneath VWAP. There's got to be something else. Like if I'm looking for a reversion, what is Palantir doing? Because Palantir was the only thing I was short like pretty much the entirety of the day. No, this is now rounding through the bottom. Maybe a fail of $43. It's still trend down, but it's rounded bottom looking like it wants to break it out. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of what looks like. I know Obi short the market, but I'm looking at this. And it's like if we're going to lose the top, I want to short something weak. That's why I came over to Palantir. Like 43 or like VWAP makes some sense. NVIDIA could make some sense. I know Apple's been weak all day. Apple's now above
I
VWAP.
Google searched it. I was like, this is very interesting.
Yeah, just keep that to yourself.
It's like an arachnid scorpion. That's great. That's sick. That's like a spider with armor. And like a stinger. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. That's definitely pretty cool. I like that.
Oh, it's cool. That's fine. Legitimately arachnophobic. Legitimately, I'm not making it up.
Like
I'm not acting.
You're like diagnosed.
I'm not pretending. I'm not.
Is this self-diagnosed?
I'm not going to sleep well tonight. That's fine. If I saw that image, I probably would. You know.
It looks
the
cool.
thing. Like, I
like
I'm not
creepy
afraid to
crawlies.
admit it either. Like, you could you put a snake in front of me. I don't care. You know, like a lion. First of all, I had this conversation with Sharif. It's like a lion's just a killing machine, so everyone should be afraid of it, or you're a fool. But like, you know, like a non-lethal snake, like whatever, get out of here. I got no problems with that. Or regular bugs. It's just I got a problem with spiders. So it is what it is. I'm still trying to look for things that are weak.
I might know
all of that.
I might know a little something about some cool cats. I'm telling you, if you ever encounter a lion, you got to hit it with the pss, 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 and maybe, you know, give it a little pss, pss, and see how it acts.
Yeah, you could do that.
You never know. They're just really large house cats. That's what I've found. They're like the behaviors and everything. They're just really large house cats. And sure, maybe you don't want to get on its bad side because a little bit of a paw can definitely leave you, I guess, armless.
Yeah, to me, there's two kinds of people in this world.
Yeah.
There's people that are like, oh, I'm cool with lions and tigers and bears. And then there's smart people. You do you all you want, man. I don't even, and the funny thing is, I don't even have to be faster than everybody. I got to be able to be faster than the dude next to me. I'm so out of dodge, and I'm not even messing around. And Eddie R., there was a childhood experience involved with it. There usually is, and there was one. I'm not going to bother telling the story. Y'all don't want to hear that.
Oh, with the arachnophobia.
Yeah. There always is one.
But
shoot, now I lost my train of thought. Apple's strong. There was something I was going to look at as if the market can't break the high. It was not the SPY. You keep saying it, but that doesn't actually make it true. Obi, it might have been Amazon. Amazon's strong as above you up. It'll come to me. Right now, still just an SMCI.
Interesting.
Oh, Alphabet.
Yeah.
It wasn't Alphabet. Alphabet's super strong as well. There was something that is weak, and it's not Tesla.
Oh.
Whatever. It'll come to me. And it wasn't Palantir either, all of a sudden.
It's not a Mag 7, was it?
No,
Palantir, maybe? Palantir.
Palantir's at the 43.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at that now. There was something else. Yeah. There was something else weak that I had in my brain that I've lost the train of thought. But I'm just going to look at my list. It'll come to me. Yeah. But Palantir's at that 43 level, so I am going to take the shot on Palantir short. It's essentially just this low where I shorted it before. Now it's trying to curl off the same level. So if we don't break the high of the day, I'd rather short a weak stock than a strong one. I'm trying to keep it relatively simple there. And it wasn't NVIDIA either. CompuNet says CCL. It wasn't CCL, but maybe it should be CCL. Shout out to you. Was that Computronet? Ivan. I'm just going to call Ivan. Thank you. CCL. That's a good one. It wasn't what I was thinking of, but that's the idea. Like I want to be short. Like rather at these highs, short something which is weak. Tesla's at 219, not 220, so it's not Tesla. It'll come to me eventually. Like 220 on Tesla would make a little bit of sense. It was something that was at a relatively decent level. I just keep looking at everything on my iPad. I'm sure eventually I'll come up with it. But I really like this CCL now. Palantir is already at the level. So I feel like this is one that we can grab, or at least I can grab. So if it breaks 43, it's kind of an easy out there. Give it a couple cents. We had this conversation. Not we had this conversation. It was Satea, and one of the lessons of this week is like where to put stop orders. Now, if you have something which has to the bottom has a 40-cent range here, so 43 down to 46, 42.6, 20 cents from the last break. Like you can give it 5 to 10 cents. However, I don't know that you want to automatically put a stop if it breaks 01. I think sometimes just putting it a little bit above, give it a couple of extra cents, knowing that you can capture a bigger move, still get some out at 1-to-1, because I think that's something I'm always going to do here. But again, just sort of respect that even dollar is like an easy rinse level. And as I say that, worth noting, like the last time it retested 43, it actually went to 43 even and did not break. All the more reason I think it could break it by a cent or two and still be a valid short. So we're going to be back into Palantir. That one sets up pretty well as well. John in the chat saying, look at this manipulation on Donkey Kong.
Oh, I haven't seen that ticker in the longest.
You're going to keep in mind, like it's on a Friday with lighter volume, you're going to see a heck of a lot more just weird stuff go on in terms of like barcoding stocks. But DraftKings, there must have been, I mean, I guess you rinse on a little bit of bad news and just buy it right back up. That's always so dirty when they do stuff, when stuff like that happens. That can be frustrating. What was the headline on this one? I know there was some talk of like taxation. Was it a story on taxation for gambling firms? Actually, I see something on Caesars here. Labor considers up to a $3 billion tax rate on gambling firms, but that was for like that was in London. So maybe you had like the algos rinse on that. Anytime this happens, I think like maybe a hold of VWAP in there. A bunch of people are trapped short the stock and it hasn't broken the high of the day. So if people are trapped short and it hasn't broken the high, back into VWAP might look like a bit of a long entry there on DraftKings. That's not cool. You always hate when that happens because you definitely trap some people short. That's an entry I take a lot of times myself. Big volume break on any kind of a news story, the pullback into the prior high, short here. Ideally, you take some out so you're not destroyed, but that's a pretty nasty break back out to the upside.
Yeah, the thing is, I think it's quite wild there. Only about a minute left, 30 seconds left until we get into Power Hour, Neil. And I just want to go through some of the strongest, the largest volume gainers of the day here in the U.S. markets here. Futures kind of sideways, kind of consolidation. We got that strong leg reversion, not right off the open on the NASDAQ, but right off of the open on the ES there. That strength coming in very aggressively, giving us about almost 50 points worth of a move there off of the open on the ES. But the NQ, that one was interesting. Sold off initially and then broke trend. Nice little bounce off of 20,320. And then now we're getting that sideways chop and consolidation as well. I was wondering in the morning, oh boy, is this really going to be a day where both the ES and the NQ are distinctly different and they're going to be going opposite ways? But the NQ was like, not without me, you don't, ES. And nice little Rip City to the upside there. It's aggressive action that came in. What is that? That low was around, I guess around 930, 945-ish. We got that strength coming in on the NASDAQ. So let's go through, let's take a quick look. We'll go to the 15-minute chart here so we can capture a little bit more of the price action, maybe the past couple of days too, to take a look at some reference prices as well. NVIDIA, top volume gainer on the day. We know what that's been doing, a little bit sideways. We had that 135 push, a nice little consolidation underneath the level now. So it continues to act as a bit of resistance. So we did get above only about 78 pennies. So I'm curious to know what this will show up as on the bigger picture as a 135 test. But nice, a bigger picture I can tell already is starting to look a little bit of like a wick through that 135 resistance that we had over the past couple of days. But it should be interesting going forward what we do in and around that 135. But as you can see, after that size finally broke, we've washed the level a couple of times. And so maybe not as significant anymore. Who are these guys? TWG. So done about 129 volume. Yeah, exactly. Done about 129 mil, 2 million shares float. This thing maybe a little bit potential for manipulation there. But what I've realized as of recent is that this might be some of the names I should be taking a closer look at to find some edge. So I have been looking at smaller mid caps more and more lately. Haven't really taken too many trades on them. per se, but I'm definitely watching and kind of like just stalking the ticker for anything that I can potentially hunt down on something like this. So yeah, definitely interesting ticker here. Look at that reversion that comes in, beautiful right there on TWG, second top gainer on the day today. And Tesla, we know what Tesla's been doing. Tesla have been fading to the downside. Can't really catch a bounce. Attempted a bounce towards that 222s. We talk about that 222. So we actually got there around 10:30, but nice little flush city back down going into the midday there, that 222 rejection. So we were talking about that potential support becoming into resistance, and resistance it did become there at that level, and now we're kind of consolidating near the lows. Palantir as well. This one's been a hot name over the past couple of weeks. Bit of a sell-off today on a Friday after a failure to follow through of that morning action there on Palantir. Now we got Xena as well, another potential mid to small cap, doing lots of relative volume here. Oh boy, we're doing 10,000, 15,000 relative volume in the pre-market. This one definitely missed my radar there this morning. But fade coming off of the pre-market action, pre-market highs there. So nice little move on Xena. So yeah, let me know in the chat if you guys have been trading any of these names. We know DJT was quite hot in the pre-market, but oh boy, we kind of sell off aggressively. I guess after that opening candle, can't really push through some of these pre-market levels here on DJT. So that's definitely interesting. We know a lot of people are watching this ticker with elections on the horizon as well. So definitely a good look. TIGR, we know this one has been moving with the China basket and a strong push today. But take a look at this. Since that gap down day that we had on Tuesday and a strong sell-off on Monday on some of these China names, we've been pretty much following through a little bit there to the downside on names like this. So another strong ticker. Now, again, we had some earnings today from Wells Fargo and JPM. We saw how those banks did, but one doing the most volume right now is BAC. And oh boy, look at this opening drive on BAC, straight through pre-market highs, 40.73s all the way up to 42s on Bank of America, doing about 35 million volume on the day with about an hour left. NEO as well. We know EVs have been kind of interesting. AMD has been on the watch for sure. We talked about that 166 level, and look at what we did when we did get past that 166 on the pullback of 166, hold and continue to trend back up into yesterday's range. So a lot of opportunity on the day today. SoFi as well, taking it to the upside. Intel, oh boy, this one, again, a lot of these tech names ran right off of the open there, and Intel was definitely one of those names. Very aggressive push and breaking through weekly highs right there. So the week high before this was yesterday at 23.50. We tested a high of 23.82 today. So nothing too crazy, but if you were looking at some of these lows to catch a bid off of, oh boy, did it give you that bid off of that 23 level on Intel. We know Mara has been doing ALTM. This one's a buyout, Neil, and this one's continuing to do some decent volume. But that first day, that was crazy. This thing did like what, over 150 million in the pre-market? That's absolutely
it was a lot
wild.
of fun. I actually, I trade those on the side just so you guys can see what it looks like when these stocks don't move. I was involved in it, but it wasn't doing a lot of volume. Like yesterday, like the last 2 days, on the first day, it was wild, like in and out. Like it did hundreds of millions of shares worth of volume, so it was pretty good. I cannot complain about it at all. But today, there's not a lot of action. 30 million in volume seems good, but it's not that good. So I am into Farm. We'll get to that in a second, but I'll go to SoFi first. Not SoFi. Somebody typed SoFi in the chat, and then I had SoFi in my brain, and instead of going over to Palantir, I went to SoFi. So Palantir, like that 43 level, short at 95. I put my stop at 2, so it wasn't exactly at evens, so I am out of it now. If it gets to VWAP, maybe. But that's a simple one. Shorting it off this level, it breaks it out. I'm either looking for a retrace down into 80s, like 90s to 80s to 70s to 60s is the name of the game. But the other thing that happened in there, didn't want to interrupt. Oh, where's my pretty little trend line that I drew? So obviously a firm, whatever. Like if you do this, here, it kind of works. It's really not that clean. I can connect a little bit, but you get the idea. Firm broke trend. So Firm just broke the trend. And if you look at the tighter trend line up here, up at the top, like this one, since the high of the day break, which a lot of times I would observe, it kind of already broke it in there. So scalping a firm, it's just a similar thing. I'm looking for mean reversion. It's either mean reversion, short weak stock at a key level, buy strong stock on a dip of like a VWAP or something like that, or a higher low that we can work off of. So the next thing that happened was a firm breaking the day-long trend line. Already got 70s in, stop is just above 90, just took some at 50, which is 1-to-1. So we'll work this one to the downside. SMCI, which we're still in, that's breaking higher. You know what, let me just get on 79. I was just realizing I'm sitting on the other side of 80. This is offer 79. If there's just sellers at 80, offer 79 instead of 82. It just makes some sense. So if we break that high, we'll get a little bit more out. It's just gently gliding higher when every time the market pulled back, and especially when there was that, I don't know, it was like the Iran headline, it just didn't dip. So it felt pretty good. Probably had a chance at a reload in here at about 230, just didn't pull the trigger on it. We're just going to hang on to it, let it work its way back into 48, which is an obvious resistance spot. I mean, if you can't tell 48 was a problem, I don't know what you're looking at. Look at that. Not too good. That's what a false breakout can look like, and why I had a tight stop on that NVIDIA trade this morning. Because if you get trapped in one of these, you're like, oh, it's a long, it broke, it's going to be a long forever. You can get destroyed averaging back into a failed breakout trade or just kind of holding on to it forever. So if we get to 48, I'm taking my profits on the way up.
Yeah, that's definitely something there, Neil. So I can't be fighting the trend like I did this morning. And yeah, that Uber was definitely. Let's take a quick look at Uber and see what that thing's been up to. Oh boy, to the upside. So definitely taking a ride here. On this price action. Take a look at this. Holding VWAP early on, breaking through that 82, 83 mark, and then aggressively pulling back up. And we were talking about this. So I guess I can talk about this because this is a trade that I guess I didn't do too well on in the morning session, and I can talk about it. My original idea. Now this is something I have to work on. So let me know in the chat if you guys have any sort of experience with this kind of mindset. And I talked to Neil about this as well. I'm very thankful to, again, sit beside Neil and kind of talk about some of my weaknesses and how I can potentially kind of work on them as well. So the idea was Uber pushing all-time highs on this action there. We, again, robotaxi news, a little bit of a sympathy, or I guess an inverse kind of play there, gapping up on this while Tesla sells off. And then we get that push into all-time highs. And then all-time highs was, I think it was 182.17s, but pre-market highs were a little bit higher. So I was like, all right, I'm going to look. If the bid is real, where will it catch was the question, right? So going down to a 3-minute, because that's what I like to trade off of, it actually caught after giving a strong drive through that pre-market high and coming back into VWAP and holding, and then continuing back up through that opening range high and holding again on a low to continue the trend to the upside. So my thought process, this is one of my weaknesses right now in trading that I'm going to work on, that I am working on, and definitely will get it out of my system with some meaningful practice there. But flipping the bias, right? Original bias was getting long for the breakout continuation of Uber all-time highs. On that gap up volume, a gap give and go per se, a little bit of a pullback and the bid hold, and then we see that happen in the pre-market. We flush in the pre-market down to 81s and then push up higher. So you could say that move came in a little bit before the open, but I was like, all right, well, you missed the trade because 83 was just shy of 83 was that pre-market high, 82.80s, 82.70s. And then I'm like, all right, well, the long is gone. My original idea is done. And then I'm trying to get short, and I'm trying to force that trade short, and then get caught offside fighting the trend, which is again another I guess a weakness of mine. But again, that's something that I got to work on. And before we continue this talk, we're going to say what's up to Dara.
With regards to DraftKings here, I'm seeing a story on this. This is coming out of Britain. Apparently, there's some ministers in Britain considering a tax rate of up to £3 billion here on the gambling sector. Basically, apparently, this is out of a look for funds to help shore up the public finances. So basically, looking for funds here. Part of that attempt would be to basically have a tax rate here in the gambling sector. So again, potential £3 billion tax rate of gambling has DKNG and some of these other gambling names, FLUT, and also CZR on watch here, guys.
Volume coming in. Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, it was a huge volume spike downside that got reverted back up here on DraftKings. And there was a question in the chat. Someone was asking there, didn't see who it was. I have to actually zoom up. It was the Piper. Sure, I'm assuming you mean, are you sure a firm isn't bouncing off the 50 period on the 1 minute? So ultimately, like you got to trade on your own indicators. I don't put up a 50 on a 1. The chart I was using for the trend was a 3, although I would argue, like if I put this same trend line, one of the cool features here at Real Trading on the platform, Pete Pro 8, is like it'll transpose. If I draw a trend line on my 3 minute, it's just going to put it on my 15-minute or an hourly chart. Not the daily, but anything that's going to be intraday. So if I'm trading this on a mean reversion, like if my idea is break the trend, close under, and do a short setup here, like look at the rejecting wick, if that's my reason for getting in, if I'm someone that uses the 50 period or like the 9 or whatever it might be, the 21, whatever it might be, the moving average, I might want that for confirmation. But if I don't use it, I don't care about it. So you just try to have like your own trade ideas. If I were to find, let's say, after doing this trend a bunch, like these trend line breaks, I find that, hey, adding a moving average to it or adding Fibonacci's to it or something works for me, I'm all for it. But I don't really try to conflate those things. Like this is the idea. It's the trend into here. It's the scalp into here. It's the hold if it breaks to 47. Because I think if it loses 47, you should get a much deeper retracement trade. That's the idea for it. Like relatively tight stop on that last little wick. It's breaking a bit of a trend line. It's not really about trying to throw a bunch of different things out of it that I think might just confuse me. Coffee Trader made a really good point, and it's not to call anybody out because I did this on NVIDIA the other day. He said, you traded Uber poorly today. I was long and still managed to be run on it. LOL, it happens. It's so true. And I'll tell you, I know because you were just mentioning.
Yeah, do you want to speak on what I was talking about, like flipping that bias, not looking for that continuation trade, and being like, all right, well, I missed the initial, so now the only trade left for me is the other way. So it's like I was looking for a long, I missed it, so now I'm thinking, okay, well, the only thing I can do now is revert it, but that's not necessarily, what I'm realizing is that's not a good way to think at all. Like if the trade is real and if it's actually strong, you want to look for that pullback to hold and fail to follow through for that continuation of your original idea. And I think that's what Neil was giving that Neilage, that wisdom.
Well, I didn't trade. We had this conversation because we actually, like, the second we were off air, the first thing we did is we started talking about Uber because that was one of the trades this morning. And I didn't think I traded it very well myself, despite being up on it. And that was it was the nuance between getting a good entry and a bad one. Like I could have had the same price in. It's hard. This is a 3 minute. It doesn't really. I'm going to keep it on 3 minute. So I had the initial break of the high. Can I zoom more? So whatever. I'm just going to keep it zoomed out a little bit here. Take that off. I don't want to accidentally draw a trend line. So I had the break of the local high, the all-time high coming back through. Like right at the open, it breaks that local high, scalps them out. I'm like, okay, well, I want to be adding to this position if it's going to go up. It does this little bit of a rinse back down into the prior low. So I'm looking at this bar here. I'm like, if we're going to tight stop it, let's just go with that. But then I get in, and I get in, and then it starts bouncing, and I add to it. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? I'm basically taking it in the face of this big rejection candle, which, spoiler alert, was also a rejection of the high of the day. So it's a pre-market high rejection that I'm loading into the long here, and I realize instantly that's way too early to be taking it, and I immediately trimmed it. So you can see me getting out flat, have to trade there, and then on top of that, when it starts to show any resistance, I'm scalping it out when it's only like 30, 40 cents in the money because I'm thinking it just rejected the high of the day. Ooh, this is an impatient entry. I should be waiting for something a little bit better. I don't think like the really good entry probably didn't actually show up for me there. So that was somewhere in here was about as good as I was ever going to get. But I then aggressively took some out there for a scalp trade. And it's not bad to take it out like 15s into like 50s. It's not horrible, but it was a much better move. And eventually when it broke out, I never found my way back into it. There's no such thing as a perfect execution. But I think sometimes like you can overthink things. I know I overthought it in there. I was right to be long, but you could always do better, everybody. SoFi continues to go. I just got to keep, right, so I got to go back over to Affirm, and I got to take a look at SoFi because I feel like that one's getting away. Like Affirm, now it's just going sideways off of 47.40. So we're 30 pennies in the money here. I do have a bid underneath, which doesn't even make any sense. If it's bouncing off 40, why have a bid 2 cents underneath 40? If it breaks 40, it's probably going to at least go the next 10 cents down. So I just move it to like 32 because I like Magic Johnson. He played for the Michigan State Spartans, like that team. So I'll go 32 instead of 33. I'm going to bid 32 if we break down further on Affirm. And now I can look at SoFi. SoFi holds on to $9. That's pretty solid. $9 exactly. Yeah, that's not going to be a trap. Go long. I jinx it for everybody. 9 breaks. I lose 4 cents. Oh, this actually does look pretty good. The volume's not great on SoFi. Buying highs, I don't know if that feels like the right thing to do in here. The market just attempted another break at the top on the NASDAQ. It's actually holding out above the highs, but you're getting the retest back under. So let's see this one try to close above here. We have enough time that we can try to hold above this 2048. And then on the ES, it's also trying to close back in that prior high. So let's see it hold on to that first. If we can do that, I don't mind SoFi here. I like the mean reversion trade that we got going on Affirm. Unfortunately, this is the one time that SMCI is deciding to pull back. I don't want this losing 42.5. Essentially, you've got like a 40-cent range on a $40 stock. It's not bad, but it's not really flying higher here and running into lower high resistance. So I don't want to lose this 47.50. I'm just going to trail it underneath that.
Yeah, and speaking of reversions, Neil, after we mentioned, I guess attention was brought to DraftKings here. I was looking at this trade right here. That's a beautiful reversion of an attempt at not all-time highs, at day highs right there. Day highs at 39, 39.08, and DraftKings comes up to 38.98. So about 11 pennies away from the high and starts to catch a sell off of that. Look at that aggressive selling. As I'm speaking of it, rushing for that low a day there. So I want to take a quick look at the tape and see what is going on there on DraftKings. So let's pull that one up here. DK and G trades on the NASDAQ. So all right, so quickly we can take a quick look at that as it attempts to push back down to these lows that we got off of off of the catalyst. You can see the volume coming in off of the intraday catalyst, and we got a strong bid off of the dip right there, and that dip, interestingly, holding that consolidation from the morning session right here. So the morning session consolidation low right there at 38.30s ish, and you can see that little attempt to break down below that, and then rips right back up, holds it actually on this second kind of a pullback, and then leg back up to the upside there. Can't really get through, but look at that reversion is what I'm talking about. Absolutely beautiful as we fail to follow through into that 39, pulling back about 50 to 60 pennies now, back below VWAP on DraftKings. So that's pretty much a full-on reversion, almost 100% of what it did off of that strong bid that did come in on that news there. So let us know in the chat. Have you guys been trading DraftKings? There's another name that I guess Finch Jane is talking about, Carvana, CVNA. Let's take a quick look at that one, see what that one's been up to. You're calling this one a monster. This one, I guess there are bigger monsters in the sea today when it comes to range and price action and volatility. But this thing is definitely one that's interesting. And if you mean a monster by looking at it on the higher time frame, that is definitely correct, as this thing has been coming right back up. Again, this one we talk about rounded bottoms, Neil. This is a textbook example of a rounded bottom right here at the lows right there, and then we talk about kind of a nice little bounce off of that, and we've been getting a bounce, crazy bounce, right? We talked about that right in the pre-market. We talked about another nice rounded bottom giving us a nice support to come off of. And now a lot of people can call this different things: cup and handle, smiley face, whatever. It's like, okay, we got aggressive selling. We can't sell off anymore. Again, you get a little bit of a cheeky action before the bounce on that move, and a nice little breakout of
I have a legit
resistance.
question for you.
What's up?
Okay, so you're in the SPY right now.
Okay.
And I'm like, admittedly, I haven't looked at. I usually look at the Nasdaq when I'm tracking, as opposed to the SPY. But I'm looking at the Nasdaq, and if you're playing like a mean reversion or like a short off the top, the Nasdaq, the Qs actually looks, not just because I hate spiders.
Yep.
Maybe that's part of it. No, but this actually looks like you had big volume spike breaking the high of the day.
Yeah, no, I got
and
out
then
on
you did
that.
a topping tail candle in the underneath. Like the Q, I don't know if the SPY has the same setup. And then when you go to the daily, let me zoom way in here on the Qs. And then when you look at it on the daily chart, you are at a obviously pretty big resistance level at the 495. So like you're actually rejecting a big one on the Nasdaq, and you just did a topping tail candle right in here. Like SPY over, is it like a you only like the SPY over the Qs, or is it the setup actually looked better on the SPY?
No, so I was just taking shots in here, but yeah, that volume I didn't like it there anymore. So again, I was just like, you got to make some good decisions right now, and I did get out on that push right back above. But yeah, no, nothing too crazy there. I do agree with you. I don't think this thing again, we're pushing all-time highs, can be fighting that trend as of right now. So yeah, no, Spider very, very strong, poised to kind of close near all-time highs there as of right now. What's going on, Adara?
We have CVS on watch here. This one pushing a little bit lower here in the most recent 3-minute candle here. We did get a report from Reuters that is looking to exit its core infusion services businesses with the potential here of job cuts. We've heard some warnings from this company in recent weeks. So Reuters actually reporting that they're considering job cuts and exiting their core infusion services business. So keep an eye here on CVS.
Much sure there. We just got that 32 print. Shout out to Showtime, Magic Johnson and the Lakers. Sean will be all over that reference. He knows what I'm talking about. I just got the 32 fill. I'm now going to move. So usually, like for this short setup, I should have zoomed it in before. For this short setup, I'm going to usually stop out just above this prior high. So usually like an 85 or something like that. But now that it's broken the next leg down and are into this zone, break even. So I have one more bid in front of 20s. After that, we'll look for like the 47 level as, okay, SMCI must have just trailed out. So I'm going to go over SMCI in a second. But yeah, so bidding in front of 20s. If that breaks, we'll go to 47 even. Right now, my trail is at break even. It'll move if we fill the 20s and break underneath that. SMCI, I'm going to assume, didn't spike higher. No, it trailed out at break even. So we're out of SMCI. Like at some point, you got to ring the register. Like it just did this like topping tail rejection candle. We're almost at 330. Good trade, but I feel like it should have been, the way the market was screaming, I would have liked that to get to the 48 level. So you got to ring the register at some point. This feels like it should have been stronger. It would have, based on what it was doing before. What was that, Fabian? Okay. Now, see, Fabian's in my ear. I thought he was making a joke or something, but apparently not a big deal. A Reggie star. Oh, a Reggie.
Oh,
a Reggie.
Okay, I get it.
Old man Neil didn't get that reference. Let's go over to Adara. We've got, I believe, some news at the green screen, or some stories at the green screen, I should say.
Around this time here every day around 3:30 as we end the power hour and the trading day, and in this case week, what I like to do is look at the larger percentage movers in the S&P 500, both the upside and the downside. But today, because we're actually making new all-time highs on the SPY and pretty strong on the day, what I wanted to do was look at tickers that are moving down by 3% or more on the S&P 500, of which there are only 3. So let's get into these tickers and these stories. First up, we have A.O. Smith. This is AOS, trades on the NYSE. This company does water heating. Today, they actually reported their preliminary earnings per share and sales both below estimates, citing weakness in China sales, and there's some issues apparently with North America water heating demand as well. They also lowered their guidance for fiscal 2024, so some weakness here in AOS with regards to their preliminary sales and forecast. Next up, we have Align Technologies. This one's forecasted to report in a few weeks. They haven't confirmed that date yet, though, but earnings on watch for Align Technology, getting a price target decrease from Stifel, 350 to 285, though they did maintain a buy rating for ALGN. And last but not least, I know we've talked about this one, TSLA, but I want to take a bit of a different take on this. We are down about 8% after that CyberCap reveal last night. But it's worth noting, we have quite a few bearish takes maintained here from analysts. Highest price target of this list is going to be Cantor Fitzgerald, maintaining at 245. The lowest is Roth MKM maintaining an $85 price target, saying they found the whole display, quote, underwhelming. So Roth MKM and a couple other analysts a bit bearish on TSLA. What do we hear, guys?
Okay.
So thank you very much, sir. Darren, I was just talking to Obi about some rules here at Real Trading regarding trading. And actually, I forgot to mention this. And when we talk about it, Real Trading, like aftermarket, pre-market trading, I don't have it up anymore. I'll try to find it. If you weren't watching the morning show, and this is a big shout out to Real Trading, that Tesla event, okay, I got it up. Let me just open image and new tab. That Tesla event last night, one of the traders here, not on this floor, used to trade. This trader used to trade on this floor. And by the way, I congratulated him this morning. The trader that I'm showing this trade on, that traded overnight on Tesla, he actually hit lifetime 1 million, the 1 million mark in trading revenue for the firm, for lifetime for him. So congratulations. I don't want to have to give his name, but he's a good friend, and he couldn't be happier. Yep. But he was trading on the blue ocean market during the cyber. I forget the name of the event. But whatever, the cyber taxi event.
Robotaxi, yeah.
No, they had an actual name for it. It was
We Robot
event.
Yeah.
He was taking, he had a long in there. He got a breakout trade that was great. He had a breakout through 45. He had a dip buy into VWAP that worked as well. This thing was at $252 last night. It was during the event, they were buying it up. So that opportunity exists. Now here at Real Trading, you can trade. You can trade in the aftermarket because of the blue ocean market. I can't speak for other brokers. Sorry. Maybe I'm going to make a guess that there's got to be a lot of other places potentially where you might be able to. I just know it's very seamless here at Real Trading. I was watching football and falling asleep during it and trying to wake up. Probably should have been trading. I just got that 47 fill on Affirm, so we're not going to look any gift horses in the mouth. At this point, I'm going to trail it back into, see this little prior high in here at 35. That's the new spot. So it cannot be a losing trade at this point. And if it breaks 47, I have no idea where it could end up. So I'm not going to try and speculate. Underneath there aren't any obvious. You lose 47 even, and until you get to 46 half, you don't have any obvious levels. So I'll just let it work how far it wants to go. Robin Hood says Cowrie in the chat. Have a look at that. I feel as if Robinhood, we did this poll months ago in the afternoon show, and it was something along the lines of which one would you rather buy? And it was Robinhood or SoFi. And this was at a point where it was actually a reasonable question to have asked. It must have been way more than months ago. It was a long time ago. This might have actually been at the beginning of the year. I'm so old, I don't remember. Yeah. And it was so overwhelmingly Robinhood was a better choice, but it was 60-40. And I own SoFi, not Robinhood. And Hood is making more 52-week highs as we speak today. So another strong, strong day for Hood, up 3%. It's trending and trending. It's weird that it doesn't want to make another leg up. If you look at it, it kind of fails the high break, makes a bit of a break, holds VWAP, and now you're just going sideways. That kind of sucks. You want to trend it into the high of the day. That feels like what SMCI was just doing, where you're getting this nice little barcode up. There's nothing wrong with it. It's working, but it's not good enough. Just not good enough there on Robinhood. It's a little strong day. Not going to complain about it here. Let us know what else you guys are looking at. JP Swade said CELH. Whatever happened here? Well, this is crazy.
Energy drink, right?
I know, but I was at one point I was going to take a breakout on this. It rinsed in the morning. Opening range top was just underneath 35. It was higher lows into 35, tight consolidation. I set a breakout trade for 35 to go. I was going to stop it out underneath 75, so it was going to be maybe 30 cents worth of risk. It never broke. I didn't take it, and it basically turned into the greatest short of all time. Or just a really good short. So yeah, CELH, Celsius, yikes. So this is the reason why I got into Snowflake after it closed above the 50-period moving average for the confirmation of the trend reversal. So why I bought Snow, and this is not here day trading, I actually didn't trade Snowflake here, was the close above the 50-period and then the confirmation that we're breaking out. Just a little bit more confirmation when a stock is doing this, trend down. Just because it wicks the break, that's not good enough for me. I want to show that this is going to be a strong one. So good look there for Snow. Unfortunately, Celsius Yikes, not too good. Yeah, the energy drinks. You deal with that stuff? I know you do like a
Yeah, I like
the Monster.
I like Monster, but here's the thing about energy drinks, man. What was it? While I was still in school, I kind of went through this phase where I was just like, okay, energy drinks give me like, it focuses you. It's still like a drug, right? It kind of focuses you, helps you focus, which is good. Used in I guess in right proportions. But what happened basically was it was like too much caffeine, and I was like, oh, first I was on Red Bulls. Red Bull was not good enough. And then I switched to Monsters. Monsters is a little bit stronger, in my opinion, so I liked that. And then I started sipping on Monsters, and then Monsters weren't good enough. And I was like, well, I'm getting desensitized to this stuff. And then I'm like, all right, forget that. I'm going to go straight to 500 milligram caffeine pills. And then I started doing those. Oh boy, not the best, because I think I developed restless leg syndrome. Because if you have restless leg, you can kind of bring it on, and kind of it'll like manifest with caffeine overuse or overconsumption of caffeine. It can be brought on by that, and then I pretty much have a little bit of restless leg now.
How did you sleep?
Well, that's the thing. I didn't. They wanted me. I was like, okay. I went to the doctor. I was like, I have this now. I literally can't sleep because I'm getting woken up in the middle of the night with leg pain. Ooh. And then it's like that's real RLS. And I was like, yeah, I can't do it. They wanted me to be on benzos. They wanted me to do this, that, and the other. And I was like, maybe not. Maybe I'll take a little bit more of a natural route, if you know what I mean, to kind of quell.
I know what you mean.
Quell that. I don't want to be hopped up on benzos all day. But yeah, no, that was definitely something. I dealt with. But yeah, energy
Darwin
drinks.
knows what's up.
You know, what's
Darwin just goes, sounds like a Saved by the Bell. This is how I know Darwin. We're born around the same time. Definitely. You know the Saved by the Bell episode? I'm so excited. No, nothing.
Not really. No,
that's fine. If I gave a reference for when you were talking about Red Bull, you probably finish the line. I'm drinking rum and Red Bull. Hennessy make me heart full. Then while me get awful, when me on the dance, I'll get crawful. You know that song?
Of course.
I know you know that song.
Of course.
See, that you know, but Saved by the Bell, right over the head. Right over the head. You got that was an epic episode. That was one of the first, like if you're my age, that was one of the first episodes of a show that everyone watched that actually dealt with drug use. There was like a big Fresh Prince episode that did it, and then there was that one with some really horrible acting. Because, what's her name again? Sean would know the name of the actress, the one that did Dreamgirls. It was absolutely terrible. Whatever she was, it was Jessie, whatever. It was just an absolutely awful acting job, which is what made it so epic. But it was a really good episode. But stay off drugs, people. Yeah, don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Elizabeth Berkley, that's who it is. Miguel in the chat, thank you very much. Was Elizabeth Berkley. So there you go. I heard something on NNE there. Not a lot of volume, but that's that nano-nuclear energy name. Yeah, it just kind of popped in that it was breaking the high of the day, up 3%, but then the volume's kind of meh. This has been one that's actually been a decent runner. Yeah, it would be nice if this got going again. When nuclear energy was all the rage, small modular reactors, this has had a minute, kind of trying to go back up again. Look at this steep upward trend. This could still go, just probably not today. But anytime like a scanner hits, it's like, okay, well, it broke the high of the day, and it did so on like big relative volume. So that's going to hit the wires. That's going to hit a couple of scanners that I have up. But yeah, no follow through there whatsoever on NNE. Kyle Burdett, how about Alf? He was quite the kitty hound. Alf was jokes too. I like that show. I was a big fan. Alf was a great show. Harry and the Hendersons was terrible.
No idea.
You have no idea what I'm talking about. So a firm, I don't have a target for a firm that is in 46.5. We're just going to hang on to it. I want to double check. Palantir is a early look buy of 1 million shares. That could be worth watching. Just in case a firm or something that we're in would have had an early look buy imbalance, but it's really just Palantir. Kenvue is meaningless. There's always something going on with Kenvue. When is that spinoff ever going to end? Apparently never. Yeah, so just Palantir looks like we should be watching, but wow, firm's starting to head to the downside. Robbie V, that NNE does look nice on the daily. I might start looking at that NNE for sure.
Yep. Oh, okay.
What?
No, I thought. Oh, I thought it was we got called for something there. No, I'm just kind of watching this this Tesla move. We broke below this prior level there. Bit of a double bottom that happened here at that 218 218.49. You can see a strong wick coming in there, and then another little bounce. But something interesting that I did note, a bit of a continuation of that pre-market trend to the downside. So let's see going into the close with only about only about 23 minutes left here, Neil. So, oh boy, here it comes in. And oh boy, does your firm look nice right there. So great trade on that one there. As the market takes, I guess some of these names taking a little bit of a breather after a strong bid up pretty much all day. Tesla,
you know what?
especially, what's up?
Actually, Obi,
Yes, sir.
the thing is, the mean reversion trade's your baby. But in order to find
One
a
of the
mean
things I
reversion
do, yeah.
trade, you've got to be able to have quality charting. And the chart
Yes.
is your a window to the market, allows you to trade smarter and not harder. So check out eSignal, upgrade to an elite trading experience. Whether you're analyzing, whether you're strategizing, whether you're looking at back testing, forward testing, everything you need is there. Every single possible indicator that you could want, every tool in your toolbox is right there. You've got the API to be able to automate. Every symbol you could want to look at is going to be there. It's reliable, real-time data. Lots of traders on this floor have used it. Sean uses it actually every single day. I can tell you that as a fact. It has for the last, I think, 20 years. At least 18 or 19, probably the last 20 years. So when you think about trading, your window to the market is usually visually going to be your charting platform. So a lot of times getting a professional one can make a lot of a difference. So shout out to eSignal. As I said, back testing is an important part of any strategy. I was asked whether I like moving averages. And that's something I could maybe add to. We have a mean reversion strategy. You could add some moving averages to it, do some back testing. eSignal is absolutely perfect for that. Everything you need in one simple place. Scan the QR code that you see right there below. Click the link in the description and start your professional trading journey with a great piece of software there for eSignal. Shout out to them at ICE. And shout out to the almost dollar on Affirm. I'm now trailing this to 47 even. It was really just this. I mean, SMCI didn't really give us the move that we wanted. AMD didn't work on the reversion. Affirm did, so we're able to get, at this point, if it breaks back above 47, I'm out. Otherwise, we're just going to hold. It could go to VWAP. It could go to 46.5. I'm just going to let it ride at this point as it tries to flush to said downside. JP Suede, I just see, every time I see Kathy Wood and I'm like, ooh, something moving. Pac B, Pacific Biosciences. There we go. Now we're through 47.70. Okay, one more breakdown. If we bounce off 46.5 or get underneath the 60 level, I'm going to move the trail underneath that 70 as this continues to flush into the downside. I would argue there's like one or two exits that don't need to be there. That one I will defend. I think that one's fine. This exit is trash. So this exit is on a bounce. It's bouncing off first support. So that actually makes sense. This exit here, it's just wicking the prior high and rejecting underneath. That actually makes absolutely no sense. You should never exit in a situation like that. If anything, sometimes that can be a place to add. So I think so far, like pretty much everything about this trade went perfectly with the exception of that. I don't remember why I did it, except sometimes you hit bid enter, like, ooh, let's take some profit. That's silly. You should have a reason for getting out at each level. There, break that. And if we bounce off here, now I'm just trailing the last 10%, so it doesn't really matter. But you should have a reason for every single out, not just because you're doing it to do it.
Yeah, no. Do you see that size on Tesla there, Neil? I'm just going to put it. Oh,
I did not.
It just got taken. Literally as I mention it, as I'm trying to pull up. The filter for it got taken. It was at 18s there, right? 2 18s. There was like 2,000 lots there. I was like, oh, it's holding, and then it finally kind of takes it to the downside there. So Tesla kind of coming in as well. A bit of a continuation there of a higher time frame right there happening on that one. AMD as well, not really breaking that trend. So I want to pull it up on. I like chart a little bit better. I kind of want to pull it up here. So we did kind of break trend here. You can see that. Again, I want to take it off of here. And I think you're 100% right. Mean reversion, it really depends on how you chart. And again, I was talking to some of the traders as well on the floor, and they're like, yeah, a lot of people kind of dismiss technical analysis.
Yep.
Well, that's because I would say, again, maybe a little bit of ego here, but you got to know how to chart properly. And now that's something I'm trying to learn as well, right? I'm not saying that being like, okay, I know how to chart. Absolutely not. But I'm on the journey to try and to do better at the charting. And the thing is, it's just like anything else, just like price action. Price action is a story, right? Yes. So it's like, where does that story begin? That's the question, right? So am I going to put my trend line off of the extreme low on the day? Sure, yeah, that's very valid. You could potentially do that. But what I prefer doing is like, all right, morning consolidation, right? You can see that chop. Nobody knows where we're going. We kind of break the opening range highs here and look at this base that forms on top of the opening range high. That's where buying really takes us to the upside, and that's confirmed with this increasing volume that comes in. You can see the morning session phase. Sure, you have a volume spike here on the breakout of opening range high, but we come back in on the pullback. You can see the faded volume coming in, but then that volume starts to pick up nice and slowly as well as we continue for the upside. So I want to start that chart right there, and then you can see just 2 points, and you can see where it comes in on a strong flush and finally starts to kind of fade off. It's broken trend, but again, we talk about trend deceleration as well. It doesn't necessarily mean this thing is going to revert to VWAP right away. We're very well extended off of VWAP, but we only have about 17 minutes left in the trading day, Neil. So it's like, you got to start thinking, can AMD really go from 168 to 166 halves? Sure, it can. I have no idea what will happen in the next 15 minutes. But what is the likelihood? Probably not, in my opinion, unless we get, like, look at the type of selling that came in off of the event, and that definitely brought in an aggressive sell. So unless and until Lisa Su decides to have another impromptu event going into the close, or somebody decides to hit the bid aggressively, which we'll probably see coming in on the tape as well, I don't know if we're going to get all the way down to VWAP in the next 20 minutes. But again, that's more of the consideration that I like to have. But again, when doing the charting, I like to think about what happened and then use my trend lines in and around those places. Look at moving averages after certain types of price action has built a story on the day. But yeah, no, definitely a little bit of a break in trend, and that affirm, you definitely hit that one on the nose there. As again, that thing definitely, look at that. We can do the same thing here. Opening range. Look at that hold right there. Look at the volume that comes in off of the break. So I want the bid that kind of catches right there. And look at that. We already started getting weaker, and we talk about trend deceleration. So if you want to talk about that,
your entry is way better.
You can be like right here. Look at that trend deceleration. So it starts to break the trend, but we're still washing it. We make a fresh low. So where's that prior low with a little bit of volume?
Can you zoom that in?
This one right here.
Zoom that in. Because everybody should see this. This is exactly this. So this happened on Shopify 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah.
Where
it's the same thing that happened.
I was looking at one trend and you were looking at the other, and it ended up at the same entry point. But this time, yours is a better entry than mine because you're entering at that 48, which is up here. Here, can I come to my chart for a second? It's going to be easier for me to show this. But Obi's trend line was breaking here, and you're short here. Mine was here, and I remember there's a couple of times that we've looked at the same thing, and it ends up with the same entry point. But look, it's the same similar principle. The other trend line that Obi just showed you, there's your wick high. You're entering on this one. Like, you're entering at 48 even instead of 47.70. Like, that's no, on a $40 stock, an extra 30 cents to have a reason to be in here to give to that instead of this entry. I'm all for it. So, yeah, I saw this in the chat. I didn't really... Crap, where was it? It was right here. It was this Concrete Critic. This is why I like this channel. Everybody is humble learners. If you are not a humble learner in the market is going to humble you. That's just the reality. So as far as I'm concerned, like I'm now wondering what I should have been seeing here to be in this trade at a much better price and with probably the same level of risk, because I don't see anything different on that wick entry. You're probably risking the same amount of cents to just get it 30 cents earlier. So thanks, Obi. That was a good one. It's weird how that'll happen. Like, we're all looking at the same thing. We're all seeing the same kind of idea, but just a little bit of a tweak, and you might get a better price entry, a better price, or maybe a reason not to take the trade, which is sometimes an even better thing. Like, hey, it looks great, but like, what's the reason not to take it? And maybe you find that.
Yep. That's what I need to get better at as well. Like saying no to the trade, right? That's like, again, going back to that horrendous trade that I had in the morning. Uber short, again, me fighting the trend, maybe a little tilted as well for missing that 135 on NVIDIA, but it's fine. Next trade, kind of review, reflect, and get back at it even harder, better, faster, stronger on the next trading day here. Nice little flush there, beautiful on Affirm. Thank you, Neil, for calling this one out. I was like, oh boy, yeah, that definitely is a trend break. I like that. Volume as well. We talk about volume. So volume, again, one of the top indicators of mine. Sure, you throw up a trend line, throw up a moving average, throw up a VWAP, but volume is definitely my top indicator. Again, that volume shows up on the tape. That volume shows up on the chart. That volume shows up on the book. So again, a lot of things definitely associated with that volume, with volume using volume as an indicator. And I think what's that volume book? That I really like that book, but again, they don't. I guess I don't think she's sponsoring me for saying this, but again, I really like that volume book there. But I think Neil is ready for us before I kind of find that book.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Obi. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, the ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. So shout out to them. We appreciate them 100%. I just saw in the chat, what up, Raider? Raider was on with Sean yesterday, I do believe, after market. I see you in the chat. What up, Raider Trader? Enjoy it tonight, actually. And so I forgot to mention this. On Wednesday, we couldn't have Chris on. He was a bit under the weather, but he's able to come on today. So we missed Chris Bretcher on Wednesday. He is going to be on the aftermarket show with myself tonight. But shout out to you, Raider, in there. Raider, what were you trading today? Let me know, man. Let's see what's up there. Let us know what you were trading in there today. There were so many opportunities in the market. I feel like you almost couldn't go wrong. Like Affirm trended all day long. Uber trended all day long. There were breakout trades in AMD and NVIDIA. You had Tesla was the SSR bounce. There was just so much out there that you could play into. I don't think I'm going to get into anything else. I just trailed out of that Affirm. It's trying to bounce. Early look on the imbalances. Imbalances are coming in 20 seconds. Still really just Palantir for 1.8 million to the buy side. So I'm going to likely have this one up. For the imbalances when they do come out. Nothing crazy. I mean, 1.8 million is not a lot. Palantir's done 58 million shares in volume today, so it would probably need to be a lot bigger than that when it actually comes out. Palantir, 2 million to the buy side on PLTR. NVIDIA, 1.5 million to buy. Apple, 1.3 million to sell. That's about it. Open is just like a million shares. That's not a heck of a lot. Google, 875,000 to the buy side. I don't have the overall number, unfortunately. I'll have to look for it. Usually Adair will give it to us, but I'll keep an eye out for it to see what the overall market number ends up being here for the future. It's probably not that big, though, because really, like Palantir buy, bit of a mixed bag here with NVIDIA, relatively small. Tesla actually just showed up 900,000. I didn't see that before. So it's probably an overall buy and balance. There's Palantir. Actually got all the way to VWAP. Good thing we got out of that 43 trade. Yep. Oh, that was a good exit point, I think. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to get stubborn about things, right? Like, this trade doesn't work. Just get out of it. You have a small amount of risk and you have a stop order for a reason, right? Like, if it's working, hold on to it. If it's not working, get out. Just trim those losing trades right away if you can. Michael in the chat, Uber in the house. Uber, what an unbelievable day. Yeah, it's
wow.
See, when a stock does this, you'll never you'll never feel all that great about it, right? Like what could have been. Like I was out of Uber and just didn't find my way back into it. Like 82 to 84 seems good, but that's only, that's sometimes you sell it like short. That was a pretty big high break that Uber had today. And at least to 85 probably made some sense. 87, wow, to get right back in 87 and now retesting 87. What an unbelievable day for Uber. This one takes the cake. 11% to the upside. Definitely have to shout that one out for sure. Raider is here for the Adara ring. Adara actually already took off. So I don't even know who's ringing the bell today, everybody.
Oh boy.
It's not going to be me because I'm going to be getting ready up at the desk, and nobody wants to see me try to get quickly from the desk to the bell back to the desk. Nobody wants to see that happen because I can walk now pretty decently, but I still use the crutch. I will probably
no running just yet.
Running? You crazy? Running? Wow.
No,
you should see how proud I was that I walked. My daughter's school.
Not yet.
My daughter's school is like 400 meters away from my house, maybe 500 tops. Nice. I walked there to her open house on Wednesday, and then we walked around the school during the open house, and then I walked back. I was dog tired, and my heart rate was 112 when I walked in the door. That's walking right now.
Wow.
So
112. So like a spider and a half worth.
Unnecessary. Entirely unnecessary.
I mean, if we're gonna reference, I like to look at relative difference, So it's like, what did the spider do? What did the walk do? You can measure in spiders. So, wow, here we go.
I love it, Raider.
Thank you.
I was just curious what you were trading today, but you got to drop a super chat anyways. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate the super chat. The Raiders trades. Here, let me just thank you for zooming in there and making it a little bit easier. Closed bank and software swings at Citigroup, Wells, CrowdStrike, and Affirm. Favorite trade today was IWM. One thing to keep watching is that TNX or yields. When those continue down, red IWM will start to get major relief alongside biotechs. I like those biotechs too. I'm with you on that one, Raider. Happy weekend all. Happy weekend to you. Shout out to those are great opportunities in there. I just want to quickly, I want to have a look at IWM myself. I mean, I haven't really paid attention to it today. So, hey, you banked on that IWM, your favorite trade today. Look at the break. This is what MSTR looked like. And this morning when we were talking about that MSTR 189, IWM, very similar. It's like a lower high, like liquidity grab underneath resistance, lower high breakout, and then a continuation break. This was actually the lesson of the day on the continuation breakout. Continuation, consolidate, make another leg up. MSTR was the example I used, but this is the same darn thing. Breakout after liquidity grab underneath, consolidation break in here, gave you another consolidation high, and then trend. The trend is your friend, everybody, to the end when it bends. This is the most important thing. There is nothing wrong with abandoning your plan of whatever the heck you thought was the best thing to trade and jumping on an MSTR, jumping on an IWM where you can find some entries in there, jumping on an Uber when it's doing what it did today, or jumping on something like Affirm, like it made its move today. I get it. NVIDIA at 135 was all sexy as you know what, but look at it. Great, we're able to, you're able to hammer in and get 50, 60, 70 cents on it. Clean, great trade. But if you can find one of those trenders, that's where it's at. And ultimately, nobody's perfect. I was only on Uber and got out too early. I mean reverted to firm. I didn't have the long. I didn't have MSTR. But shout out to you, Raider, for pointing out IWM. There's so many good opportunities out there. That's the best thing about the market. A, that it always opens the next day. And then B, there's endless opportunities for all of us. I'm just going to make sure I'm wrapped up and have canceled my stop orders before I mosey on out of here and get up to the desk, Ovi. It was a great and fantastic day.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you after I'm done the aftermarket show. We're going to have Chris Brecher on in just about 4 minutes or so. So I'm going to get up to this. I'll see you guys on the flip side in the market recap.
Yeah, thanks again, Neil, for giving us that knowledge and all that experience there with his wise words. I'm definitely learning a lot every time I'm sitting here beside both Neil and Sean here. Again, great experience to sit beside experienced traders and kind of learn a seasoned mental as I'm working on my own, right? Trying to get better, trying to get a little bit better every day. We still make mistakes, but how do we get better? How do we find solutions to our weaknesses and continue to kind of, I guess, grow is what I'm mainly focused on as of right now. So, and Fabian says, yes, definitely like and subscribe because we are trying to bring you that value there. And hopefully you guys have definitely got a little bit of value off of that. So the volume book I was talking about earlier is this one right here by Anna Culling, A Complete Guide to Volume Price Analysis. I really, really like this book here. And again, I don't think it's very expensive. And I'm not really selling it. I'm not really, there's no sponsor here. But in terms of the knowledge and kind of perspective that book provides, I really like it. And again, I haven't read it in quite a while, but I remember going through it a few times. And every now and then I do kind of do a little bit of a refresher there. But yeah, no, hopefully you guys had a good trading day there. Market extremely strong off of the open there. Spider at all-time highs. What? We were like in July, we were like, oh, is this the top? Absolutely not. Apparently not. As we continue to push higher and higher on these markets here. And yeah, hopefully you guys had a great week there. Ending off quite strong on quite a lot of names. Again, Uber was strong. We had that 135. Like, what was it? I'm thinking right now, what was the best trade today? There's a few that really stand out right off the bat. There's that Tesla SSR point where it kind of lick grabs and not really lick grabs, but comes down into the level and gets bid up aggressively off of that SSR level. That 135 on NVIDIA was absolutely crazy. It showed itself yesterday multiple times. It showed itself in the pre-market multiple times. And then it showed itself again off of the open a couple of times before finally coming in with a nice strong tape pushing into the level, knocking on the door of that 135, never really looking back on that initial push and continuing up about 70 pennies in the back through that 135 was absolutely amazing as well. Uber to the upside with that Tesla event happening overnight. Uber to the upside, Tesla to the downside, so a little bit of a trade there as well. Uber continuation. And again, Uber is closing strong on the day here, guys. So got to keep that one on watch going into next week right here. So 87 clean is the high as of right now. So do we get a reversion coming in on Monday? Do we get a continuation above 87? These are all-time highs currently right now on Uber. So I have no idea, but I'm going to be watching for that to happen there. So we already got a few tickers kind of lined up to watch for next week. Let's see what things unfold over the weekend to see if there's anything else in play, but we only got about, 45 seconds left until the market closes, and I see a lot of people kind of, talking about Raider Trader. Yes, sir. Thank you, Raider Trader, for that super chat. Great longs there. You said you closed some swings there. Absolutely crazy there. We've seen what some of those names have been doing. Affirm definitely to the upside today on some strength. And okay, so we only have about 40 seconds. I gotta time this right. I know I'm known for not really timing that counter down, so I gotta watch that. 15 seconds left till the market close there, guys. So hopefully you guys have a good weekend here. All right, so we got the bell going again. Sponsored by Worksport, WKSP. Check that ticker out. Trades on the NASDAQ there. 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's the bell. That is the week, guys. So thank you very much again for spending your time with us, spending your day with us, spending your week with us here at Real Trading. Hopefully you guys got some value. What to do, what not to do. I think there's a lot of value on the table if you are watching. Depends on your perspective of things. But without any further ado, we got Neil at the big desk with the market recap. Hope you guys have a good weekend. I'll see you guys around. Take it easy.
Thank you very much, Obi. We got the market recap at the big desk, and it's about time we actually call this the big desk, not that one. Like Sharif likes to call out, like shout out myself, our desk, the big desk, when they're literally carbon copies of each other. They're exactly the same, and this big, monstrous, honking thing that looks like it belongs on the set of a like a news station or whatnot. And Randy, by the way, Randy built all this. This is the big desk, and we're here right now. It was a real day today. I'm talking about opportunities out the wazoo. Shout out to Raider Trader, because we were just talking about that IWM bank. And I'm going to lead off with XBI in a quick second after I do this little like recap spiel of how the market did, right? But no, it was a big day overall. I mean, the NASDAQ was actually not the leader. It was actually the SPY that was super strong. Relatively speaking, Tesla, as much as Tesla sold off and was a gap down, you've got to keep in mind, during the actual event, it blew through 42 all the way up through 50 into 52, bounced off 45, and was looking strong, and then they gapped it down overnight. And then it sold off right at the open to go SSR, monster bounce, SSR bounce. So during the event, the traders were buying it up on the event, probably trapped some people there overnight. I think that's why you got to be careful with that overnight trading. So ultimately, the event for Tesla, I thought it was pretty cool. Doesn't matter what I think. Tesla ends up in the red today. We did have a PPI print, kind of a mix at 8:30. I don't think it was that big of a deal. It seems like it didn't really move the market too much there. CPI certainly were acting pretty positive to what was a relatively hot number a little bit. So the market, it's a bull market. And if you try to overthink a bull market, you're going to end up missing opportunities. You're going to end up taking shorts that you shouldn't. You know, you're going to be getting out of things that are trending higher. When you're in a bull market, you definitely want to keep it tight to the vest and remember the market that you're in. I'm laughing because Cap is in the chat there. Watch the spider under the desk. That's a good one. No, I'll be honest. We have a lot of fun around here. Fabian really got me with that. For everyone that was watching in the afternoon, that was 100% genuine. Just you saw it. Whatever, you guys saw it. I was genuinely shocked by that one. So obviously a great day in the market here. Overall, there were some sectors that we didn't quite go over. And I wanted to mention XBI and the biotechs because I think this is something that Raider was also mentioning in his trades and what he's looking for. You know, we've had a lot of things that have gotten to all-time highs or gotten to 52-week highs and backed off. XBI is a perfect example of this. This is a monster level on the daily, up above 103.5. Like your tops in March, tops in July actually. Well, June and July. Tops over here in August. Then another top there just now in September. You pull back almost to the 200 period moving average, which again, the gold standard of where to dip buy strong things if you like them. And we're going to close at the 50. And look, I think you need some confirmation in here. You can see it was a lower high. You need some confirmation. I think holding the 50 period moving average, if you're not in off the 200 period or in front of it, you're waiting for confirmation over the 50 and then a retest of those highs. I like that. I like that notion. Sometimes it's better to be long into a big break than have the actual break. A couple of traders on the floor today, not myself because I just took the 135 break on NVIDIA, but a couple of traders on the floor were playing the long into 135 such that it was trending into it. You end up, as it's breaking the high, you could have a better average price, like a 134.75. That way, if the 135 fails, you can have a break-even stop instead of a lose 30-cent stop. I think that's always good. And when you look at things that are trending, why not just have yourself a better price? So great day there for XBI. Obviously a superstar day for IWM. Again, shout out to Raider. Thank you for the super chat, brother. But look at that 50-period hold on the IWM. What more can you ask for when you're looking at the technicals? Clean, double bottom at the 50-period SMA on the daily. Retest of this high? Yeah, I think so. When you've got an upward trend, hold off the 200, higher lows, bounce off the 50, get to the high. Why not? That's what you expect to have happen. So shout out to you. Great looking trade in there. If you're thinking about what happened with the financials, it all starts with the bank earnings today. You had JPM, you had Wells Fargo. Wells was the one I preferred. We ended up trading other things today. You'll never really get it all. Uber, great. Obviously, NVIDIA. Obviously, Tesla, you're looking at that one. You're not going to trade everything. So I didn't actually get into Wells Fargo today, but I did prefer this one over JP Morgan, just based on the relative strength that it had. I got to show the different chart here. Let me go to that's already a daily. I'll pop this one to a 15, just so you can get a sense of what Wells Fargo was giving you. Like, it was a dip right into 59 and then go. And that was in the pre-market. And so that 59 level was a dip pre-market into 59, during the earnings call of JPM, and then it just started going higher and higher, and it was eventually that hold of 60, made a break of the 61 level, ends up holding on to this as a key close. It's going to be important for continuation on Wells Fargo, is to hold at 61. Otherwise, you have to wait for that 60 support. Hold the 61 next week, and then you work into that 62.5 high there for Wells, 5.5%. They reported this morning. It was strong earnings for all of the banks. But yeah, obviously you're going to have a pretty good day there for Wells Fargo and for XLF when the banks are doing their thing. Gold had a strong move as well. Here's the one I wanted to quickly show you. So TAN, and I'm going to show you guys Snowflake in a second for an example of what you're looking for. For everyone that's trying to bottom pick these solar names, it's getting really close. The more times that you hold the low and consolidate at the bottom, it's not a bad thing. I think the breakouts get better the longer it consolidates at the bottom and the more people take pot shots and lose, and you're waiting for it to actually break back out. It just hasn't done it. This is a good low when it tested breaking, but it wasn't as long of a consolidation because this broke that low. That's fine. Let it go sideways. Be patient. I was patient enough with Snowflake for it to hold the bottom. Look at the downward trend on Snow. And then look at the long consolidation off of this bottom. Holding on to the low, finally breaking it out, closing above the 50-period moving average, and now all signs are to the upside. So Snowflake, you wait for a stock that is trending down to make a real breakout, to make a real consolidation break, confirm the move. If you're looking at a breakout like this on the daily chart for a swing, well, then you need it to close above. If you're looking at it for a day trade, well, then you probably just have this breakout right in here, and that's fine. So make sure you understand what time frame you're looking at and what the structure of your trade needs to be. That's always very important. You know, if you're finding you're looking at one chart to execute on another, if it's working for you, great. But if you look at a 15 for your entries and you're exiting on a 3 and you're not getting good entries, maybe look at your 15. So if you're looking for the level, if you're looking for the trend on the 15, maybe you should trade based on the 15 as well. Everyone is going to be different in that regard. It wasn't all strength. UNG today, down 2%. I mean, weed wasn't a very good day either. But natural gas, and something I'll be interested in talking to Michael about this, because I know Michael Noss, when we last spoke, we spoke this morning, and we had him on. So we didn't have him on this morning. We had him on Monday, and he had already made money on that breakout hold of the 50 period on UNG. It goes right to the 200. That's your obvious take profit. But now you're bouncing off the 50 period moving average. So I need to find out from Michael, and we'll find this out on Monday, whether he likes this bounce off the 50 period again. Prior resistance into support, or get a win on the Widowmaker and walk away. Sometimes that's the way to go, man. That Widowmaker, there's a reason why traders have always called natural gas the Widowmaker. Kind of a difficult thing to trade. I heard you just say spiders over there. Fabian, that's fine. They are not the Widowmaker, natural gas is. Before we get to, I know we're going to have Chris on in just a little bit, and I want to make sure we get a few questions in there, and it's like some interesting chatter that I wanted to be able to get to. SMH, not a huge breakout. So I know when I did the market recap show the other day, it was this consolidation breakout that we're looking for on the SMH. So it didn't really break, and then we got a little bit of a nudge above the 256. Not a very strong move. Technically speaking, yes, it did break that local high and then spent the entirety of the day consolidating. So some context for this, NVIDIA couldn't hold that 135, basically just barcoded off 135 after that breakout. AMD was down heavily. Even though it gained some traction, AMD was down heavily. Broadcom as well. AVGO, which had been absolutely just moonshotting, and one of the stronger names out there, Broadcom, had a world of trouble today and ended up weak. So the fact that despite all of this, SMH was really able to hold up as well on the breakout, I think is a good thing. I think if a couple of those names can do a bit of a recovery, that SMH break will look a little bit better. It did close above. I think you got to look at this one next week and see on Monday, is it able to actually hold on to that prior high and then you have all systems go. I see Ari Pages. Anyone watching a movie this weekend, and what movie you're all watching? I can promise you this, Ari. My daughter is going to make us rewatch James and the Giant Peach for movie night. I would like to watch something different, and a lot of times we're watching a kid movie, but we just finished reading it together. Like, we read stories every single night, so we're reading James and the Giant Peach, which I read as a kid together, and now she wants to watch the movie a second time. I'm like, hey, it's fun. I got no issues with that. I am dying to actually watch Deadpool and Wolverine. So Obi, I haven't seen it yet. So Obi hasn't seen it either. I'm hoping I get to watch that on Saturday. Let me know what else you guys are watching. Michael Ryan, big game for Caleb Williams coming. I could care less how much he throws for. I'm starting the Bears defense again. I just need them to get a couple of interceptions and a bunch of sacks. That's all that matters to me in fantasy. And I'm playing Sean in fantasy this week. So I really need the Bears defense and the Bills defense to come through, because me versus Sean. I had Kenneth Walker and Geno Smith go last night. Kind of an okay game, but he only had Ayuk, and he didn't really come through. So right now I'm looking pretty good against Mr. Katina Man in this fantasy football matchup in our high school. Just a couple of minutes, like I said, we're going to have Chris Bretcher come through. What else do you guys want to talk about? Not Joker 2, everyone keeps saying. So now here's the thing. How could you possibly have a fantastic original film, unbelievable acting? It is a slam dunk. You can't screw it up. I haven't seen it, and I'm going to watch it because how could it possibly be as bad as everyone's saying? How is it possible? Joaquin Phoenix is brilliant. You can't screw that up. I can see how you screw up. I can see how you screw up Star Wars after all of this. They managed to do it anyway. So, yeah, it is what it is. I'm probably going to watch Joker at some point, but I'm not rushing to do it. I'd rather watch Deadpool first. But everyone's saying it's really bad, and it really surprises me that you're able to mess that one up. Like, some things should be really easy to get, especially when you got a lot of talent around it. So let me know. John in the chat. Oh, I like this one. I like it so much, I'm going to show it. I'm watching Neelage lessons on 25 times speed all weekend. I appreciate that. But does that mean I speak too fast? Maybe. Quarter speed? Because usually when you're rewatching stuff, like, you watch it at the higher speed because, like, you know what, you're going to go through it. Like, if I was re-listening to an audiobook that I've already done, I might listen to it at 1 1/4 speed, not a quarter speed. I feel like you're telling me I talk too fast, but I appreciate you so much. Hopefully we can start posting some more of those lessons of the day so you guys don't have to always go back at noon and try and figure out exactly where it might be. Yeah, Squash Battle saying don't waste your time on Joker. Okay, look, it is what it is, man. I'm not here to argue with anybody. I just feel at some point I'm going to watch it. I'll probably wait till it's free somewhere. Like, if I know it's going to be bad, I'll wait till I can watch it on a free streaming service like a year from now, and then I'll check it out. Because I just feel like at some point I'm going to do it. Maybe I just don't have to pay for it. Fabian's like, it'll be on DVDs. I don't still watch DVDs. I know I got gray hair, and I know I make fun of myself, and I know I embarrass myself with how old I am. But no, man, I don't have I still have DVDs. I just don't actually play them. You don't have VHS tapes, do you? Fabian has the full collection of Back to the Future on VHS. With the bonus features. That's legit. My dad used to have all of that stuff on beta. And then he eventually, we were Betamax. Exactly, that's how we were. We were beta in the 80s at my household when I was a kid growing up, and we had like one of those old original Macintosh computers. Like, we were legit back in the day. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to the market for a quick little second here while we wait for Chris. I don't know where he is, but if he's not gonna come through, I did want to make this comment too, because SLV, silver, this was a bit of a bamboozler. Now, they talk about silver being the most manipulated market. Hold on a second. Let me just... we need to send a new Zoom link. You got it? Okay, great. Thank you very much, sir, Fabian. Yeah, I just realized that Chris had just messaged me, and he needed a Zoom link, so we're going to have him on... What's that? Can you message it to me, and I'll just send it to him. I have him right here. So I just need to be able to send that to him. So very quickly, silver, failed breakout. This is what they do on silver. Failed breakout, I'd say pretty nasty. And I think maybe the second time through it'll look a little bit better. A lot of people do not like this relative to gold because it's believed to be one of the more manipulated markets. But that was a bit of a bamboozler. But you know what? Like everything else that we looked at here, IWM, XBI, you're holding the 50-period moving average. So even though you reject that top, you hold the 50-period for a consolidation breakout. Well, I still think this looks pretty strong, but there was zero confirmation on this break. Like it was, like if you're in this breakout, it makes absolutely no sense. There was no close above. So failed break, maybe rinse some people out or got some people to take some profit on it. And now you're getting those higher lows. So I think a pretty decent look. Ideally, you'd get a little bit more out of it. And then I wanted to mention and acknowledge K-Web. So after we didn't get what we wanted out of the Chinese stimulus was a dud. So that it was going to happen, great. Once we see what's under the hood, not so much. Disappointment. Do you have the link as well? Okay, good. So obviously, not the best look here for K-Web. And I don't think this is over. I just think we're in a holding phase when it comes to this. So we're in a bit of a holding phase. And I like the fact that, hey, you're consolidating. You didn't really fall apart. As long as you're above prior highs, I think it's constructive. So 32.5 on K-Web. I was having a look at Alibaba. I know Sean took profit on Baba. I'm determined that Alibaba is a long-term holding. I'm not considering it a swing. It was never my intention. That being said, if you look at Baba compared to its prior highs relative to K-Web, it is doing much better, much, much stronger. And on top of that, the first down move held to 106. Look at this daily chart on Baba. Your first big down retracement day held 106. Where did we bounce this week? 106. So what do we like next week? 106 on Alibaba. Now, if we lose 106, that is a breccia ledge. I was about to say flat bottom break, then I remember we had Chris coming on. That is a breccia ledge at the 106 if we can't hold on to that. I feel like that's going to be a nice one there in either direction. Levels like this, it's support till it's not. If it loses it, you can look for the short. It's just about trading the right price. Just trade the price level. Trade the right price level. Make decisions at the right spot. I think the 106 looks obvious. I do think that relative to K-Web, Baba's move on the daily seems better to me. That's open to interpretation, but I look at it very simply. Like you have this high that happened down in April. Sorry, no, that was actually May. May high, there's your breakout, you're holding a higher low. Then you throw up K-Web. May high, don't break out until much later, and you're holding a higher low at the May high. Not extended past the May high, but essentially right in front of the May high. Alibaba is just relatively strong compared to the indice here. That's why I like Baba. It was also a longer consolidation at the bottom. I like Baba over the index. Doesn't mean you can't trade the ETF. You don't have to worry about single stock risk. So I believe we are now ready. We got everything figured out here. We got 10 minutes. We got time. We got Mr. Breccia. It's time for a little trader talk. Chris, good to see you. We got Chris Breccia, Simpler Trading. First of all, just a pleasure to see you. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. I know we always like to connect on a Wednesday, but it's great to have you here on a wild Friday.
Yeah, it's, I got to tell you, I mean, I made like $50,000 from the hospital. I'm sorry I wasn't able to share it with you. But no, just kidding. But no, I'll tell you what stress is. Stress is not getting the link until about 1 minute ago. That's stress for today. So, I'm glad to be on. And I thought I'd show you some with First Solar and also the hurricane stocks if you want me to.
Let's get right into it, Chris. Let's see what you had going.
All right. The first thing is you mentioned about First Solar. And, when I was on 2 weeks ago, we talked about and I got to say perceived because I don't want to get political, but theoretically, Harris was perceived to win the debate, and XBI and First Solar rallied like we talked about. Well, then when Vance perceived to win the debate, that's when we were trying to short First Solar, and sure enough, it went all the way back to where it was when Harris won the debate. And believe it or not, it did the same thing with XBI, where it rallied and then sold off. And as you see, XBI rallied and First Solar rallied today. It's amazing. Now, I don't know anything about the polls today, but it's fascinating to see. First Solar went exactly back to that gap fill when, so now it's not factoring in anything with the politics. So that, like you said, it's a good risk reward in that area.
The $2 level, you got the 200 period moving average. What's weird about it is the bounce that you saw today in XBI and for Solar, it feels like it has to be technical because I saw in one of the betting markets, one of the major betting markets actually had Trump ahead. It was like 51. Too. So like you would think if it was still about that you wouldn't have had that big of a bounce off support. But when you look at it from a technical standpoint, okay, well, you made the round trip, you bounce off the support because anyone that played that short is now covering, going back, ending the week. I mean, in First Solar's case specifically, it's Friday. The 200 period moving average is at $200. Is it gonna lose $200 today? After that kind of a move, usually you end up like not running away from those big options levels. I think it's probably part of the reason why NVIDIA couldn't do much with the 135 level today. It would have been nicer if it broke that level earlier in the week, but when it tries to go on a Friday, it can just be a little bit different. There was just so much gravity back and forth to that price. Maybe the same thing happened here on First Solar there, Chris.
I mean, it's funny. I have another chart ready for you about the technicals. So when you see the ES on the left, I know we talked about it last week, about it this far over the 50 moving average. And the NASDAQ breaking that diamond formation, which we pointed out last week, then you got to think the Russell is going to break up, not down from that bull flag. And then if the Russell is going to break up, you got to think the XBI is going to break up. We actually bought the XBI. We got out too early, but we bought the XBI this morning. So on that, even though you had that thing about, that correlation I showed you, that's why we bought it as a spread, because I got nervous that it might underperform the Russell. But yeah, definitely technical related. That's how it looked to me.
Well, I'll tell you right now, we have another guest that comes on the show that mentioned the exact same two symbols, Russell,
really?
XBI. So, I mean, great minds think alike. And the breakout that happened the IWM move today was, it get mirrored, but the only thing that was as impressive as the IWM move up, I think, was maybe MSTR. In part and parcel, like obviously Bitcoin made some kind of a bounce. MSTR was kind of a squeeze. It's a squeeze play, so you get some extended moves there. But the move that happened on the 15-minute on IWM was breathtaking because there's trades, like there's breakout trades and there's breakout trades. And then there's breakout trades where you can literally be a full 1.5% late and still find a clean break. You can be even like almost 2% late and still find a consolidation breakout at another level. And then even after that late break, it just trends and trends and trends, ends up closing at the highs. Like this is one of those, like that's as good as it gets in terms of an opportunity for a breakout trade because it gave you multiple setups. Now, we were looking at individual things like Affirm and Uber. There's lots of other things that you could have traded as individual stocks, but great look on IWM. Now, question for you there with regards to IWM. Just like a what's next at these highs? Because this 225 it's like XBI has a huge top that we're running into potentially. Obviously, the 225 has been a really big deal on the Russell here. So what are your thoughts going into this? Is it a brick wall that you just got to be taking profits out in front, holding a piece for the dream, exiting trades, and then looking for a breakout to be separate? What do you do next with the Russell here?
Well, I got to think, number one, the Russell, I guess, when I look at the Russell on the right and it bouncing off the 50, and you see on how far it is below that little thing, like 224 on the far right. And then you look at the transports, which had this bounce today, also technical, but that's almost making the new high. You got to think IWM can go higher, but I really think that it's coming out that so much of IWM has banks in it. So I really think that watching the BKX or the KRE, the bank index, which is at a new high, look at that. Look at that bull flag. That's got to help the Russell. On the other hand, it's getting a little extended from its 50. So let's just see what the bank index does the beginning of next week with Goldman Sachs on Tuesday. So that can definitely keep the IWM from having another leg up at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Like it's all started. It started really well. Like earnings season for the banks, it's been a good start. But you have to remember, we have a lot more to get through. We're just starting earnings season. You get a few financials. You're going to get the bulk of them next week. Pretty much anything that was, like if you had anything adjacent to the banking sector, to crypto, you were having a good day today. And if you didn't, then that's probably a stock that nobody should want next week, in my opinion. It's like if everything was so strong, what are you doing if you couldn't have rallied today? There was a question in the chat here. Now, it was Havana Woody, one of our viewers, is curious about UNG and natural gas. Now, I always say this.
You know, I'm not trying to be ugly. I don't even have it on my watch list.
Okay.
Because it's been such a widowmaker for so long. So I just took it off. I don't even have it on. Now, that being said, this is usually the time of year when it goes up. Yeah. As you see, it went up last year in December. And it went up the year before. It went down in December. I'm telling you, it's just a widowmaker.
Yeah.
You've said that over and over, and I agree with you. I just don't even look at it.
I don't disagree with you.
I'm not trying to be ugly. It just hasn't worked for so long. I've sort of stopped looking at it.
You know what, Chris? I repeat this quote often because I think it's one of my favorite quotes. And it's simply that if you care about somebody, tell them what you think. If you care about yourself, tell them what they want to hear. Obviously, everyone would want to hear for that question, hey, what's the bull case for, what can you construe for a bull case? Oh, I look at UNG, it's really interesting down here. And we've had some guests that actually have made money trading on it. I can tell you right now, every trader I know, for the most part, like 99% of them, try not to touch it because it's just so nasty to the downside. Even it tricks you into those breakouts. So appreciate the honesty.
Yeah.
I appreciate the honesty. We got the question. I wanted to make sure you got it, and I had a feeling that what your answer was going to be, but I didn't want to put any words in your mouth there. And there's nothing wrong with staying away from a symbol if it doesn't, work.
Look at this. This is what we mean about widowmaker. How many gaps up has it had, followed by a gap down the next day? I mean, it's just brutal. Just brutal. Look at this. And then you have this one. And then if you bought it because it looked like it was breaking out, next thing you do, it opened down a point. I mean, it's just so tough in those kind of things. And the worst part is you'll probably get a bull flag one day at 16 and you'll be like, I'm not touching it. And then you have all your reasons to buy it, but you're so gun shy because of all the false bull flags that haven't worked.
I'm with you 100% on that one. And that's what you got to be able to look at. It's not just, does it look like a good setup, but are the setups that I trade ever actually following through on that particular instrument? Why? Because when you have trading setups, there are a million places you can express them. So why bother trying to pick the one that you may think can go the furthest, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't work in the first place, or you can't hold on to the trade because it keeps kind of rinsing you out and tricking you. Chris, because we got you on a little bit late here, I want to make sure you had the opportunity to mention everything that you wanted to because we're getting on in time. Was there anything that you wanted to try to cover that we haven't already talked about?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. We were going over, and I've talked about this with the hurricane stocks about buying on rumors, selling on news, which you look at something like Beacon Roofing, and I'll get to Generac in a minute because that was actually news related. But as you see, this went nuts when the storms developed. And then what happens, right here. So Milton develops, it goes straight up like 10 points. And the second that it hit, it broke down, it gapped down. It's just fascinating how that works. Now, just to let you know on like taking a profit. So here I am, and luckily I'm posting this in the chat while I was gone. We shorted Generac right here, right on the way up. And yesterday I posted the exit here and this morning. And then you might ask, well, why did it go up when the rest went down? Because Trump posted on Truth Social like at noon about that he's going to give a rebate, a tax credit, retroactive to September 1st to anybody that buys generators. Thank goodness we were already out.
Yeah. Yeah,
So that's just brutal when that happens.
Oh, it's obviously, yeah, thank goodness that you're out of that trade. That's the thing, you never really know. You keep your ear to the ground. You want to make sure you have a news service. It's another good reason why we tell traders to trade with stops. You never really have any clue. The one that gets me, before we get ready, the one that gets me in the middle of the day that I always warn people, it's really sexy trading these low float runners or these like small cap names that just start going crazy. It's really important for traders to understand the difference between one of those companies that has already filed to do an offering and then can drop it whenever they want to because the filing's been done, and the ones where they actually would have to, when it does this parabolic move, whatever headline they have, they can't just do an offering the next day because they're going to have to file for it. It'll at least stay up for a couple of days. People will swing trade in these small cap stocks where they could drop an offering at any moment, and then when one happens on day two, people get rinsed. So you do your homework there. Sometimes trading with a stop is going to be able to help you. It's a great trade on Generac and a good look there. Buy the rumor, sell the news.
It was a good one, but, and I'm not trying to tout the room, but I texted that from a hospital bed. So we bought it. We bought some put spreads between 235 and 260 and sold them at 420. So, and then on the opening, we bought stock against the rest of them, sold the stock and sold the spreads, the rest of them at 4, and then sold the stock on the way up. But that's why you gotta have that in there of how to, that's what I'm here for, to get people out too.
That's what it's all about. And you know what? It's probably extra sweet. Obviously, you're doing fine right now. I mean, you're saying from the hospital bed. So everyone, Chris is doing well, obviously, and good to see a smiling face. I think it's extra sweet if you're able to make the winning trade from the hospital bed there. Why not? It's also a pretty cool story to be able to tell, right? Like, hey, I knocked that one out.
Yeah, it's interesting because, so I'm going through an MRI. I'm looking, there's Stryker machines, there's GE machines, and I'm in my head going through, like, should we buy them? Should we sell them? And it's interesting because it's like your mind never turns off about trading if you've done it this long. It's pretty interesting.
I did the same thing when I had my MRI for my Achilles. I remember you're sitting there and you're looking at the machine. It's like, I wonder how much one of these things costs, and how many do they sell, and how many does the hospital have, and how often do they have to get new. All of that starts running through your head, but it's never a dull moment. I'm glad you're doing better. It's fantastic. I mean, IWM, unbelievable opportunity there. XBI, we'll have to monitor that, and great look on Generac. Shout out to you, Chris Bretcher. Once again, terrific guest. I'm glad we're able to get you on there. Thank you for everything you do. And I know it's not Thanksgiving for you, Thanksgiving doesn't really happen for most people until next month, but it's Canadian Thanksgiving. So as a Canadian, I will say a happy Thanksgiving because we celebrate it this weekend.
I'll tell you real quick is my daughter had to take care of a turkey that was a week old, and we basically named the turkey, and it became a pet for a month. So I try to keep, we don't have Coco anymore. It's back at her place. She's a pet. I mean, wow. She was, but I hide her I'm going to tell her to hide them during Thanksgiving.
Well, you got to do that. That's more power to you. But keep Coco safe there in November, to be sure. Chris Bretcher, thank you so much. Have an awesome weekend. It was good having you.
Yeah, thanks for fitting me in. That's really nice of you.
Anytime, Chris. We're always going to make sure we get you in there. We love having you.
Now, take care.
Always a pleasure to have Chris Bretcher there over from Simpler Trading. I love that story. At the end of the day, turkey's there to be had. I think turkeys are overrated. I know we do it during Thanksgiving, but let's be real. If it wasn't for Thanksgiving, is that ever the meat that you're choosing? Really? Anybody? Is it really your favorite? I don't think it is. As a matter of fact, I know it's not. You like a whole lot of other things better, whether it's lamb or steak or chicken, or maybe you don't like meat. That's up to you. Everyone do you. But you know what you do love? You love a little roll call because we're past time and we got to get it in here. You know what we do here. We thank everybody. Shout out to Fabian. Ramin's been away, so Fabian and Andre on the ones and twos have been doing a fantastic job. Big shout out to Sataya, Joe, Sharif on the midday, to Adara on the desk, Brennan on the desk, Obi filling in for my main man, Sean Katina. who is celebrating with family Thanksgiving. That's why it wasn't on today. Shout out to all of you, and shout out to Bears versus Bulls. You know you're the best. Thank you once again for being the best moderator on there, on all of YouTube, and keeping this party that we have in the chat going every single day. Special shout out to Chris Bretcher for coming on, and to Raider Trader for the super chats and the great trading ideas. Look at that. There's no chance Raider, XBI, IWM. Chris, XBI, IWM. That's what it's all about. You know it's good when that is the case. So let's get it on in here. I don't want to miss anybody. Tony Ludek, turkey, gross, beef. See, that's what I'm talking about. Neo Rob in the house. Mike Breeze, Havana Woody. I hate turkey and all its derivatives. I'm just speaking truth, everybody. We all know it's true. Eli 7721, the Piper in the house, Odyssey Fights, Darwin, what up? Manish in the chat, Viva Jurgen, Yatube 37, Zenod 1066, Moy Consado, John Del Segno in the chat, Monty G, Bbot 5000, CompuCare team, Airy Pages, Fat Figure in the house, what up? Chase Bands in the house, Crypto FOMO, we got Cap, we got Travel Buddy, Logan's Pop, Bristol, Brandon Townsend in the chat. Thank you again, Bears versus Bulls, Derek Thompson, Midnight in the Ocean. I'm down with that. Wish it was actually good weather and you could really do it. We got Carlos in the chat, Jay Haas, easy peasy, Lionel Gonzalez, sorry. We've got Bala P. Bala, you in the chat? Is that you? First of all, you need to diversify your portfolio. Holding that much, I've said this before, holding that much Tesla, you know what's up. And stop trying to rip off Zane in our fantasy league, Bala. I know what you're trying to do. You're not going to get the deal done, all right? Just stop trying to rip off. Bala is actually, if this is really Bala, Bala has been one of mine and Sean's friends. Sean's friends since I think they were like 13 years old, and I've known Bala since I was 15 years old. So that's a very long time ago. Shout out to you, Bala. Thank you for coming on here. Appreciate you. Howell Capital Trading. We got new NYC Urbanista. Can't get through them all because I'll tell you right now, the car is probably waiting for me. I don't want to keep him waiting. And Fabian's on the ones and twos there by himself. It's already 4:40 here. He's probably been waiting for like 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you guys so much. We have a lot of fun doing this. And we have a lot of fun because we have the best trading community out there. You guys are fantastic. The market's fantastic and fun to trade when it's like this. And it's even better next week. Bank earnings, Netflix, baby, watch out for. We get the real earnings starting to come through. We have all the chip movement. Now you've got the Russell starting to move around a little bit. It's going to be a fantastic week. But first, everyone enjoy your weekend because we're Trade TV Live, and we'll see you bright and early Monday morning. Happy Thanksgiving, Canadians.